I am ready, Chairperson.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, today we've got 3 witnesses scheduled to testify. The first witness is Ms. Matsietsi Mokholo. And Chair, because there are 3, we will, in due course with the Chairperson, just agree on the time allocation for them.
Well, certainly this witness shouldn't be long.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's just start and we'll see how it goes.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair, I believe she's ready to take the oath or the affirmation.
Okay, maybe don't you want to just tell the public for their benefit where her evidence fits in, where this witness evidence fits in?
Where it fits in, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Just so that they will follow her evidence better.
I didn't. It's because I didn't hear the last word. Yes, Ms. Mokholo is the former DDG of the Department of Public Enterprises. She has provided the Commission with evidence that shows, or affidavit, in which she deals with her position at the time, assisting Minister Len Brown in matters pertaining to the department and SOEs, how she accompanied the minister to a meeting called on the 11th of March by Eskom, the board of Eskom at the time, dealing with the suspensions. She would also, it features also in regard to the secondment of Mr. Brown Molefe. It features in regard to the position and appointment of Mr. Richard Seleke at the Department of Public Enterprises. And it features insofar as she was part of the war room that was established at Eskom. So it's not an evidence in regard to the transactions, which we have been busy with. Chairperson, she had been called, we had hoped to lead her evidence last year, but we ran out of space. So it's mainly about the suspensions in that regard.
Her evidence will include what she knows about the postponement of the meeting of the 26th of February, 2015, is that right?
The 26th of February?
26th February 2015. Was she not the acting DG who got a call from the former president, Mr. Zuma, to say the meeting of the board of Eskom, which was scheduled for the 26th of February, should be postponed?
Correct,
or cancelled?
Correct, you're absolutely correct.
That's quite an important feature of the evidence.
Yes, as the chairperson was talking about, it came to mind that she also talks about the call she received from the president at the time, asking her to call Mr. Tsotsi in order to cancel that meeting.
Yes, and of course she was with the minister at the meeting of the board that happened between the minister and the board on the 11th of March 2015.
Correct, Chair.
Of course, I've had a lot of evidence about the content of that meeting. She might just confirm certain things, but I've had quite a lot of evidence on that. And if her evidence is no different, there might not be any need to spend too much time on that.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. That helps us in guiding her how to navigate her evidence.
Yes. Okay, all right.
She may take
you can administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Matsietsi Mokholo.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you?
I'm sorry, your voice is very soft. Please raise it, Mr. Mokholo.
Apologies, Chair.
Start afresh.
Please state your full names for the record.
Matsietsi Mokholo.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the bundle we are using is Eskom Bundle 10, Exhibit U22.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Mokholo, you will have the same bundle in front of you, Eskom Bundle 10, Exhibit U22. Your affidavit is marked Exhibit U22 and is found on page 420 of that bundle. Now you know, if you've been following the commission, we're referring to the pagination, the black pagination, top left-hand corner. You are there?
Thank you. I'm there.
Thank you. So that's the first page of the affidavit. I, the undersigned Matsietsi Mokholo, you confirm that to be your name? You confirm that to be your name?
Yes, it is my name.
Yes.
Chairperson.
The affidavit runs up to page 436.
Yes.
On page 436, there's the signature of the deponent on 25 September 2020. Is that your signature?
It is my signature, Chairperson.
Thank you. So you confirm the contents of your affidavit.
Yes, I do.
I know you've mentioned that you needed to make some corrections. You want to raise that now?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just two minor edits. The first one is found on paragraph 19.
Chair, that's on page 425.
Yes.
The last, the sentence of that paragraph, Chairperson, where it indicates that the allegations of the phone call he had received from me on the evening of the 25th February 2020, the date should be 2015.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes.
The next one, Chairperson, is on paragraph 48. And that will be on page 431,
I'm sorry, what paragraph is that?
paragraph 48. It's the correction of the PNG committee member, Ms. Venita Klein, instead of Ms. Venter Klein, Chairperson.
Say again?
Will the technicians just adjust the aircon? It's just too noisy.
Yes. Sir.
But I will ask everybody to try and raise their voices. Yes, so what, paragraph 46, did you say 46?
48, Chairperson.
48, yes. What do you want to correct in that paragraph?
The name of the PNG committee member, it must be Ms. Venita instead of Ms. Venter Klein.
Instead of Fenter, Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
Who was it?
It reads, Chair, Venita.
Ms. Venita.
Is it B or V at the beginning?
It's V.
V.
V-E-N-E-T-E.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. That will be all the edits.
Okay. Mr. Selega,
Thank you.
do remember to have a small supplementary affidavit done to effect these corrections.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me check with the Chairperson. The other alternative, Chair, would be for her to initial our affidavits where she's made these corrections?
No, she can't initial it
Okay.
now because this is an affidavit she did before a commission of oaths.
That's right, Chair.
She can't change it. She can't change anything on it
Yeah,
because that would be a different affidavit.
We will
That's
do-
why it's necessary to do a supplementary
we will
affidavit.
do a supplementary.
You see, if we leave it on the basis of the corrections she has done orally, you have to make sure that everyone who reads the affidavit goes to the transcript in order to see the correction. But that's risky.
Yes, no,
So it's better to have a supplementary affidavit that would be put in so that anyone would have to see that supplementary affidavit and saying what corrections have been made.
yeah, and we can resend it to also to the
Yeah,
parties
she
as
can
well.
do this supplementary affidavit later today or after today. Just one, or probably one paragraph.
Yes,
you know,
Chair.
saying, I just want to, I've picked up that there were certain mistakes in the following paragraphs. These were the mistakes. The corrections are the following. Yeah.
Correction. That's perfectly in order, Chairperson. Then I may proceed. Ms. Mokholo, thank you for your assistance to the Commission. Much of your evidence has been put to the witnesses some of the witnesses who came before the Commission already. So we will try to advise you on what was put to them and how they reacted to it. Firstly, just by way of introduction, tell the chairperson who you are and relative to your evidence to the Commission, what was your position at the time? Where were you employed?
Thank you, Chairperson. As indicated in my affidavit, I'm currently the Deputy Director General in the Presidency, and I'm in the main responsible for corporate management. By qualification background, I'm a qualified lawyer and an admitted attorney. But when I joined the Department of Public Enterprises, it was in 2007, as the Chief Director then, who was responsible for legal counsel and governance. And in my capacity as the Chief Director, I reported then to the Deputy Director General, the DDG, who was the head of legal. And she subsequently resigned, and I started acting in her position as the DDG from the 12th of January 2011 until the position was advertised, for which I successfully applied and was appointed as the DDG responsible for legal governance, risk and transaction at the time from the 31st of May 2011. And I remained in that position until I was seconded to act as the Chief Executive Officer at SA Express, which is one of the entities within the portfolio of the Department of Public Enterprises. And that acting was from December 2017 until August 2018, where then I took a lateral transfer to the presidency with effect from the 1st of September 2018. So I'm still in that position currently. But during my tenure as the DDG at DPE, I was also appointed as the acting Director General, and I've acted in that position from time to time, including the period between September 2014 and September 2015, during the tenure of Minister Brown. And this is when the position of the DG became vacant, when Mr. Matona resigned to take a position as the CEO at Eskom. So since my appointment as the DDG, I have acted as the DG on various occasions in the department during the tenure of both Minister Gigaba and Minister Brown. So that would be the background.
So you're acting, you are permanently appointed in the position of DDG from, you say from 31 May 2011.
Yes.
31 May 2011. You then have acting stints during the time of your permanent office as a DDG, acting stints as an acting DG.
Yes, Chairperson.
And that is after what you say Mr. Matona had left the DPE.
Indeed, Chairperson.
That period of acting is between September 2014 to September 2015.
Yes, Chairperson.
So in February, March, April 2015, you would have been acting as a DG.
Yes. Yes, Chairperson.
And who was the minister during this time in 2015?
It was Minister Lynn Brown.
Minister Lynn Brown. Yes, now, as I said, your evidence has already been put before the witnesses. If this position was, when this position was vacant, was there a time in which the department sought to fill that position, the one in which you were acting, the DG position?
Yes, Chairperson. When Minister appointed me to act, she indicated as well that she would like to fill the position in the department, because that was also a standard that we were trying to uphold, that we don't want too long vacancies similar in the SOEs, because at that time a lot of SOEs, they were having vacancies. So the principle was, as a shareholder department, we must uphold the principle that you don't want two vacancies that are extended for a long period of time, or actings that are extended for a period of time. So there was an indication and the intent to fill the position.
So tell the chairperson whether or not was there an advertisement for the position during the time when you were acting? Did you apply for this position? Did you succeed if you applied?
Maybe before that, can you confirm the period during which you were acting DG? Was it only the month of September 2015?
Before then, there were other, as I indicated, Chairperson, that I would act from time to time.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but just after Mr. Matona had left, for what period did you act as DG?
It was for a year, from the September 2014 to the end of September 2015.
Oh, by the way, he left, it was in 2014 that he left the Department of Public Enterprises to go to Eskom, that is Mr. Matona.
Yes, so I started acting in September so that he can do at least a month handover on critical matters that the DG would be seized with. And then he started his position in Eskom in October. So my acting was September 2014 to September 2015.
In September, was he still DG but not working, maybe on leave, or had he ceased to be DG, Mr. Matona, in September 2014?
He was still the DG, he was doing his handover to me.
Oh,
yes, and preparing to take over.
Yes.
So he was serving like notice, they had resigned.
Oh,
yes.
So he was not actually at work?
He was not actually at work.
Yeah.
Virtually, yes.
So that's why somebody had to be appointed to act in his position.
Yes.
And then you acted from September 2014 until when?
Until September 2015.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
All right. No, that's the
Exactly a
clarification
period
I
of
wanted.
12 months. Yeah.
Yes. And then somebody else acted as DG in October and November
November.
2015, and Mr. Sileke was then appointed with effect from 1 December 2015.
2015.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll make sure that we make a clear distinction between Sileke and Sileka.
Yes, Chairperson, I've trained myself on that, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I don't think there is anything wrong, Mr. Sileka, for you to insist that you are Sileka, not Sileke.
Absolutely, Chair.
Because I also insist that I'm Zondo, I'm not Zondi. So, both in the case of Sileka and Sileke and Zondi and Zondo, the difference is just one alphabet.
That's right, Chair.
Yeah,
And it can make a huge difference, Chair.
but it can make a big difference.
That's right.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Please
you, Chair.
continue.
And indeed, Chair, my recollection is that Mr. Matuna was appointed as the CEO at Eskom effective 1 October 2014. Yes, Ms. Mokholo, you were answering that question about the advertisement for the post and whether or not you applied for this position of DG.
Yes, I had interest in the position, Chairperson. I applied, and
Was it advertised?
it was advertised.
Okay,
Yes.
when was it advertised? Do you remember?
I think the first advert, Chair, should have been in towards the end of the year, but it was closing. I think it was around the following year, February 2015. That should have been the first advert.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, yeah.
So you applied for the position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did,
Continue.
Chairperson. And then I had, when I was appointed acting DG, we appointed another colleague to be the DDG, to be responsible for the legal governance and risk. And so the idea also was that I should not be conflicted in dealing with two positions, because sometimes you can act as a DG but still do your main responsibility from your original position. But in this case, we delineated those two. Again, because I did indicate to the minister my interest that I would be applying for the position, so that then as the DDG legal, you don't have to be advising at the same time your HR, which would be then seized with the adverts and the matters relating to the position. So for that reason, there was somebody else who was the acting DDG for legal governance and risk. So I applied for the position the first time around. Then the advert closed, and with time, I did not even make contact that much with HR, so that to respect the process.
I'm sorry.
The noise.
Yeah, the aircon continues to make some noise, but I must check. Is it quite hot? I think your junior nods positively.
Chair, I don't feel particularly
maybe-
hot. As the last 2 days.
Let's see if there are other nods.
The heat came from everywhere the last 2 days.
Well, you see, you're not getting a lot of support. Maybe switch it off for now. Let's see how it is later on. And your junior must just ask you to indicate to me when she thinks it's becoming unbearable. And then we will see what can be done. It's just that it makes it difficult for me to hear what the witness is saying, as well as Mr. Silega. Okay, all right. So I hope somebody has gone to adjust it even lower.
No.
It may be they don't need to switch it off, they just need to adjust it. I'm not sure exactly what needs to be done technically. But if they switch it off, let's see, and your junior will indicate.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Ms. Mokholo. Do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. So, yes, and then I had applied for the position and I left it there. And later on, then I received communication through HR indicating that the position is going to be re-advertised again. And the reasons were that the first one was that the department did not follow the proper prescripts laid down by the Department of Public Service and Administration in the advertising of the position. And the second one was that there was an issue relating to my qualifications. There was one course that was outstanding that would definitely confirm an LLB to me. So I needed to do an oral of some sort with the University of Durban, Westfield. So, and they indicated that because the position required that confirmation of a postgraduate position, the advert, the position would have to be re-advertised. And then all the other candidates that had applied, they must reapply again. So then it was advertised for the second time, and then it was advertised.
That would have been around when, in 2015, when it was re-advertised?
It would have been by around March, April. We can confirm the dates,
Yeah, okay,
Chairperson.
okay.
Yes, yeah. So that was the second advert. Then
Before you proceed, what did you think of the reasons that were given for re-advertising the position when you were told about them?
Yes, Chairperson, as I say, it was, the first was relating to the outstanding course, a short course, and then the other one was the fact that the department did not comply with Public Service Administration in issuing the advert.
Were you told in what way the department had not complied?
No, they did not indicate in what way. It was just that the department did not comply with the DPSA prescripts in advertising the position.
And then the other one relating to you was what about a cause? What was the position?
The position was that it puts me not as a I don't qualify even in the short round or even to be shortlisted in the position because of that cause.
What was the position? What cause was it? What were the requirements of the position in the first advertisement?
In the first advertisement,
Minimum requirements.
yeah, it did not require the postgrad or the masters as it was put in the latter qualifications or in the latter adverts. It was just a degree.
A bachelor's degree.
A bachelor's degree, 10 years experience in the public service, especially at SMS level, and a full understanding of the department, its state-owned entities within its portfolio, the understanding of the PFMA, the Companies Act, just the way the department operates and the environment within which the SOE operates.
Yes. So at that stage, what were your qualifications, academic qualifications? At the stage you applied in response to the first advertisement?
It was a BProc and an LLB that needed that the oral, which was subsequently given. But by the time when the advert was, the reasons were given to me, it was a BProc.
So you had a BProc,
Yes.
which is a 4-year junior degree.
Yes.
You had studied towards your LLB, but had not yet completed it.
Yes, it had one course.
There was one subject left. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So the reason then that they gave with regard to your qualifications was what?
Was that it does not put me in the race. based on the fact that they did not comply with public service and administration.
But did they say that the prescripts of the Department of Public Service and Administration required a senior degree or a second degree for this position?
No, Chairperson, that's why.
That's not what they said.
No, that's not what they were saying. Hence, the initial advert did not have that. And the second advert did not have that as well. I think it was, the position was advertised 3 times. So I think it was for on the third advert that the masters was put in as a requirement for the position.
Do you know who the other candidates were who had applied in response to the first advertisement, or do you not know?
No, I do not know, Chairperson. As I indicated also, even the HR, the HR department, I made sure that I delineate myself, not even to ask questions relating to
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Now, so this story, when you were being told the reasons why the position would be re-advertised, the story about your qualifications was exactly what about this outstanding course? Just repeat that. I'm trying to follow. The advert that had been, the job advert said you must have a bachelor's degree.
Yes.
That's the minimum in terms of academic qualifications. And it required you to have at least 10 years service in the public service at senior management level.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So what were they saying?
It came across, Chairperson, to say they cannot proceed because the DPSA requirement was that that initial advert in the first place was defective, basically.
And who told you this?
The HR.
Who at HR?
It
Can
was
you remember?
Ms. Henrietta Strauss. Henrietta Strauss.
Yes.
Yes.
And then, in any event, the position was then re-advertised.
Yes.
And were the minimum requirements for the position as stipulated in the second advert the same as the minimum requirements for the position as had been stipulated in the first advert?
Yes, Chairperson. This first and the second adverts, they were almost similar. They would have been minor, but there was not material differences between the first and the second. Hence, I still remained in the race. I only withdrew with the third advert, because with the third advert, definitely I did not qualify for the position.
Okay, I'm not sure that I'm following. Try and remember what the minimum requirements of the position for DG or DPE were as contained in the first advert, and you have already told me what those were. As far as academic qualifications were concerned, you said that it required a bachelor's degree. It did not require the candidate to have a senior degree or a master's degree, okay? And then there were other minimum requirements. As far as the second advertisement is concerned, did it have the same minimum academic requirements that it called for with regard to those who wanted to apply?
Yes, Chairperson, it had the same. There would have been changes. I just can't recall exactly what would have been different, but it had, in the main, it was still the same. It was the third advert that then had...
Oh, there was a third advert?
There was a third advert. And in the third advert, then I withdrew because I then indicated to HR that I would not qualify on the basis of the new advert of the position.
Now, you said the first advert, the closing date for applications was sometime in March 2015 or February, is that right?
Yes.
First advert.
Yes.
And then the second advert was
It should have been-
issued around April, March, April. You are not sure, but somewhere there.
Yes, and
Yeah.
closing date was also around the middle of the year, and then there was a third advert, and which then it closed just slightly after I think it was July or August, something like that.
Somewhere around July, mid-year.
Yes, yeah, yes.
That's the
That's
third
the
advert.
Yes.
Now, how different were the minimum requirements specified in the third advert compared to the minimum requirements specified in this first and second adverts?
The third advert had on qualifications, it added, the first two, they said, postgrad would be something like an added advantage.
It would be a recommendation, would be
Yes,
recommended.
Yes, it would be an added, it was the first advert, they said it would be an added advantage if you have. But in the third one, it was a mandatory requirement. So a master's or any other level.
Now, the first one and the second one, what did they say? Did they say a second degree, or did they say a senior degree would be an added advantage, or did they say a master's degree would be an added advantage?
They said yes, the postgrad would be an added advantage.
Or a postgraduate degree?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which could mean it could be an honors or
yes,
LLB
yes.
or whatever. Okay. And then the third one.
Yeah, the third one was the one that was prescriptive in terms of making it mandatory, not an added advantage.
Did it say postgraduate degree or did it say a master's degree?
I can't recall, Chairperson, whether it's postgraduate or master, but I think it was master's.
Do we have the all the adverts here by any chance?
No, Chair, we don't
don't.
have it presently.
Okay.
And I'm just passing a note to my
Yeah.
investigators to check.
I think it will be important to get all three of those advertisements. But you are saying that in the third advert, the possession of, and you can't remember whether it said a senior degree or second degree or postgraduate qualification or a master's was compulsory, or are you able to remember whether it said a master's?
It had a postgraduate, and I think there was also a master's. The postgraduate or a master's was a mandate. It was mandatory compared to the previous one, but the word postgraduate was there.
So is your evidence therefore the following? I just want to make sure I get this clearly. It's just a pity we don't have the adverts, but I'm sure we will get them. Yes. That whereas the first and second adverts said a postgraduate qualification or degree would be an added advantage, the third advert said one of two things, and you can't remember which one. Either it said a postgraduate degree is compulsory, or it said a master's degree is compulsory.
Yes, Chairperson.
You just can't remember which one it said.
I can't remember which one was. Yes, yeah.
And then, because on your LLB you had one course outstanding, you then didn't meet the requirements.
Yes, Chairperson.
And that's why you decided to withdraw. Okay, all right. Mr. Slave.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mokholo, in the first time around when you were told that the DPSA requirements have not been met, were you told in what respect?
No, the Chairperson, as I said, it just said the advert did not meet the standard of the DPSA. but it will be reissued, and all the candidates that had previously applied, they can still apply. And indeed, in the advert, it said that you can still apply even if you were you had applied before.
What we will need, Mr. Sleka, if this hasn't been done already,
Yes, Chair.
we need to obtain all the 3 adverts, number 1. Number 2, we need to obtain the public service prescripts relating to the position of DG.
Yes, Chair.
I do recall that in the Department of Labor, somebody was appointed as DG, even though he didn't have a degree. And there was a query, and this is something that has been here in the commission, a query, because it was said in terms of the public service, the minimum requirements for the position of DG is that at least you should have a bachelor's degree. Now, I want to know also, so to the extent that the advert may have said candidates should have a master's degree, I think that would be very strange. I would like to have that compared with other government departments, whether it was a requirement for DGs in other government departments,
Yes.
or whether this department specifically decided that for this position, they wanted somebody with a master's degree. So we'll need to have that comparison.
Yes, Chair.
But I must also ask Ms. Mokholo, Mr. Matona, that is now the previous DG, do you know whether when he was appointed as DG, he had a master's degree?
Chairperson, maybe we need to explain how.
Or rather, I should be saying whether holding a master's degree was a requirement.
Yes, Chair. Mr. Matona's case was slightly different because his appointment into the department was a lateral transfer from the Department of Trade and Industry then. So he was already a DG in another department. So the Public Service Act and regulations, they do allow that you can transfer laterally. So he transferred laterally to the department. But I do know that he does, I'm not sure of his qualification in terms of masters, but I know.
Yeah, anyway, we've got his affidavit and CV, but that might not tell us what
Yes.
the requirements for the position was when he got appointed or transferred. But I would have thought also that to the extent that different departments might have different minimum requirements for the position of DG, I would imagine that you can transfer somebody from one department who meets the requirements of that department into a position in another department which has got different requirements. You can't just transfer. They would have to meet the requirements for the position to which they are transferred.
Correct, Chairperson. Is the same as transferring a DDG to another department. I transferred from the Department of Public Enterprises as a DDG, meeting the requirements of a DDG.
Yes,
So
yeah.
it will
yeah.
still be the same principle.
Okay, all right. even after the third advert, you never got to know who the other candidates were for the position.
No, Chairperson, I only got to know the successful candidate.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Did you have any conversation with the Minister, Minister Lynn Brown, during this time of your application for this position?
Not during the process, as I said, that it was also to delineate, and because it would have created conflict. But it was before, when I was still acting, when she indicated that she would want to fill the position. Then we did have a conversation.
Okay, so the third time around, the advert is issued. It requires a master's or post-grad, you can't recall. Can you recall what was the end result in the third time around?
So yes, I withdrew from the position, but then also indicated to the.
You mean you withdrew from the application?
From the application, yes, but still retained the acting. So on the basis of, after the advert, the minister indicated to me that she realized, she was informed later that I have withdrawn. And then I explained that.
Please look this side.
No,
Yes.
my apologies, Chairperson. Yes, she said she learned after the closing date that I withdrew my application. I indicated that, but I would like to still remain as acting, so that I can prepare the handover and for the coming DG. And this conversation we were having in light when Minister was indicating to me that she would like to rotate the acting within the department to bring another colleague to act. So I indicated that given the fact that the minister intends to fill the position as early as November, December, there's no point to bring somebody to step in for a month or two. I might as well continue so that it gives me enough time, because I'm no longer in the race, but I'm still acting, give me enough time to prepare handover report for the incoming DG. Other than I prepare report and then somebody else acts for 2 months, they still have to prepare another report. Or the new DG can have 2 handover reports. So that's the conversation that I had then, the minister.
Yes, but can you tell the chairperson what was the outcome of the third process to look for a person to fill the DG's position?
Yes, we were informed through the news flash that the recruitment process has been completed, and there's a new DG that will be joining the department as of the 1st of December, Mr. Richard Mokholo.
What did the minister say when you suggested that there shouldn't be another acting appointment in the position of DG for 1 or 2 months before the new DG came in, that you should continue so that you could properly prepare a handover report?
She indicated that she understood my reasons, but she still felt that rotation to another DDG would serve the department good. And there were many challenges that the department was facing. I was under pressure in terms of work, and therefore she still believes that there must be somebody else that can take over.
Okay. And then indeed, she appointed somebody else?
Yes, she appointed another colleague, DDG, to act for those 2 months.
For October and November 2015?
Yes, the intent, because the process was so advanced, the intent was just that the colleague, the DDG colleague, would just act for a month. Hence the letter that was sent, because we normally send the letters to all the other departments. We also sent letters to the state-owned companies within the portfolio to inform them that there would be an acting DG. similar when I was appointed. The cluster was informed, the SOEs were informed. So in this case as well, Minister had to inform them that there would be another DDG that will be acting. So that letter was only for a month. He said the DDG would act as acting for the month of October. My understanding was that the intent was that the process was so advanced that the new DG could even start in November. But I think in the process of going to cabinet and dealing with other matters, it could not be November. Hence, the DDG colleague acted for 2 months. It was October and November, and then the new DG started the 1st of December.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the person who is appointed to act in this position you've been acting is another colleague of yours within your office,
Yes,
within the department.
within the department.
So the suggestion that you remain acting until the next person formally appointed was not taken.
Yes, the minister did not oblige me on the request, and then we agreed that I'll start working on my handover report.
So then there's an acting person again for 2 months, you say, and we have put your evidence to the other parties that Mr. Seleke then gets to be appointed as the DG with effect from 1 December 2015.
Correct, Chairperson.
I think you had also, when does he get to be introduced to you after his appointment?
So,
When I say you, I mean the officials in the department.
yes, he joined on the 1st, and on that first week, he only met with the executive committee in the department, the EXCO, just to introduce himself to EXCO. Then he was formally introduced by the minister to the entire department mid-December. It was at the year-end function of the department, which was held at the Dinel. So that's when minister, it was just before the 16th of December, because normally by then most people, they go and leave. So in terms of the calendar of activity, it was agreed that the introduction of the DG to the entire department must happen before the mid-December. So he was introduced to the department around that, between the 15th and the 14th or so of December at the year-end function.
This is December 2015.
December 2015.
Do you know whether Mr. Seleke had a master's degree? If you don't know, you don't know.
Yes,
Whether
at
you know.
the year-end function, Minister did allude to that when she read a short bio of the DG and then indicated that he's also a seasoned senior official in the department in position of a master's degree. And
I'm sorry, you swallowed your words towards the end of your last sentence. Just repeat that answer, please, and face this side. Don't know whether you need to bring the mic a little closer to you, or you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying that the minister, when she introduced the DG, she read a short bio of the DG and indicated that indeed he was in possession of a master's degree and is also a seasoned public official who has been also a DG at the provincial level.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ma'am Mokholo, the Commission has heard evidence in regard to an email address of infoportal1@zoho.com. And at the initial stages of those who testified before the Commission, the version was that email address belongs to Mr. Richard Seleke, and some emails had been exchanged with that email address prior to December 2015. And yet it was said to be his email address as a DG at the department, at your department, DPS, DP?
DPE.
DPE. Do you have any comment on that?
Chairperson, the email address at the department, there's a specific the email that is used for a DG. So the DG would have, for example, I would have an email as the DG Matsietsi Mokholo at dpe.gov.za. But there would be an additional email address that can be used to send correspondence to the DG. And it's managed by the DG's office. And it's definitely not the info portal or the Zoho. That email is dg@dpe. So that would be the email address that would be used.
Of course, you're talking about an official email address. You're not talking about a personal email address that might belong to a partner DG.
Yes. Then there would also, all the DGs happened with Mr. Matuna, with myself as well, and even with Mr. Selek, there would be private emails. Because sometimes our server is down, we need to communicate with the minister 24/7 literally. So even at home, you need to be able to have, so we would be allowed personal addresses that we would apply permission with the IT department of the department that we can use. As I say, Mr. Matuna had one, Mr. Silike had one, but it was not that info portal Zoho. Mr. Silike actually used a different private email.
Did you say that you would need to apply to somebody in the department to have for permission to use your personal email address for work purposes?
Yes, Chairperson, for security reasons. So I would, for my private email, the iCloud email that I would use, I needed to get permission from the IT to say so that it can be loaded, because it would be private, but I would still receive work-related information.
Yes.
So it is a requirement. At least our IT informed us it is a requirement, and it's something that CETA encourages. I know even in the presidency that I had to get that request through our IT, that my private iCloud email address can be used for official business in the event my email is down or for other reasons.
Was it the policy of the Department of Public Enterprises that for any employee or official of the Department of Public Enterprises to use his or her personal or private email address for work purposes, they would need to apply to the IT department or whatever, or section. They couldn't just use their private email addresses for work purposes without that arrangement having been made with the IT section.
Yes, Chairperson, you would have to inform
Yes.
IT, because remember they have to load it
Yes.
for you, so you would have to inform
Yes.
the IT. You would not just use it. Then I specifically remember, because there was a form, at least that I was given. You just complete and you indicate, and then you give the reason. The same as I'm saying if I'm to correlate that with what happens currently in the presidency, is the same thing, that you even apply for what we call remote access, because you are outside the server, so you need to be brought in, because you'll be receiving information that relates to the department. So there's a form that you just complete, and then you apply for this person to be given that kind of a remote access.
Was this policy a written policy, or it was not written but was known? In other words, is there a document that one could find which had this policy?
I think, Chairperson, it was more of a standard operating procedure. It's something that we knew that even when you are a new employee, when you receive those forms, you would be told that if you were to use a private, what would be the rules and norms if you use your private email. So it will not be prohibited, but you will be told what would be the steps to be followed if you want to use a private email. Definitely, it was something that it's known. Yeah.
Are you, in other words, saying you don't know if it was a written policy or a written rule, but you know that it was known that this was what was expected?
Yeah, Chairperson, I would not say there is a document that is written specifically with ABCD law, but you would know that if you join the department, you are given the department email address, and then you would indicate that is it possible for me to use my a private email, and then you'll be told what are the conditions and circumstances under which that could happen. And that also applied even to tools like iPad. There was a process in which you would not just put everything on your iPad that is work related. So I had to take my iPad in and request that this is my private email bought by my own money, but I use it for work. So and then can it be used? And then because then there's a serial, they would ask you for a number or the serial number of the iPad or something like so. So there were those kind of the practices that we would know.
What was your understanding at the time of how well known this requirement was among employees and officials of the department?
If I'm to use the level of this SMS level from, let's say, director, chief director, the DDG and DG, I would say it was well known because most of us use gadgets. There's even colleagues who received emails, official emails on their phones, and you needed to go to IT. It needs to for them to put your email. It could be a DPE email, but on your phone. There was a procedure for that as well. So it was not something that you just do, and IT would have to be brought in, and for them to do that, you would sign some forms. When I was doing the exit from DPE, there was a form that I was given where when you hand over your access card, and they would ask you if you were using external email addresses, were you on the network of the department, the server and everything. So I would say if from director, chief director, DDG, DG, it was a well-known because we use smartphones most of the time for work-related purposes.
With regard to people at secretary level or PAs, what's your thinking? You think it might have been less known among them or not?
It will be different for those, for example, that would work in my office. When I was the acting DG, they would know that when they send an email, especially if after hours or sometimes it's during the day, but because we are inundated with meetings, they would then copy my iCloud, and then they would send them even a message, WhatsApp, please check urgent email, and it's also copied on your iCloud, so that even if I leave Eskom's meeting very late, I don't have to come to the office, I go straight home, I can still access that email. So the PA's office managers that worked with SMS members, they would also know, because they would know, they would have access to those emails, our emails. We'll give them our private emails so that they would know where to send. The office of the minister, they would have my private email so that if there's something urgent that they needed to bring to my attention, and where there's holidays, and then they know where to get hold of me, they can always send.
A PA to the minister, who you would expect her to have known such or not?
Definitely, Chairperson, yes.
She would have known that requirement. Okay, all right.
And what about the DG and the DDG? Would they know each other's private email addresses?
Yes, yes, Chairperson, as I indicated, I knew Mr. Madona's private email. I know Mr. Silike's private email, because I would send things after hours, that matters that are urgent, and then I would also send them WhatsApps to say, please check your email, there's an urgent matter, so I would know their private emails.
Do you know that it was info portal 1 at Zoho?
It was not.
It was not that email address. Do you know where Mr. Sileke came from prior to his appointment at DPE? Where was he employed, in other words, before coming there?
Before coming as a DG?
Yes, as a DG at DPE.
Employment, I know he was a board member at the point at Transnet, because he was part of the batch that we appointed in December 2014 when we did the Transnet and the Eskom board appointment.
At Transnet 2014. I see. Well, tell the chairperson if there is a protocol, because you see the evidence that was presented in regard to this info portal email dealt with the chairperson of the board at Eskom interacting directly, if you're listening to his evidence, interacting directly with the DG. You could tell the chairperson, during your acting stint, how did you interact with the SOEs? How did you interact with let me say SOEs, whether at board level or executive level? What was the chain of interaction between the two entities?
So, Chairperson, we had DP in the main, because it's a department that had, unlike other departments that would also have a policy role, a regulatory role, we only had one mandate of a shareholder function. So we are not like Department of Transport that will also have regulators, that will also have the function of developing policy. Ours was a shareholder management function. So we had over the years tried to perfect that, because we were pitching the department as going to be the center of excellence when it comes to shareholder management. So we had what we call a communication protocol between the department and its SOEs. The chairperson corresponds and interacts in the main with the minister, because the minister is the executive authority, and then the chairperson of the board is the head of what is called the accounting authority, which is the board. So then the communication would be between minister and the chairperson. On exceptional cases, then the minister can give you an instruction to call the chairperson. But I would not write to the chairperson. Letters are to be prepared. It's the minister that will sign off on those letters. And then as the DG will interact with the CEO. And the rest of us, the DDGs, will communicate with the executives or prescribed officers within the SOEs. It is a protocol that finds itself in a way partly from the PFMA, but we had to perfect it because the PFMA was not dealing with the shareholder issues in the main. It was more financial management issues. So we perfected that as a tool in the department. And we will communicate that through when we do board inductions, we would indicate there was always 2 slides that we would put in there that deals with the delineation of roles between the minister, even minister step-in rights, intervention rights, vis-a-vis the board, and then how the board must interact with the executive so that the board does not become an executive board, and management as well. So there was that protocol in terms of communication between the minister and the chair, the CEO and the DG and the other executives with the other officials as well.
Yes. So the chairperson of the board, according to the communication protocol, will interact directly with the minister.
Yes, Chairperson.
All right? That's the chairperson of the board. The CEO of the SOEs would then be engaging directly with the DGs, the DG.
Yes.
Yeah, just speak for the chairperson to hear.
Yes, yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. And at DDG level, you will deal with other executives.
Yes, at the DG level, you'll deal with what would be your prescribed officers, because the CEO and the CFO are ex-officio members of the board. So in most cases, those are the ones that would deal with if they don't deal with the DG, or at times they would be dealing with the minister through specific meetings. But then at our level, we'll deal with other. Only in exceptional cases, as I indicated, that the minister can request that Matsi call the chairperson, but it was not really a norm. It's always the minister that communicates with the chairperson.
Yes, but also in this case, what we have is that the chairperson would say, I am communicating directly with the DG. Would that be the norm?
It would not be a norm, Chairperson. It would have to be under exceptional circumstances and cases, as I indicated. One of the forums that we used to also ensure this communication protocol, we established what we call the Chairperson's Forum. In those Chairperson's Forum, they will be led by the ministers, but it will be the chairperson of each SOE and their CEO. And in those meetings, it will be to encourage those kind of protocols as well. One of the reasons why we wanted to do this was also to address the concern that was coming from a lot of CEOs, where they felt that the chairpersons were also becoming too executive. And also the concerns that sometimes the ministers, the other chairpersons will complain that the ministers are becoming executive. Minister communicates directly with the CEO, and the CEO does not feed back to the chairperson. Therefore, the chairperson is not aware of things that are happening. So we wanted then to try to correct that and craft this communication through the Chairperson's Forum, and then we will encourage this kind of a protocol.
Yeah. During your acting.
I think we must take the tea adjournment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take the tea adjournment. It's 11:15. We'll resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Adjourn.
concluding contracts with them, and asked for your view in regard to the awarding of those contracts?
No, Chairperson.
Did you have to deal with them in regard to which newspaper houses, Sunday Times or City Press, you name them, that they could deal with or not deal with?
No, Chairperson, no.
And that is the position to the end of your acting as the acting DG?
Yes, for the whole 12 months, no. Yeah.
In the beginning of 2015, February 2015, and we have put this, we've heard from Mr. Tsotsi that you made a telephone call to him. You made a telephone call on the eve of a meeting that the board of Eskom had to have on the 26th of February 2015. Could you, in a nutshell, just relate to the chairperson, how did that call come about?
Thank you, Chairperson. So,
I'm sorry. Before you proceed,
The noise again.
Mr. Selega, I suspect that your junior took the opportunity during the tea break to make representations to these technicians.
I think they acted
But is it still fine? Is it tolerable? If they can, okay, all right. But do say when it's too much for you. Okay, all right.
She never feels the heat, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Mokholo, you can continue. I interrupted you while you were giving evidence.
thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, so as the DG or as the acting DG, it's a norm, especially when Parliament is in session, that you would work between two offices. You would work between the Cape Town office and we would work within the Pretoria office. On this occasion, it was around the 25th of Feb 2015. I was in Cape Town working from our plane office in Cape Town. And when I'm in Cape Town, I intend to work until late in the office because then there's no family to rush home to. So I'd rather spend more time in the office. So I had left the office late that evening, and the minister, I remember the minister was traveling out of the country. I think it was with Dinel. I can't remember the exact country they were traveling to, but it was for an air show. So I remember that vividly because during that time I would also, make mental note and also notes of things that I would have to keep a record of, so that when on minister's return I can be able to provide update on events that took place in her absence. As I say in my affidavit, I had returned to the hotel where I was staying at this Strand Hotel, and it was around 8, so after 8. Then I received a call. It was from a landline number 021. And again, I remember vividly that because I received it on my mobile, and my first reaction was probably there's something that I have forgotten in the office, or I did not log properly because I left the office late, or something that the security in the office, they wanted to bring to my attention. So when I answered the call, there was a male voice on the other line, on the other side of the line, which greeted me, and then they wanted to confirm my details, whether they're speaking to me as the acting DG in the department. And then I confirmed those, and then they asked me to hold on for the...
I'm sorry. Just repeat exactly, as far as you can recall, what the voice on the other end of the line said. Did it say something? Is it Miss Mokholo or whatever? Just say exactly what the other person said and what you said in response. I want the content of that conversation
Okay.
as it happened, as far as you can remember.
Yes, Chairperson, as I indicated, it was a male voice, and they asked, are you Matsietsi Mokholo? To which I responded in the affirmative, yes, the acting DG in DPE, and I said yes. Then the person, I can't recall whether they gave me their name, and then they said, please hold on for the president. So without thinking, the chairperson, I then said to the caller, which president? And the male did the voice, then replied and said, President Zuma. And then I then said, I apologized, and I said, oh, thank you, and then they put me on hold. Few seconds later, it was the president on the other line, Mr. Zuma. He greeted me in Zulu, so the conversation that I would have with him that I would narrate now was in a combination or a mixture of Zulu and English. But he greeted me in Zulu, Sawubona Ntombazana, which means hello or good evening, young lady. And I said, we exchanged pleasantries with the president. And then he then informed me that I've been trying to get hold of your minister and your deputy minister, but I've not been successful. And I indicated that, yes, Mr. President, the minister is not available, she's traveling. And then the president then said, so you are the acting DG? And I said, yes, Mr. President. Said, so you are in charge. And then he went on then to say, there is a board meeting tomorrow at Eskom, to which then I replied that, Mr. President, I would not be aware of the meeting because we don't normally know the board meetings, and indeed we don't get the calendar of board meetings in the calendar of activities. If I may then explain, Chairperson, that the norm is that at the beginning of the year, every time we do what we call a calendar of activities in the department with the SOEs, so that we can then we can know if they have events that they would want the minister to attend, to do opening remarks or address a particular, so that then at least we can then plan minister's activity. But in that calendar of activities, we don't get board meetings at all. So I indicated that to the president because I wanted to explain that we don't get involved in board meetings, so I would not be aware that there is a board meeting the following day. Then to which the president responded that he was not asking, he was actually informing me that there was a meeting the following day at Eskom. And because he is unable to reach the minister and the deputy minister, and I am the acting DG, he would like me to call the chairperson and ask him to postpone the meeting until the minister is back. So then I said it to the president, I suspect, Mr. President, that the chairperson would want the reasons for this postponement. Then the president said, no, just inform the chairperson that he must postpone the meeting and await further instructions from his shareholder minister. So then that was the end of the call with the president.
Did you say that he was asking you, that is Mr. Zuma, he was asking you to communicate with the chairperson of the Eskom board and ask him to postpone the meeting that was scheduled for the following day? Or was he saying you must do that, but he also was going to speak to the chairperson of the board? Is it both? Or he was asking you to call chairperson of the board and ask him to, I don't know whether you said cancel the meeting or postpone the meeting.
He didn't inform that he was going to call the chairperson himself.
He did not
He
inform
did
you
not
that?
inform me
Oh,
that. He
okay.
told me to place the call. As a matter of fact, as I say that the conversation was in both Zulu and English. On this part, he said, "Cela usihlalo ahlehlise umhlangano."
Oh,
Yes.
okay,
eh,
okay,
and and then that's when I asked.
Yes.
That, but
Okay.
I suspect he's going to ask for the reasons for the postponement.
Yes.
And he said, no, tell him to await further instruction from the minister.
Just repeat that. What did you say when you said the chairperson, I suspect, might ask for reasons?
He says that, no, just inform the chairperson that he must wait for further instructions and reasons from the minister,
From the shareholder
from the
minister?
shareholder minister.
Yes. Okay. Just say in English the Zulu part that you just said, because you know what it means.
Yes.
You said,
He said in English it will mean inform the chairperson that he must postpone the meeting and await further instructions from his shareholder minister.
yes. Well, I don't know if this might be important. On the Zulu version, I think you say he used that you must ela, that you, which would be you must ask the chairperson. But I don't know whether on the English version you are saying he asked you to inform the chairperson to cancel the meeting. Obviously, well, I don't know whether isiZulu is your, or how well you know it. Whether it was your understanding of what he said in Zulu, that he was saying you must inform the chairperson to cancel the meeting or postpone the meeting, or whether your understanding was that he was asking you to ask the chairperson to postpone the meeting.
Chair, it was clear that he was saying inform him in a sense that the meeting should not proceed.
Yes.
Yeah, the meeting should not proceed.
Yes.
Because if he was able to locate the minister, that's what he would, minister would have been informed as well.
Yes.
So it
Yes.
was, my understanding was that it was really an instruction to say,
Yes.
to tell, or inform the chairperson.
Yeah.
Not that the meeting should not proceed, but await further reasons from the
Yes.
instructions from the shareholder.
Yes. It may be that the Zulu part that you said he used, it may be that that part in isiZulu meant he was asking you to ask the chairperson to postpone. It may be that in the end it might make no difference at a practical level, whether it was a request or an instruction. But to the extent that there might be some significance in whether he was giving an instruction that the meeting be postponed or it was a request, there might be those differences. But the long and short of it is whether it was an instruction or a request, the idea was that the meeting, the chairperson should postpone or cancel the meeting. Was it cancel or postpone?
It was postponed because the conversation in me, a particular chairperson asking for the reasons, was that I suspected the chairperson would want reasons for the postponement.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
In any event, he was saying until further instructions from the shareholder minister.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So we have heard Mr. Tsotsi's evidence that you did call him. You did convey the message of the president to him. Can you recall what you said to him? Maybe, is it something the same along the lines you have just explained to the chairperson? If it is, then we don't have to traverse it again.
But I think it is important, Chairperson, maybe to explain that I did not, and it links to what the Chairperson was asking, whether the President then informed me or told me that he would be also going to call Mr. Esotsi. Immediately after that, I did not call the Chairperson immediately. And first thing that I did, I tried calling the minister. Understanding that, our understanding was that even if she's out traveling abroad, but if there are emergencies, I can always get in touch with her. She did not pick up, and then I followed by a text message. She did not respond. So there was a time lapse between when I received the call and before I placed the call to the chairperson. But I also thought of, because the president in the conversation indicated that he also tried the deputy minister. So I was mulling in my head whether I should also give the deputy minister a call. But I thought that was going to be an exercise in futility. And the reason is that in the department, we had a delegations of authority between the minister and the deputy minister. In the 7 SOEs that are within the portfolio of DPE, the minister had delegated the responsibility of the 3 SOEs to the deputy minister. And those SOEs was Alexco, Dinel, and Safcol. So I thought of, even if I give the chairperson, I give the deputy minister a call, he's not going to assist much because his delegation do not extend it to Eskom-related matters. Although those delegations, they are limited in nature because they don't absolve minister from the full accountability in those SOEs that are delegated, because there will still be matters like your PFMA applications that would require the executive authority being the minister. But in this one, in my head, I was trying to think whether should I give the chairperson, the deputy minister a call to check with him if I should place, and how I should approach this call to the chairperson. Why I was reluctant about the call directly again to the chairperson was just at the beginning of that month, Feb, we had just done an induction to the board as the department. So Eskom will do its induction as an SOE to the new board, and we will do our own induction as the department. In our induction, that slide I referred to earlier on, that talks about the delineation, we had made it very clear that there's a step-in right, matters that the minister can step into, but they have triggers. So in my head, I was trying to think, if I'm going to call this chairperson that I have just inducted a few weeks ago and breach this governance gap myself, and I was already thinking the conversation I'm going to have with Mr. Zoti. So that's why there was a time lag. I did not call the chairperson immediately, and I did not even call.
But of course, even in terms of your own induction to the board, you didn't have to worry about that, because that induction also said that the interaction should be between the chairperson and the minister. It was a general rule to which there were exceptions.
Yes.
So you didn't have to worry about that. And this was an exception, the minister was not there.
The concern was going to be in relating to the message itself, that the meeting should not take place. Because this is a board meeting. It is not a shareholder, it was not like a shareholder intervention matter that would have...
To the extent that you were concerned about the content of the message, that I understand. I was simply saying, I don't understand why you would have been concerned about you giving the chairperson a call in the context of the induction, where you told the board members that the minister communicates with the chairperson and the DG communicates with the CEO and so on. Because it was accepted that there can be exceptional circumstances where something different happens.
Yes, indeed, Chairperson. It was more in the messaging of the message that I'm conveying.
Yes,
It is against those governance that we had said to them, that because that was the board. It is a board meeting. It had nothing to do with the meeting of the department. It was something that was within the purview of the board.
Yes.
So that's the dilemma that I had, and hence I wanted to have a conversation. I was hoping that if I was successful to get hold of the minister, it will be the conversation I would have with the minister, so that then the minister can then be able, if I was successful to get hold of her, the minister can then impress upon the president the difficulty of the shareholder telling the board to postpone a board meeting. How it then puts us against our own
Yes, in
prescription.
terms of governance.
Yes.
Okay, but ultimately you called the chairperson.
Yes, I called the chairperson, and then I indicated to the chairperson. We exchanged the greetings as well, and I referred to him in Venek and Sotho to say Mudula Stulo, meaning the chairperson. That's how I always referred to him. And I indicated to him that I'm aware that you have a meeting tomorrow. And then the chairperson indicated yes. And then I said to him, can you please move your meeting? And then the chairperson said, his response was immediate to me that no. And then he asked, why, Matsi? I indicated that the minister will call and will give you reasons, but the chairperson was very persistent in wanting the reasons. He actually stated to me that, Matsi, remember, this meeting has already been scheduled over a period of time with all the board members, and some of these board members, they are coming out of the province, not from Gauteng, all of them. So people are already here. As I said, it was in the evening. And then I indicated to the chairperson that, at the end, because he was adamant, he wanted to understand why, and he must move or postpone the meeting. Then I said to him, chairperson, this is very difficult. The president has requested that the meeting be postponed. And then that was the end of the call with Mr. Tsotsi.
So, is it fair to say you didn't want to tell him that the president had anything to do with this request unless you were pushed to a corner?
Yes, that is a fair statement. Actually, I do state in my affidavit that my intent was not to mention that the president had requested.
But ultimately you told him that
Yes.
the president, did you say the president had called you and this request was coming from him?
It was coming from him, but the president indicated that minister will provide the reasons.
The reasons.
I did inform Mr. Tsotsi that the president indicated that the meeting be postponed, but minister will provide the reasons.
And, once we had told the chairperson that it's the president who had called to make this request, what was his response?
He just said okay, and then we ended
and that's
the
how
call.
the conversation ended.
It ended.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Did you have the opportunity to tell the minister about that call from the president and what you conveyed to Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, a chairperson, as I indicated earlier on, that it is a norm that when minister returns, then I would do a report, a feedback of some sort of matters that would have transpired during her absence. So indeed, I had an opportunity. Again, we were in our Cape Town office. I then briefed the minister. The first issue on the item on my list of issues to discuss with her was this call from the president. And I informed the minister that I had received this call, and the president had requested that the meeting be postponed, and I also told Minister what I have done, and I had a brief conversation with the Minister, same governance, that to say, Minister, even sent it, they tried to call you, I even sent the message, and I was even saying to her how I was sweating because it was my first time receiving a call from the president, so I wanted to make sure that I do the right thing. And then the minister engaged on the other matters that were on the report, but on the issue of the call, she just said, she shrugged and just said, "Ish, Matsi," and we didn't have a conversation about that again.
Just repeat that, Ms. Mokholo. What was the minister's reaction? What did the minister say?
She just shrugged and said, "Ish, Matsi," and we didn't have a conversation. And so I would not know even whether she had the reasons from the president, whether she had a conversation with the chairperson, and that's where we left the conversation with her.
But I don't hear a certain part of what you're saying. Did she say you should not have had that conversation with the president, or did she say the two of you, that is yourself and the minister, didn't have this conversation about the president having called?
I reported, but her response was, "Eish, Mazi." And then we didn't have any other conversation. It was not like, so what transpired after, Minister, did you speak to the chairperson? Did you speak to the president? And so I would be lying out if I say chairperson, there was a conversation. We didn't. She just said.
What was your understanding of what her attitude was towards the fact that the president had called and asked that the board meeting be postponed? What was your understanding of what her attitude was to this development?
This led me to believe that, in my mind, that either she knew what had transpired in her absence, or that she had already had that conversation either with the chairperson or with the president.
You didn't get the impression that she was wishing this development had not happened?
What it was very clear was that it was not a conversation that she was going to have with me.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, all right. That's fair enough. So you had a difficult time when the president called and made this request, and you had a difficult time when you had to report to the minister about this call?
Yes, Chair, and I had a difficult time, a period subsequent to that. And maybe at the end, Chairperson, I would like to make a few remarks, because it has been a call that I've been asked in so many quarters to explain.
About that call?
Yes.
Is that so? Okay,
and,
all right. Well, if you choose to say something about that and other matters at the end, that's fine. But you may continue, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mokholo, how long after, from a day's time point of view, your call with the president, did you have this opportunity to report to the minister?
Immediately on her return from the trip, which was a few days.
A few days
A
after.
few days after, yes.
Yes.
Of course, did you hear either on the 26th or after that the board meeting was postponed?
Yes, subsequently I learned that,
okay.
and I subsequently learned that the president called the chairperson, because even in my conversation, the chairperson did not mention that he had already received the call from the president. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And we understand from the evidence already presented to the Commission that the board had a meeting on the 9th of March after the meeting of the 26th had been cancelled or postponed. And it had this meeting as a reaction to the meetings Mr. Tsotsi had with the president and others at the president's residence in Durban, official residence in Durban. So the meeting of the 9th take place, and the board is told about what the president has asked Mr. Tsotsi to do and the board itself to do. That meeting was short-lived because no decisions were made and the board wanted to meet with the minister. They were able to secure a meeting with the minister 2 days later, on the 11th of March, 2015. The minister did attend the meeting of the board. You have indicated or stated in your affidavit that you attended with the minister. Could you explain to the chairperson how you got invited to that meeting?
So, Chairperson, I was contacted by Ms. Kim Davids, who was the minister's personal assistant, because I received the call directly from the minister requesting me to attend the meeting at Eskom with her. So I then contacted Ms. Davids to establish the purpose of the meeting, because normally there would be an agenda for the meeting. And also because I always wanted to go into this meeting prepared and to know what is going to be discussed, because normally when you attend a meeting with the minister, you're also there, not only as an aid to her, but also to provide a support and advice on matters. So I just wanted to know what was going to be discussed. So Ms. Davids informed me that the meeting was going to be with the board subcommittee of the people and governance. And so they are going to give some report to the minister. And I then proceeded then to attend the meeting with the minister the following day.
So just to understand, you are told that this meeting that is going to take place on the 11th of March 2015 is going to be with the subcommittee, the board subcommittee, not the board.
Not the full board.
They don't say to you it's the board.
Yes, no.
Okay, proceed.
And I think, Chairperson, it is important that why if it is the subcommittee of the board, similar to that protocol I spoke about, that the minister will always interact with the chairperson, and if there are matters that the report is going to be made, the chairperson can bring 1 or 2 board members. For example, if we are going to discuss issues that relate to the finances, it could be the chairperson of the audit or audit and risk committee. So there would be those. So I was not really surprised when it was the meeting of when Ms. David said it's the meeting of the PNG, because we do meet with the subcommittees of the board when they give reports on the activities of the committees.
So are you saying those meetings will include the minister? If you're meeting with a subcommittee, it will include the minister?
Yes, there would be meetings where the minister can be invited. For example, as I'm saying, there would be a meeting of the Audit and Risk Committee. They wanted to give a report. We receive annual quarterly reports, so maybe they want to give quarterly report on the work of the Audit and Risk Committee. Then those meetings, they can happen. So the chairperson can bring other members of the committees of the board. But
please remember to face to the chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah, just carry on. I think I'll ask you other questions as we go along. You are informed about this meeting, so you are invited to it. You're told by Kim Davis, is that the minister's PA?
PA, yes.
Okay. Is she telling you on the day of the meeting or the day before?
The evening when I called, immediately after receiving the call, when I asked her, is the documentation, is the agenda, is there something that I can read to prepare for the meeting? And then she indicates that, no, it's the meeting with the PNG committee.
Okay, so you're communicating with her the evening before?
Yes.
Take us to the day you go to the next day you go to the meeting?
Yes, so they.
Do you go with the minister or you meet with the minister at Eskom?
I drove, we drove separately. We met at Eskom.
Was the minister expecting you from your observation of her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Take us into the meeting.
Okay, so we get to Eskom, we are ushered to the boardroom, and then I notice as we enter that it's the full board that is present, not only the members of the PNG, including the executives. In this case, it was Mr. Matona and Ms. Solofelo Molefe as the ex-official members of the board. And so then we entered the boardroom, then I sat next to the minister, and then the minister began, actually, we were sitting to address the meeting that there are bugs in the room, and that the boardroom should be swept before the meeting could begin. In this case, she was referring to that there could be surveillance devices, which would then allow other parties access to what is being discussed and what is transpiring at the meeting. So the minister was assured, I can't recall exactly who, I think whether it was the CEO or assured the minister that no, the room was clear and there were no bugs. And then we proceeded, Eskom proceeded by then to, in the standard norm, to call one of the executives to do the safety drill, an evacuation procedure, and they did that, and then the meeting began.
We understand from the evidence that prior to the minister and the board dealing with the issues for which the minister was called, that the executives were excused. Do you recall anything?
Yes, so, Chairperson, so firstly, maybe at the beginning, the minister started by talking to a few issues of the war room and the challenges that we're facing the war room at that point in time. Because I was also a member of the Eskom war room. Actually, I was the convener of the Eskom war room on behalf of the department, working together with the presidency. And so some of the issues that were then being discussed related to the issue of switching off the non-pay municipalities that were not servicing their Eskom account, the issues of the directors' liabilities. There was issues relating to the mishandling of load shedding by Eskom and its executive, and the sabotaging of Eskom power stations. So there were a lot of matters that we were sitting that the minister started addressing also from her own speaking notes. So then I realized that these were really operational issues, if I may say that.
Sorry, Ms. Mokholo. Just before that, I was asking the question, we've heard from the evidence that before the minister and the board discussed the issues for which the minister was called for, that the executives were excused. Can you recall whether that took place?
Not immediately. They were not excused immediately.
Okay.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. Hence, I was saying there were a lot of operational matters. Minister started first by addressing the war room issues. So we did not shoot straight to have the executives excused. So it's at a later stage that then the executives were asked to be excused, and then Minister proceeded.
Yes. So at what stage? Are you at that stage now or not yet?
It was at the stage, so as the minister was, once minister has engaged on the war room challenges themselves, That's when the executives were asked to be excused.
Okay, can you recall who's asking them to be excused? Or who asked them?
Minister asked that the executives be excused.
So what was further discussed then in their absence?
Then there was the discussion that the executives, there would be a need to do a deep dive into Eskom. And so it may be necessary for the executive to be asked to step aside. And there were a few terms that were used, the chairperson. Stepping aside, take garden leave, suspensions. So it was a mixture of terminologies that were being used. And there was also a discussion around if the executives are to step aside, who would act in their position. And I can't recall exactly at that particular point which board member was talking, but there was a discussion that took place while we were still there with the minister.
Well, was there a clear indication as to the executives that would be required to step aside or be suspended or take this forced leave? Well, in your recollection.
Yeah, no, not the names of the people, but there was a discussion around the challenges that the Eskom was faced with during that time because of load shedding and the fact that there were concerns also coming from the war room that Eskom is not furnishing adequate information, the reliability of that information, and the state of the power stations at that point in time, the issues relating to Eskom finances, and the fact that we had just, as a matter of fact, we were working on a letter that we had received from Eskom indicating that they may be requiring further equity injection. So, but we did not discuss that, the names of the people in particular.
Well, I think that evidence has been established before the chairperson. It's interesting that you say the minister mentioned issues of mishandling of load shedding and sabotaging of power stations. Did you understand what she meant about that?
To the extent that I was part of the war room, I understood that because of load shedding, as there was a view coming from certain quarters that this load shedding could be orchestrated, and so there's a sabotage taking place at Eskom. So it's manufactured, is not as purely by the state of the infrastructure or operational reasons. So to the extent that there had been those kind of discussions previously, I read sabotage to mean something like that.
And she's now communicating with the board about this?
Yes.
And the board is engaging with her on this? Do you recall whether the board, or at least some members of, because most of them are new, at least two have been there before, do you recall whether there's confirmation that, yes, we also suspect there's sabotage, or that we know there is sabotage?
I would not say there was a yes or no, but there was the nodings, and then there was concurrence in terms of some of the other discussions, for example, to say some of the board members indicating that, yes, Minister, we are aware, and there's a credibility issue on us as the board if these matters are not being handled swiftly, and also they themselves with the concerns that some of the board members indicated they are having with the quality of the report that would come from the executives. And Chairperson, maybe it's important also to mention that this meeting came at the back of a war room meeting that we had a few days ago, and Eskom had actually made a presentation in the war room at the IMC, and where the CEO was indicating the plans that they are putting in place, how to deal with load shedding, how to deal with all the finances and all of that. So, in my view, sitting there, I was really of the view that if we in the war room had been made and we had received that presentation, at some point, surely the board should have been also briefed on the same information, because this was the presentation that was made at the AMC level.
Well, you know, now that you've mentioned this, that the meeting came against the backdrop of a meeting you had a few days before of the war room. The minister's version seems to convey in her affidavit, which you have been provided with, seems to convey the impression that on that day, on the 11th of March 2015, she was in fact coming from a war room meeting, which she was unpleasant about. And she had to go to this meeting of Eskom.
It would not have been, Chairperson, on the same day. It would not have been on the 11th. So if you allow me, Chairperson, just maybe to, in few sentences, to explain how the war room worked. The war room was made of 3 layers, if I may say. You had the technical level, which was made of us, the technocrats. Then you had what we called the strategic level, which would be the ministers. So the ministers in this case would be the Minister of Public Enterprises and the Minister of Energy, policy departments that are relevant, National Treasury, and others. Then the third layer would be the Interministerial Committee, which was chaired by the Deputy President. And so what would happen is that at the technical level, we would sit with the Eskom executives to prepare for the 2 tiers, to prepare for the strategic level and the IMC. And then we would then make comments on the Eskom presentation, how it should be strengthened, issues that may come from the ministers as we go to the next level. And then the ministers, once they have been briefed as well, they will make their own comments in preparation now of the IMC, which will be chaired by the Deputy President. So the technical meetings, we held them every Friday morning with no fail, 7 o'clock at the Union Building, every Friday. And then there would be the precursors to the meeting of the ministers, and then the meeting of the ministers would then lead to the meeting of the IMC. The IMC that we had prior to this meeting of the 11th of March was the IMC that we had the week before. I think it was in Cape Town on Tuesday, because I remember it was in Cape Town at the boardroom of the Deputy President there. So it would not have been, Chair, on the same day, the war room.
Yes. Well, you will recall from her affidavit, the minister is saying, Chairperson, just to read from her affidavit, on 11 March 2015, 11 March 2015 was a Wednesday, she says. I had attended another frustrating war room meeting. From there, my team, being the then acting DG of the Department of Public Enterprises and other officials, and I dashed to Eskom board meeting, which was already in progress. That's the acting Director General, that would be you.
Yes, it will be me, Chairperson.
And she says, and other officials. Were there other officials with you in that meeting?
No, the meeting of the 11th.
The meeting on the 11th of March? Yes.
No, I was the only official from the department that attended.
So you are saying there would not have been a war room meeting on that day?
No, Chairperson, there would not have been a war room. The meeting of the 11th was in the morning. So we would not,
Yeah, it would have been around 9 o'clock, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken.
yes. So if we had the war rooms, they would have been at large of that. Yes. And as I said, the request for me to attend the meeting, I received it from the minister the night before about the meeting. So there would not have been a war room. I think probably it's the confusion of the dates.
Yeah.
When reference was made to a meeting of the war room, would that mean all the three layers that you talked about of the war room? In other words, if she said she had been at a war room meeting, would she be talking about all these three layers, the technocrats, the strategic leadership, and the committee that was led by the deputy president? Or could she talk about having been to a war room meeting, even if she was speaking simply about a meeting of those who were at strategic level, namely the ministers?
If there would have been a war room, then it would have been a strategic one. But I would have attended that war room meeting with her. As I said that I was the co-convener of the war room for the department, so.
Yes. If it was a meeting of the whole war room, you would have attended there as well. If it was a meeting of the whole war room, all the three layers, isn't it? You would have been expected to be there as well.
On all the three layers, I would.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it was a meeting only of those who were at strategic level, namely the ministers, would you ordinarily have accompanied the minister to such a meeting or not necessarily?
I would also still be a part of that
You
meeting
would be
because.
part of the.
Yes,
that.
because
Yes.
at the technical level,
Yeah.
it's us who are presenting to the ministers.
She would depend on you for technical support.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the technical team, the entire technical team is us, we are presenting to the ministers
Ministers.
together with Eskom.
Oh.
And then the ministers will take that presentation. If they endorse the contents or if they make edits, then it will go to the next tier. So on
Okay.
both, the first tier minister would not make part of it because it's only us at the technical level, the officials. But at the strategic and the IMC, both meetings I would be.
So is your evidence that since you know that you didn't attend any war room meeting that morning, the minister is probably mistaken about having been to a war room meeting before going to the Eskom board meeting?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Insofar, Ms. Mokholo, you say the minister talked about the issues at the war room and Eskom not furnishing correct information. Are you able to say anything about that? Because you are the co-convener of the war room, you say, at Eskom. You attend, as you have just said, all the meetings of the three tiers of the war room. You would have been at the core of the functionings of the war room. What do you say about that comment?
Yes, Chairpersons, there were areas of concerns and there were times indeed where members of the war room complained about the quality of information that was coming from Eskom. For example, Eskom would indicate that there would be no load shedding, and all of a sudden you are informed that we're going into stage 2, we're going to stage 3. There was a time Eskom would indicate that they have sufficient money for diesel, and in 2 days' time, we receive a letter from Eskom that says we're running out of money. There would be time when Eskom would give assurance that there's still enough supply of coal, and then in a few days' time, you are told that there's issues or challenges relating to coal. So there were incidences and times when, indeed, the information, we would, as members of the war room and even at the technical level, would have concerns about the information. But the essence of the Friday meetings was precisely to deal with those at the technical level, so that we are then able to get the status quo of Eskom, because it was based on the 5-point plan. So we would do a dashboard of looking at the issues precisely so that then we can try to address this whole issue that there's lack of information, and then we can assist the Eskom executives in time prior to going to the strategic meeting and going to the IMC on the issues of information.
Before you and the minister went to the Eskom meeting on the 11th, had the two of you not have any prior meeting to talk about what was going to be discussed at the Eskom meeting?
At this meeting of the 11th?
I'm talking about the meeting of the minister with the board of Eskom on the 11th, on the morning of the 11th of March, 2015. The question is whether prior to the two of you attending that meeting, you had not, the two of you, had a meeting to discuss what was to be discussed at the meeting with the board.
No, Chairperson, we didn't have that the opportunity. As I indicated, I was informed by the minister of the meeting the night before, the 11th, and when I inquired from the PA around what would be the issues to be discussed or the agenda, we were going to receive a report from the PNG. So there was no conversation or an opportunity even to have a conversation with the minister around the meeting of the 11th.
Okay. Let's go to the actual meeting at Eskom between the minister and the board. Evidence has been laid that the minister identified 4 areas or portfolios at Eskom that needed to be subjected to an inquiry. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes, Chairperson, it will be my recollection. I tried to have my handwritten notes also attached to my affidavit because I was trying to take notes as the issues were being discussed.
Yes.
Yes, so...
Have you got your notes? Do you know where they are? They the ones at page 442, black numbers 442?
Yes, Chairperson, that will be those ones.
Oh,
yeah, yes.
okay. What are you saying to the question that I've just asked? Is that your recollection as well, or do you need to look at your notes?
Yes, that will be my recollection as well, and also looking at my notes, Chairperson, because, as I say, it was not a structured meeting from my point of view. It was a meeting that maybe I used in my affidavit the word ambushed, that I went in, so as minister was talking, I was making notes of what was coming, and as the board members were talking, I was making notes. But insofar as the areas, yes, there was the issues that I would say that the evidence that was led, it is correct that minister mentioned those areas in addition to the investigation by the war room, which is the concerns that has now led to this deep dive, and then the issue of the stepping aside of the executives or garden leave or suspensions, and the areas that would need the board would need to pay focus on.
The areas that were to be investigated were 4, is that correct?
Chairperson, in my notes, I wrote a whole lot, so they could be covered. I would not say specifically I was writing
You would not
these
recall.
4 areas,
Yes,
but I was just
okay.
making notes as the minister was making
Yes.
her address. Yes.
Yes. Well, there was evidence that the minister said to the board that she couldn't instruct the board what to do or what decisions to make. And there was evidence before this commission to the effect that although the minister said that it was quite clear, or it was, one could read between the lines that the minister wanted the executives, the relevant executives, to be suspended. Would you say that's a fair understanding of the interaction between the minister and the board on that occasion?
Yes, Chairperson, and in my affidavit, I do allude to that as well to say, hence the words that were used was that the executives, they should take garden leave, they should step aside, should be suspended. So the understanding was that, yes, something must happen during the deep dive, but they should not be there. Whether they step aside and those are the issues that the board would have to deal with, whether they are being suspended or they take a garden leave to allow the deep dive. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Insofar, Ms. Mokholo, as you say that you were attending all the meetings of the war room, whichever level or tier it was, can you recall how often did Minister Lynn Brown attend? The meetings where either the ministers were required to attend or where she was required to attend?
Frequently, Chairperson, the Eskom war room was the main focus of what Cabinet had given the department as a mandate. So, hence the minister was the chairperson of this strategic tier. And then I would be the co-convener together with the presidency, because the meetings were taking place in the presidency, and to give it even impetus, hence the decision was taken that the deputy president would lead the war room and then the IMC. So the minister would attend frequently because it was part of her core function as the shareholder minister responsible for DPE. So she would attend the meetings frequently.
So she was a regular attendee?
Yes.
Would you say that? Or she attended every meeting or some meetings?
Some meetings it will not be, there would be times when she's not able to attend, but it will be on a regular basis. As I say, given the mandate that it was our mandate as the department.
Yeah. Now, looking at the contents of what was being discussed with the minister, which you have said are operational issues of Eskom, is that normally what would the board do? Discuss operational issues with the minister, the shareholder representative?
No, Chairperson. In the meeting, as the meeting proceeded, I listened, and when I realized that indeed some of these issues are matters that actually the board could deliberate on, and then decide and make a proper resolution and a report to the minister. There's no need, you don't need a shareholder when you're discussing that kind of detail. I noted that, and I made a note to the minister also indicating that fact that the issues that are being discussed in this meeting are way too operational. So both of us, myself and her, should not be in the meeting. I made that note twice to the minister to that effect, as a matter of fact, to say, maybe let's excuse ourselves, we need to leave because the issues that are being discussed are way too operational for us. And even the suspension of executives, it's a matter that the board must deal with and then just come to the shareholder, because minister, in a way, does not appoint executives. Ministers' powers of appointment is limited to the ex-officio members of the board, which is the CEO and the CFO. And even in those circumstances, and in the past, even given the other experience, how we dealt with other SOEs, the board would be the one that goes through the process, and then they would pass a resolution, they will table it to the minister, and then minister then can deliberate on. So I did indicate that to the minister in the meeting.
And what was the minister's reaction to you?
The first note that I handed to the minister looked at it, read it, and nodded to me. as I had handed over because she was on the podium. But she continued to proceed and engage with the board on the trajectory of the war room issues. Again, that there must be an investigation or a deep dive into all of those issues, including the affairs of the Eskom and the executives. So as the conversation ensued, I made a second note to the minister, and then, the conversation continued. It was later now, then I raised my hand to request an opportunity to speak as the engagements were going on. And I was afforded that opportunity. Then I addressed the minister and the board. I indicated that I don't think it's proper for us to be sitting and listening to matters that are really operational, that the board must be dealing with, that the board must be seized with. And what the board must do, they must deliberate on their own, make their own report, table it to the minister, and then the minister can then engage us as her officials to say, how do we approach the issues? But there's no way we could be sitting and discussing operational matters. And then at that point, then the minister indicated that Matsi is correct, Matsi is right. The board must deliberate on all the issues that I have raised. However, I would hang around and then wait feedback from the chairperson.
Would it be a fair comment, given the operational nature of the matters that the minister was discussing with the board, as you have said? Would it be fair comment to say, when the minister said that after leaving the board, the meeting, she would hang around, that in effect she was meaning that she would still be around to give guidance or advice in case the board needed to talk to him about some of these issues?
Well, Chair, it would be fair. However, it would be also difficult in a sense that, given the magnitude of the issues, you would want to give that board time to deliberate. And then they must do a proper report to her, because on the basis of what the board is presenting to the minister, then she would be able to act. So when I raised that point in the meeting, I was not expecting that we would get that report on the same day. It was, now that we heard what the board is saying, what minister has put it to the board, they can deliberate, look at all the permutations, make a proper report, and then only then minister can have something in writing that she can say the board deliberated, these were the issues that they looked into, these were the pros and cons of each and every decision that they are taking, and then only on that then she can act. When we left that meeting with the minister, the chairperson walked us out, and we debriefed at the coffee station. Eskom has it's like a holding room of some sort where the guests are received, the minister is received. We went there, myself, the chairperson and the minister, to debrief. Even in that debrief, I indicated that even to the chairperson and the minister, that the minister must get a report. I said, Minister, you need to be given favored with a report from the board. It was only on the basis of a written report. Minister then should be able to say, what were the issues that the board were canvassing, and where do I come in as the shareholder?
But having said all of that, you do say it would be fair comment to say that what I've said.
Yes, I'm saying, Chairperson, it would be fair when you're saying that looking at the magnitude of the issues, but the fact that the minister would sit at Eskom wait for the report itself, that's why I'm saying, for me, it would not be, it does not sound reasonable, because you still have to allow that same board to deliberate.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, it goes back to what your concern was as the meeting was going on, namely that the minister was involving herself in operational issues That was your concern, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why you kept on giving her notes to say, let's leave.
Yes.
And she was not disagreeing with you that you should leave.
Yes.
Because I think you say in your affidavit, she was nodding that these are not the types of issues that you know should be discussed in your presence, in the minister's presence. She should not be participating in that. But obviously, when she said she would hang around for some time, if that hanging around was meant to enable further interaction between herself and the board, it could only have been intended to be an interaction between herself and the board on the issues that had been discussed at the meeting.
Yes.
It couldn't have been something
Yes.
else, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Siller.
Thank you, Chair. And the minister says she will hang around. Tell us what happens. What does the minister do after that? Where do you go after that, as you leave the meeting?
Is after those few minutes debrief.
Or maybe before that, I'm sorry, Mr. Silega.
Yes, Chair.
At the meeting between the minister and the board, when the issue of the suspensions of the executives was discussed, as you say, they used different terms interchangeably, suspension or step aside or special leave. When it was discussed, were names of the affected executives mentioned?
No, not Chairperson.
The names were not
No,
mentioned.
names were not mentioned.
But it was understood that the officials who would need to step aside or to be suspended were the executives who were heads of the particular portfolios that were going to be subjected to an inquiry.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all
Chairperson.
right.
And these were the same people that were part of our team at the technical level.
In the war room.
war room.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So the question was, the minister says, I will hang around to the board, and if you need further discussion, I'm around. What exactly happens as you leave the board meeting? Where do you go?
So I left the holding room. I went back to the office. I left minister at Eskom. At some point, actually, when we were in the holding room, there was whether minister will still stay physically at Eskom or she will go by to the next center around. So, but she would be around. But I left her at Eskom.
So you left the minister at Eskom.
Yes.
So she actually literally hanged around at Eskom.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah.
You are not prepared to do that.
No, Chairperson, there was a lot of work as an acting DG in the office.
Now, Ms. Mokholo, is this also the way the minister was invited to the meeting? You and the minister. Is that the normal way in which the minister would be invited to a board meeting?
No, Chairperson, there's two main types of board meetings that minister would engage with the SOEs on. The first one, obviously, is your annual general meeting. It's a prescribed meeting in terms of the Companies Act. We've covered it in detail in terms of explaining it in the MOIs with all the state-owned companies. And actually, it's a process that is, we choreograph that practice to the T in the department. The second meeting, so the first meeting of the annual general meetings where all the strategic issues now are being discussed, the strategic intent, minister's plan with the SOE for the year, and matters that she would have observed in the year under review, and what the board could do in the new year, or if there's changes of the board, that's where those changes and will be announced. So it's a serious meeting. The second one that is also provided for is a statutory meeting, is the special general meeting. This is to cater for those meetings that are not your annual general meeting, but you could have urgent matters that the board would need to bring to ministers' attention and they cannot wait for the annual general meeting. For example, if the board wanted to, they have concerns relating to one of their own, and they want one of their board members to be removed. That could fall under special general meeting because then there would have to be a process of resolutions and all of that. If there's a serious matter that relates to the conduct of one of the executives, or there's a serious operational matter that has serious implications to the entity and even to government that could not wait for the annual general meeting, then those would fall under the special general meeting. So if it's a special then general meeting, there is a procedure for those. There would be a request coming from through the company secretary if it's the meeting is triggered by the company. If it's triggered by us, it will be us preparing a resolution for the minister to the board, a shareholder resolution calling for a special general meeting. In terms of the Companies Act, then in the special general meeting, you must, in the resolution, give the agenda on the issues that are going to be discussed. So those are the, and then those are the two meetings where minister engages the full board. The other meetings that could happen, minister then will engage, as I indicated earlier on, that there is a matter on a financial matter that the chairperson wants to bring to the attention of the minister. They will bring the CEO and the CFO and maybe one a board member, maybe the chairperson of audit and risk, or the chairperson of social and ethics. So those just will be those kind of meetings that are just being requested. So this particular one on the 11th is very difficult for me. I could not put it as an annual general meeting. It did not meet the requirements. It was not a special general meeting because it was not triggered from my side or from our side as a department, minister wanting to discuss certain things with the board. It was not triggered by the company secretary requesting it through the SGM. So it was one of those meetings.
Thank you.
Mr. Slager.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, and I will move on to the next point. I see that from paragraph 48 of your...
We are at 7 minutes to 1.
Yes, Chair.
I take it that we are at the tail end.
We're nearing the end, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Page 431. Just quickly on that, I will read from the affidavit that you say the PNG committee member, you've corrected the name to be Venita, Ms. Venita Klein, began by giving a report that on the work that was mandated to the subcommittee that there needs to be an investigation around the affairs of Eskom, and she proceeded with details. As discussions were proceeding, I sent the minister a second note which stated we should leave. And so you go into that. So you recall Ms. Venita Klein addressing the meeting about the investigation?
Yes, Chairperson. So before, and hence I said earlier, I was not perturbed when Ms. David said they were meeting the PNG. There were a lot of matters that this committee, they were dealing with around the executives, not only these executives that were in the war room, but other executives or prescribed officers in Eskom that they were dealing with. So there was a lot of contestation among certain executives. So she started also talking about the work of what the people in governance doing around, just cleaning up the governance within Eskom. Yes, yeah.
So just two aspects I want you to address the chairperson on. The one which you deal with in your affidavit is the secondment of Mr. Brown Molefe from Transnet to Eskom, the secondment of Mr. Arnold Singh as well from Transnet to Eskom. Just briefly explain to the chairperson or relate to the chairperson what you know about the secondment firstly of Mr. Brown Molefe and how it came about.
Yes, so Chairperson, I can't remember the exact date, but I know it was around between March 2015 and April 2015. I was requested by the minister to accompany her to a meeting at Eskom. And the meeting was to deal with the secondment of Mr. Molefe.
Did you know that beforehand?
I did not know that beforehand. I learned that on my way to the meeting.
And how did
Sorry,
you
what
know?
did you not know beforehand?
That the meeting at Eskom was going to discuss the secondment.
What it was going to discuss?
Yes. I learned that on my way to the meeting. Actually, the minister is the one that informed me.
The minister is the one who informed you.
Yes.
Were you with the minister in the car, or are you again driving separately?
No, we traveled separately.
You traveled separately.
Yes.
So you say you learned about it on the way, so how did you learn? Did she telephone you?
Yes, Minister telephoned and requested that she is meeting with the chairperson at Eskom. Actually, she's meeting with both chairpersons at Eskom, and then she would like me to accompany her to the meeting. And then on the way, she called to indicate that she's going to be there earlier than me, and the meeting is going to take place at the chairperson's office. And is to discuss the transfer, the secondment of Mr. Molefe to Eskom. We had a brief discussion around because the challenges. He was saying, Mati, Eskom is giving me gray hair, and really I need to sort out the issues. We need leadership in that entity, and so. And then I said, Minister, I would join the meeting.
And who's the chairperson at this time?
It was Dr. Ngumane, was now the acting chairperson at that point.
Of the Eskom board.
Of Eskom board, yes. Yeah.
Let's go into the meeting.
And then in the meeting, we were joined by Mr. Zitembe Koza, who was by then now the acting CEO, as well as the chairperson of Transnet, Ms. Linda Mabaso. And then, of course, it was myself present together with the minister. Mr. Dlamini, who was in the office of the chair at that point, came into the meeting but was not part of the meeting. So there were no formal recordings or minutes being taken. Everybody was taking their own notes.
And what transpired at this meeting about the secondment of Mr. Molefe?
Yes, and then the chairperson, the acting chairperson, Dr. Ngubane, is the one that opened the meeting by indicating that the Eskom, they wanted to check with the minister the feasibility and doability of seconding Mr. Molefe from Transnet to Eskom. And hence both the chairpersons are there. Then minister indicated that the reason she has asked me to join the meeting was not only because I was the acting DG, but also from my role as the DG responsible for legal governance and risk, to be able to advise the board in terms of what are the things that must be looked into if the secondment is to be considered. So, and then in that meeting, Dr. Ngubane indicated that Mr. Molefe is really touted as the ideal candidate because of this is going to be a temporary position while the board is embarking on a selection and the recruitment process for a permanent CEO, because minister had written to the board prior to say they must start looking at the strengthening leadership within the company. Now, the proposal then was supported by the Transnet chairperson, because both chairpersons then agreed that Mr. Molefe was a perfect technocrat for the position, given his stare charm and gravitas in the marketplace, his relationship with the banking sector, his past experience, including having been a senior official at National Treasury, and his role with the PIC. And also the reputation that he has built the Transnet, that within a short space of time, he has been able to build good relationships with Transnet and its other stakeholders. So those were some of the reasons that were put, why him.
Sorry, Ms. Mokholo, you want to carry on? I just want to ask you, but don't forget, did it appear to you in that meeting whether or not the persons in the meeting were discussing this issue for the first time.
No, Chairperson, it didn't come out. As a matter of fact, it was clear that at least the two chairpersons, they have had this conversation before. And I think then they did try prior at the meeting to raise it with the minister, hence the meeting was requested. Because in the meeting, Minister, when she introduced my attendance as well, was we would need to look at the doability from whether we needed to, is it a matter that would require us to go to cabinet or not? But also Mr. Molefe had a contract with Transnet that was due to terminate in a year and few months' time. And Mr. Matona by then, and this was when I was given the opportunity just to then express my view in terms of the proposal, that what the two boards would need to do from the governance side is that they must engage as the boards, because there would have to be resolutions that would have to be drafted for consensus. But also, some of the issues they need to take into account includes the fact that, yes, Mr. Molefe's contract has a year and a couple of months to run with Transnet. But Mr. Matona is still suspended with full packs. So for purpose of PFMA and fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure, it's something that the boards would have to look into, because you're going to be still paying him and you're going to be bringing somebody to act. And if you're going to be paying the acting allowance, you will be paying two people. But also the boards must look into Transnet itself, who's going to act in Transnet. And to that end, it was responded, Ms. Mabas responded that the good thing with Transnet is that it does not have challenges like Eskom, in the sense that there's many divisional executives at Transnet that could step in the acting position. Then one issue was maybe we need to look at the issue of the remuneration. We could consider Transnet continuing to pay Mr. Molefe's salary, even if he's seconded at Eskom. But that needs then to be considered carefully, because if you're going to bring somebody to act in Mr. Molefe's position as the CEO at Transnet, it's additional responsibility for that divisional CEO. So they would need to be paid an acting allowance as well. So you're going to Transnet cannot pay the money when services are rendered somewhere else, and at the same time they are paying somebody. So there were all these dynamics that we requested that the two boards then would have to sit, look at all those, and then debate, and then put a proposition then that can be considered by the department.
Yeah, so the rest is history, because then on the 17th of April, 2015, the minister did announce her decision to second Mr. Molefe to Eskom. You were present at that conference?
Yes, at the press conference I was.
That took place at Eskom?
It took place at Eskom.
And how, you also state how Mr. Anod Singh got to be seconded to Transnet. We could just read paragraph 69 of your affidavit.
Yes, so it was immediately once Mr. Molefe came through, one of the major challenges that Eskom was facing, as we all know by then, was the precarious financial position. And they were actually, Eskom was working on submitting a request to the Minister of Finance and our minister, so it will be to the minister, but with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, for an equity injection. And that requires an appropriation bill. So then the chairperson indicated that, having discussed with Mr. Molefe believes that he needs somebody with a firm hand on the finances, and the person that he believes can help him navigate this process at Eskom is Mr. Singh. And that's how Mr. Singh then was also recommended to come over to assist.
Was Mr. Molefe's motivation for Mr. Singh to be brought to Eskom in writing?
The letter that was from the chairperson. But in the conversation with the chairperson and the minister, it was that Mr. Molefe feels that having looked at all the financial challenges, he feels that the current team that he has would need to be augmented, and Mr. Singh can do it
So there was a letter from the
from the chairperson.
acting chairperson or chairperson of the Eskom board to the minister, Minister Lynn Brown,
Yes.
asking that Mr. Anuj Singh be seconded to Eskom in the position of financial director or CFO. But in some conversation, you understood that the actual person who put Mr. Anuj Singh's name forward was Mr. Molefe.
Yes, chairperson, because he had done the scanning of the landscape financially
Yes.
as the acting CEO now.
Yes.
And his reasoning was that he would have to be supported by somebody who's a bit stronger financially if he's to do this application, the appropriation and all of that and work on the Eskom finance.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Chairperson, that concludes the issues in the affidavit. I should just point out to the chairperson that there's an issue not contained there which Ms. Mokholo has agreed to provide us a supplementary affidavit on. It arises from a handover report to the minister and deals with, it alludes to the investigation that had taken place at Transnet in regard to what I have considered is of interest to the Commission regarding irregularities there. Regarding irregularities in the acquisition of certain transactions. She can't testify about it now, but she will do an affidavit and maybe in due course, you could call her to do
Yes,
so.
okay, okay.
Other than that,
You're done.
that's the end.
Just before we, well, yeah, I know that you wanted to say something towards the end. I'll give you that chance. But before that, you were acting DG from September 2014 up to September 2015.
Yes, chairperson.
Is that right? But apart from the time that you were acting DG, you were basically part of the senior management of the department for a number of years
Yes, chairperson.
at DDG level.
DDG level.
Yes. Now, did you at any stage prior to 2015 or during 2015 or even 2016 have occasion to meet with Mr. Salim Essa?
No, chairperson.
Did you hear of him within the department at any stage?
Yes, chairperson. As a matter of fact, chairperson, there's another work stream of the commission that have asked that I depose an affidavit that talks to the board appointment processes. So I came across Mr. Essa at first when he was nominated at first for an Eskom board in 2012, but subsequently he was not appointed, but he was appointed to another SOE to broadband in Faku. So that's when I came to know of his name.
Oh, so you say there is an affidavit in which you deal with your interactions with him?
Not his interactions with him, but
his interactions with the department.
With the department and how he was
that
appointed.
you became aware of.
Yes, and appointed, how he was appointed into one of the board of the SOE then.
I haven't seen that affidavit. Do you know about it?
She has told me about the affidavit, Chair.
But you don't have it?
I don't have it here with me. I don't have it here with me currently.
Yeah, because to the extent that she might have knowledge of certain matters relating to Mr. Salim Essa, those may be important. Do you have a recollection of how long that affidavit is?
It's quite long, Chairperson. I think it's about 40 pages or so.
So it's quite extensive.
Yes, it's extensive. It's just at the final stages of being.
Or it's still being prepared?
Yes, they've been with the other work stream, but it's.
Or you have not delivered it to the commission yet?
Yeah, not yet, Chairperson.
Oh, okay. Which work stream, is it this work stream that is working with you on that, or that has requested it, or is it another work stream of the commission?
It's another work stream of the commission.
Transnet?
It deals with the board appointment.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine. Mr. Selega,
Yes.
will you liaise with whoever, let's establish who in the commission has requested it, because I was going to have some questions for her, but if she is preparing an affidavit that deals with these matters, I would rather see the affidavit first, so that as soon as it has arrived, I could have a look. So probably you would need to come back to the commission to deal with those matters.
Yes, Chairperson, I've been informed. So.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I'm not going to ask you any further questions about Mr. Salim Essa, but I want to give you now the opportunity to say something, because you wanted to say something, because you said everybody is asking you about this telephone call that you received from Mr. Zuma.
Yes, Chairperson. It has been almost 6 years now since the event of 2015 when I started acting, including the matters that relates to the suspension of the executives. And I went, as the evidence has been led, went into a meeting, Chairperson, of the board to go and support the minister. Little would I know, Chairperson, that we'll work out of a meeting few minutes' time. People's lives would have been turned and changed massively, mine included, because subsequent to that, I had to explain to a lot of people what role did I play in having then Marokane, Mr. Madonna, Ms. Molefe being fired from their work. And I couldn't give those answers to date, Chairperson, because I went into literally what I believed it was going to be a meeting, and it turned out that it led to other events. But I remain grateful to Mr. Madonna and Mr. Marokane in particular, that even Ms. Molefe, when I explained to them subsequently that, because the question would always be, even from my parents, that what happened? What role did you play in having these people fired? So they understood and they accepted my explanation that I went into a meeting that I did not know that we were going to discuss the suspension and all of that. Understanding governance the way I understood, I would have advised differently in terms of how the matters could have been dealt with. The same goes with the telephone call, Chairperson. And most of the DGs, because as the acting DG, I was not only the convener of the war room, but also the coordinator of the outcome 6 for the economic cluster. I was the co-chairperson of the cluster. So I have had to field a lot of questions around the role, my role, and the governance. And to the extent that there has been a perception that says I'm not a diligent public servant, I have aided capture by working with the ministers who are seen to have been the architect of capture, and it changed my own life as well. I've lost friends along the way. It has made my life very difficult. Other people, they've been candid enough to explain why they had to distance themselves from me because of the belief that there was no way I could be so close to the falls and still remain dry. So I'm hoping with this process, Chairperson, that we would be able to get to some of the answers that even myself, I could be able to understand what really transpired. But it is not only those executives that their life changed. some of us also, our lives was affected, and in a way that we're still living with those repercussions today. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. I know that I said I wasn't going to ask you any further questions about Mr. Salim Essa because your affidavit is coming, but I've decided to ask you anyway, not many, but one or two. Do you know whether during 2015 there were any interactions between Minister Lynn Brown and Mr. Salim Essa?
Not formally, Chairperson. Yeah, not formally.
Well, when you say not formally, it gives the impression you say maybe you know informal interactions.
Yes, I've heard that. I know that sometimes in the minister's office through the PA, there was some kind of either it's whether telephone conversations or what there was some kind of, maybe let's say a relationship, but I would not know the extent of the relationship.
Yes. You see, when one talks about the suspensions of the executives at Eskom on the 11th of March 2015, one of the issues that is quite intriguing is the inclusion of Ms. Tsulufelo Mlife among the executives who were to be suspended. As you remember, she was the financial director of Eskom at the time. So the financial portfolio, financial department at Eskom was included among the portfolios that the minister said at the board meeting on the 11th of March needed to be the subject of an inquiry. You remember that? You see, the evidence that I've had is that on the 8th of March 2015, there was a meeting in Durban at Mr. Zuma's official residence. And that meeting was attended by Mr. Tsotsi, Mr. Dumieni. There were two meetings actually. The first one was attended by Mr. Tsotsi, Mr. Dumieni, and Mr. Linnell. And Mr. Jabu Maswangai. And well, it has been said that Mr. Dumieni's son was also there, but he was not participating in the meeting, but he was there. And at that meeting, there was a discussion of the suspension of executives at Eskom. But at that stage, it was only 3 portfolios. And they did not include Ms. Mulefe's portfolio, the finance. Then there was another meeting after that one, and in the same venue, same day, which was attended by Mr. Zuma with the same people that I've mentioned for the earlier meeting. And that there too, the discussion about the suspension of executives related to 3 portfolios, and therefore 3 executives to be suspended. And Ms. Mulefe's portfolio was not included. That's on the 8th. Then it's the 9th, then it's the 10th. But on the 11th, it would appear, the evidence seems to suggest that it was the minister who, in talking to the board on the 11th, talked about 4 portfolios instead of 3. And she included Ms. Mulefe's portfolio. And therefore, in terms of the principle that was followed, she would need to be suspended too, because her portfolio would be the subject of the inquiry. Then there is evidence that on the 10th of March, that is now the day before the 11th, Mr. Koko, Machala Koko from Eskom, had 2 meetings at Melrose Arch at certain offices. One involved himself, Mr. Abraham Masango, who was from Eskom, and Mr. Salim Essa. Another one involved Mr. Koko, Mr. Salim Essa, and Ms. Daniels at Melrose Arch on the same day, but separately. Now, if I recall correctly, both Ms. Daniels and Mr. Masango say that the discussion which took place, or what they were told either by Mr. Koko or Mr. Salim Essa, separately, was that there were 4 executives to be suspended. And then on the 11th, the minister speaks about 4 portfolios. But one of the 2, namely either Mr. Masango or Ms. Daniels, I think it is Mr. Masango, if I'm not mistaken, says that Mr. Salim Essa either introduced himself.
That's Ms. Daniels.
If I'm not mistaken.
It's to Ms. Daniels.
Is it Ms. Daniels?
It is Ms. Daniels, yes.
Oh, Ms. Daniels said Mr. Salim Essa introduced himself as an advisor to Minister Brown. Now, Mr. Koko has denied that there were such 2 meetings involving him. But if it is true that those meetings did take place, then there is this issue that at the Durban meeting, only 3 executives were contemplated as executives who would be suspended. The earliest we hear about 4 being suspended seems to be on the 10th in these meetings that Mr. Salim Essa or Mr. Koko had with Ms. Daniels and with Mr. Abraham Masango separately. And then the minister comes the following day, also talks about 4. It seems rather strange. So that is why I was asking whether you were aware of any interactions between the Minister Brown, and Mr. Salim Essa around that time.
No, definitely not, Chairperson. What I can even confirm is that at least I know, having worked in the department even before Minister appointed me acting DG, she had 4 advisors at any particular point in time, others leaving. Mr. Essa was not
one of them.
Yes.
Yeah, you see. Ms. Molefe, there is evidence to the effect that prior to this, namely March 2015, much earlier when the CEO of, or acting CEO of Eskom was Mr. or Dr. Machila.
Yes, Colin Machila.
Yes, Colin Machila. That she had had interactions with Mr. Salim Essa in meetings where Mr. Colin Machila had, I think, arranged to have meetings with Mr. Salim Essa, or Mr. Salim Essa had come to whatever meetings with Mr. Machila, and Ms. Molefe was there. And Ms. Molefe had resisted the awarding of a certain contract to Mr. Salim Essa's company or entity had refused to sign a contract and all of that. So it seems strange if the evidence that Mr. Salim Essa mentioned or included Ms. Molefe when he was talking about the suspension of 4 executives at Eskom already on the 10th, because Ms. Molefe had not been included as one of the executives to be suspended at the meeting in Durban. And then it would be quite interesting if that is true. It would be quite interesting that when the minister came to the meeting with the board, she talked about 4 and not 3 portfolios which would be subjected to the inquiry.
No,
And if Mr. Salim Essa also introduced himself as an advisor to Minister Brown,
yes.
to Ms. Daniels.
No, as I said, Chairperson, I'm very interested in the minister at some point to explain the meeting of the 11th, because the whole issue of the suspension, how it unfolded, me attending the meeting with her, and us not even having discussed the materiality of that issue, at least even before the meeting, and that it is something that, as I said, that it still stays with me till today that I have no answers to, other than the fact that I attended that meeting. And
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Chair.
Is there anything arising?
Chairperson?
Is there anything arising?
Oh, yes. Just to add to your collection of information there, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, when he is doing the composition of the subcommittees, remember, he says he received an email from Mr. Salim Essa how to compose the subcommittees. He says, I quietly ignored his submission and he sent his to the minister. Obviously, the minister denies what I'm about to say. He says, whereupon the minister responded with the exact submission I had received from Salim Essa. I kept going back and forth with this process of chopping and changing the allocation of the minister until she called me to a meeting. At the meeting was Salim Essa and Tony Gupta. She merely informed me that the board allocations will be the way she had sent them to me. This she did in the presence of these 2 gentlemen.
Yes, and of course he also said the minister gave him her composition of the committees of the board that was identical to the composition of the board, of the committees of the board that had been proposed or emailed to him by Mr. Salim Essa.
Yes.
And this would have been, I think, either in December 2014 or January. I seem to think it was December. The
exchanges are right at the beginning.
it must be January.
It is December the 1st, and then it spills over to January 2015.
Yes, but at any rate, before
Yes.
March.
Correct.
2015,
Correct.
yeah. Okay, all right. Ms. Mokholo, thank you very much for coming to assist the commission. You probably will come back because there is still some affidavit that you are preparing for the commission. So we should see you in due course. But thank you very much for coming today, and you are now excused.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We are going to take the lunch adjournment. It's 1:30 now. We will resume at 2:30.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
us. She is here now today as a former employee of Regiments, later Trillian, to talk about the relationship Regiments/McKinsey had with Eskom. How Regiments gain its way into Eskom, because they were first at Transnet with McKinsey, gain its way into Eskom, what the offer was made by McKinsey and Trillian and Regiments to Eskom, whether there was a contract in place for the services that were subsequently rendered, if they were at all rendered, what money was paid by Eskom in regard to that at the time when she remained an employee of Regiments/Trillian. She will also highlight to the chairperson the officials of Eskom who were involved in the discussions and the transactions between Eskom and McKinsey Regiments/Trillian.
Yes.
That's her evidence today, Chair.
Yes.
I think she then is ready
Yes.
to take the oath.
Yeah, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mosilo Mothepu.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, we're using bundle 14, bracket B.
14B.
14B,
Yeah, okay.
exhibit U32.
Yeah. It was already admitted. I think it was.
It was admitted as U32.1.
Yeah.
Correct, Chairperson. Ms. Mothepu, you have,
Are there legal representatives who need to be placed on record? No.
yes, I think there is. Thank you, Chair, for reminding me. I think the thing is making noise for me
Oh,
now.
the aircon.
Yes.
I think the Reverend keeps on pushing it down our throats, even if there is only one person who wants it here. I think that he is more persuaded by her arguments than ours.
Yes, Ms. Mothepu is indeed legally represented, and I will ask Mr. Daniel Witz to place himself on the record.
Okay, and you may do so from where you are, but you would have to switch on the mic.
Chair, I confirm my representation of Ms. Mothepu.
Yes, okay, just mention the name for the record.
It's Daniel Witz of Witz Inc. Attorneys, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Mothepu, your affidavit is on that bundle, in that bundle, Eskom bundle 14B. It starts on page 570. Now, you are familiar with the page numbers here.
So are we using the black
Use
or
the
the
black
red?
ones.
Always the black.
Thank you.
You have it.
I have it in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mothepu, Chair, I've spoken to Ms. Mothepu. This is the approach. Ms. Mothepu, you've heard my summation to the chairperson of your evidence. How you, first is how you became employed by Regiments. When was this? Who approaches you for this employment? And what are you told about Regiments? So let's start there. And
Just in case she has some nerves, but I would imagine that they are better today than last time.
Much better, thank you.
I think that will help her to relax. Then you can start
Break
asking
the
her.
ice, Chairperson. Yeah. And always address the Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, let's
May I
start.
start? Thank you. By way of background and context, Chairperson, I was employed at regiments in 2007 up until 2010. If you recall my last testimony.
You say 2007?
Up until 2010, if you recall my last testimony in December. And then I left in December 2010 to go to Transaction Capital and then eventually KPMG. So sometime in May 2015, while I was an associate director at KPMG, I was called by Eric Wood. He was a director of Regiments Capital and also one of the 3 shareholders. He called me actually and Teboho Leballo at the same day, and he wanted us to meet for coffee. And we met for coffee at Oaklands at a coffee shop called Europa. And he essentially told me about the growth of Regiments Capital. When I left, there were 50 people. Now they had 250 people within the employer. They were working with McKinsey. At that time, McKinsey was one of the best reputable consultancy firm globally. And also what he expanded on was that they have all what I call the blue chip public sector clients in the Department of Public Enterprise. Namely, they were working on Denel, they were working on SA Express. They had previously worked with McKinsey at SAA, and they were working with McKinsey at Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction as financial advisors. And so he told me that they wanted a senior resource, which they had identified I should be the candidate, because they had worked with them previously and they knew what I was capable of. And Eric essentially went on to say that they want to duplicate the work that they did at Transnet to Eskom. So if you recall the contracting of McKinsey and regiments at Transnet, it was via confinement. And McKinsey were the lead contractors, and then regiments was the subcontractor, supply development partners. So they wanted to duplicate that model from Transnet and take it into Eskom.
So just before you move on, tell the Chairperson, how did Mr. Eric Wood, or is it Dr. Eric Wood, know you?
At the time, he was still Mr. Eric Wood, but now he's Dr. Eric Wood.
Yes, how did he know you in order to contact you?
Remember, I had worked there previously at regiments, and in the 3 to 4 years that I was there, I worked primarily with him.
I see.
Yes, so he knew what I was technically capable of and my work ethic.
I see. So what, you have this meeting with him, with Mr. Teboho Leballo.
Yes, it was quite interesting because after my coffee with
Yes.
Eric, Mr. Leballo called me, and I didn't even greet him. I asked him, did Eric just call you too? And then we laughed and he said, yes, he wants me to go back to regiments. Mr. Leballo also worked at regiments during the same period that I did, and Eric also requested him to return. Yes. So I started working on the 15th of June, 2015. And the first thing Eric gave me, he asked Mr. Mohammed.
This is now, when you say you started on the 15th of June, this is now working for Trillian.
Pardon?
You said you started working, I think you said on the 15th of June.
Yes, we started working on the 15th of June. If you recall,
2015.
2015. If you recall, our coffee was in May.
Oh, that was
2015.
Regiments.
Yes, at regiments.
Oh, yeah.
So I was employed as
Trillian was to come in 2016.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So we spent I think a week or two going through my remuneration and the sign-on bonus.
But just before you get there, let's go back to the telephone call. I know you testified about this earlier, but there's lots of evidence that we are hearing.
Yes.
Dr. Wood gave you a call, and he asked that you go and have coffee. Or he said already in the telephone conversation that he wanted you to come back.
Yes, he did indicate that he wants to discuss an opportunity at regiments.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so I went to that coffee knowing what was on the agenda.
And that call would have been round about when?
May
May 2015.
15, correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairperson.
And how soon after that call did you have the meeting or coffee with him and Mr. Lebalo?
I think a week or two lapsed, and then we had the coffee.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and at that meeting over coffee, the discussion was that he would like both of you to come back to regiments.
We only talked about myself,
Yeah.
but remember when
Was
Eric...
it the two of you, or was
It was
Mr.
just the
Lebalo
two
not
of
there?
us.
Oh, it was the two of you. all.
If you go to the May call, he had told me that there is an opportunity. And then before we had coffee a few weeks after, that's within 5 minutes of Eric dropping the phone, I got a call from Mr. Lebalo. And then that's when I said, did Eric just call you as well? Yes, but when we had the coffee, we only spoke about myself,
It was
but,
just the two
but
of you.
Eric did indicate that he's also reached out to Teboho Lebalo, Mr. Lebalo, and
Okay.
he's also trying to negotiate his return as well.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Remember, either was Mr. Wood, Dr. Wood, and Mr. Lebalo.
Pardon?
Remember, it's Mr. Wood or Dr. Wood and Mr. Lebalo.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for the correction. I
Miss-
think it's a bit confusing because in our office, we,
Yeah, you are
we used
used
to
to
call each other on the
first
first name,
name, yeah.
but I take the correction. Thank you.
Ms. Mothepu, I think you did testify, but the chairperson wanted to know whether when you met for coffee, was it the three of you?
No, it was just the two of us. It was Mr. Wood and myself.
Oh, okay. So he makes an offer to you.
So he makes an offer, and it was very generous. At KPMG, I think I was on 1.3 million. Then he raised it to 1.75 million and a 500,000 rand sign-on bonus. So he really wanted me to join.
It's quite clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I started on the Monday, the 15th. I think it was a Thursday because the 16th was a Friday, which was June 16th. So the first document that he asked, Mr. Wood asked Mr. Mohammed Bobat to send me was a draft proposal which Mackenzie and regiments had sent to Eskom round about April, March 2015. And it had Mackenzie's master service agreement top program and the cost savings initiative, but also it also had regiments financial lag, if I can call it, called balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking initiatives. So he wanted me to essentially climatize myself with the proposal that they had sent, but he didn't tell me who it was sent to at Eskom. Yes, so I spent the first week or so just going through the proposal and asking questions with regards to if I can get more information about it. So at the time...
Sorry, Ms. Mothepu. Regiments, what services or company of the sort was regiments?
Regiments were, I can say was because I think they've gone into liquidation.
Yeah.
They were a financial services company, but they had various divisions. You had regiment's properties,
Yeah.
which dealt with properties. If you recall, if you've been watching the media, they had bought some property above the Gautrain station to build a mixed-use development. I think that is subject to litigation. They had regiment's fund management, and they had the Transnet Pension Fund was one of their clients, and the City of Joburg Sinking Fund was also one of their clients. They had regiment's advisory, and it was split into two, management consulting and financial advisory. So I was a principal in the financial advisory. And then it had regiment securities, where they traded bonds and financial instruments, just like derivatives, on behalf of the Transnet Pension Fund and the City of Joburg Sinking Fund.
Yeah. So you were appointed into the position principal at the Division Financial Advisory.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So then your evidence has to be understood in that context. When you're dealing with a proposal that you have been asked to look at, which had been submitted to Eskom, it will deal with financial matters.
That's correct. If we go to my paragraph 16 of my affidavit,
16.
16.
Yes.
So as I said, Mackenzie was the main contractor under the master service agreement, which included cost savings on procurement, generation, primary energy, and the establishment of the top engineers program. Now, it was envisioned that Mackenzie would be given 70% of the fees that would be paid, and as the supply development partners, regiments would get 30%. Ms. Goodson this was her area, she will elaborate once, I think she's due to testify after myself. And then there was a regiment's financial work stream, if I can call it that. And it was called balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking activities. Because we were a financial advisory firm, we took the lead. So that was the leg that I led. And where we would get 95% of the fee, and Mackenzie would get 5% of the just administrative fee, because it was envisioned that Eskom would pay Mackenzie and then Mackenzie would pay regiments. So they charged 5% administration fee.
Yeah. So that proposal you've referred to earlier, does it relate to this balance optimization and cash unlocking initiatives?
Yes, let me just give you a background and context where Eskom was at the time, so that you can see why there was a need of balance sheet optimization. At the time, if you recall, Mr. Chair, Eskom had liquidity concerns. Its balance sheet was heavily in debt, and they were struggling to collect revenue. On top of that, the credit rating agencies, Fitch Ratings, Moody's, and Standard & Poor, because if you recall, after the suspension of the 4 executives, they were downgraded. And the new build there was a lot of delays and cost overruns. Eskom, I think they had a funding deficit of something like 50 billion a year. So what this balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking initiatives essentially says, let's look at Eskom's balance sheet. How do we now use this? Where are the low-hanging fruits? Where's the fat in this balance sheet? So they had identified these initiatives that may essentially unlock cash because of their liquidity constraints, but also one of the the requirements of the cash injection from the sovereign, which was, I think, 400 million rand or 400 million, was that they had to sell non-core assets from their balance sheet. And one of Eskom's non-core assets was a company called Eskom Finance Corporation, where essentially it was a company that provided mortgages to the Eskom employees. Hence, it was not a core asset, so they needed to sell that. So I will just go to
Yes, my question.
18, yes.
My question was the proposal you referred to earlier related to that balance sheet optimization.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was on the regiment server,
Yeah.
and I only had access to Trillian server. And, yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Regiments at a time with McKinsey was rendering services to Transnet.
That's right. Yes,
Yes.
I was. So they were continuing on the club loan. So I led the club loan. I'll give you more information as I close. And then also, because of the forecasts were overly optimistic at Transnet. So they had ordered 1,064 locomotives, and the forecast was a positive economic trajectory. But we know that the commodity market fell. So as Transnet had all these trains that were ordered, they had incurred debt, but the volumes and the customers were not going to be there. So it's quite interesting that the same people, the same consultants who worked on the forecasts of the business plan were the same consultants that were asked to assist us in the same cash optimization and unlocking, cash unlocking opportunities. So
And these same consultants, that's McKinsey.
it was the
and
same
Regiments.
consultants. So they were the one who worked on the business plan, and regiments assisted them with the China Development Bank loan and the club loan. And now they had to backtrack and say, we were overly ambitious in the forecast. How do we now find fat in the balance sheet so that we don't incur further debt and to the detriment of the credit rating?
Yes. Now, please tell the chairperson, you have this proposal you have been given, which is a proposal you say was submitted to Eskom, but first listen to my question. So I think you need to tell the chairperson what develops after that, and particularly in relation to that proposal to Eskom. How do you engage Eskom going forward, and who do you engage with at Eskom? And tell the chairperson.
Thank you. So before I go into the transaction, Mr. Anuj Singh had been seconded from Transnet, and he was seconded to Eskom as the Chief Financial Officer. So
Sorry, you are in June 2015.
So we're now in June, and I remember the first time I formally met Mr. Singh was in Maboneng.
Yeah, but in June 2015.
I'm sorry, where was it where you first met him?
It was in a conference facility center at Maboneng. So he had been seconded at Eskom, and he was working with regiments in McKinsey on his first 100 days. So essentially, regiments in McKinsey were assisting him with regards to what does he have to accomplish in the first 100 days of his appointment. And we also assisted him with the funding plan. And so we met at various venues. So the first one is at Maboneng. And the other one was in the airports. There's a hotel by the OR Tambo Airport. So we used those facilities as well. And then the other facility was in a boutique hotel on Ravona Boulevard. Now, it was quite interesting. If we go to Just give me a minute so I can get the reference. Mr. Advocate, if you can just help me find that paragraph that has the dates where we met and the various
Yeah, look at
venues.
paragraph 22, page 574, Chairperson. And you need to clarify to the Chairperson whether these meetings were before or after his secondment.
Okay, so I'm not sure when he was seconded, but when I arrived on the 15th, he had already been seconded, but it was before he was officially appointed as the Eskom chief executive, Eskom's financial officer, chief financial officer. So specifically,
Do you mean that at that time, he may have been acting CFO or acting financial director as opposed to having been permanently appointed at Eskom?
yes, if I recall, Minister Lynn Brown made an announcement in October 2015 that he was appointed a permanent CFO of Eskom.
Yes.
So we met, if we go to paragraph 22, we met
You
on
met
the 8th of
in
July 2015. So Mackenzie used to book the venues, and we used to work together with Mackenzie, which was myself, Mohammed Bobat, and the advisory team. And then so one meeting was on the 8th of July 2015, and then the other meeting was on the 24th of July 2015. So these are the only two that I could find on in my documents, but there were many others that I couldn't find. And what's interesting, Mr. Chairperson, is that it was called Project Pandora, and when the meeting invites were sent by email, the CFO was not emailed.
When you say the CFO, you mean
Mr. Anuj was not emailed, he was contacted telephonically.
Oh,
Yes,
and everybody else was emailed.
yes.
Okay.
But I suspect because he did not have an Eskom email address, I'm not sure. But there was quite a secrecy because it was called Project Pandora,
Yes.
like
and
Pandora's box.
who had come up with his name? Do you know?
No, I think they came up with it before I
When
I
you
joined.
came,
It was already there.
known as
Yes.
Project Pandora.
correct.
Okay.
So let's have.
And just basically, that was the project of doing what?
That was what I've just outlined.
Just wanted
The master service.
to kind of summarize
Yes,
it in a
the
sentence
master
or two.
service agreement, where they looked at cost savings initiatives on procurement, on generation, and establishing the engineers top program. And then on the financial side, the initiatives that would optimize their balance sheet and unlock cash. So essentially,
Yes.
all of that, the code name
Yeah.
was Project Pandora.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, did you get the sense in mid-June when you started at the regiments that this Project Pandora had been around for quite some time, or did you get the sense it was a new thing?
I got the sense it had been around for quite some time, because if you recall my earlier evidence, they had already submitted a proposal in April, March 2015.
Yes.
And Mackenzie and regiments already knew and had information on Eskom.
Yes.
That's why they were able to assist him on what his priorities will be on the first 100 days, what Eskom's challenges were. So Anuj would give us information like minutes from the finance and investment committees. He would give us copies of the credit rating reports. He would give us any information that we could assist him with. So I think I got there in the middle of it.
Okay.
Just to,
Okay, 1 second.
yes.
It would be important to establish how far back this Project Pandora had been initiated in relation to June, mid-June, when Ms. Mothepu started at regiments. The reason why it might be important to establish that is that it may well be that it would reflect that it's a plan which preceded the suspension of the executives, and that it may well be that its execution would require that certain key positions at Eskom be occupied by persons that the people who were driving Project Pandora knew would play along in order to ensure the success of, among other things, Project Pandora.
Yes.
So it's important
Yes,
to check that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Mr. Chair, from the evidence that I've seen previously, I got the sense that Anuj knew that he will eventually be appointed permanent. Sorry,
Who is
Mr. Anuj Singh.
Yeah.
The fact that we were planning his first 100 days,
Yes.
in his mind, and our understanding was that he is going to be appointed permanently.
Yes,
So
okay.
there was, it was never a sense that I'm just
Yeah,
temporarily and then I'm
Yes.
going back to Transnet.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. No, I think that would be consistent with logic in
So
to
I'll-
anyone who has listened to what I've listened to. Yes, okay, all right.
I would like to take you to annexure, I think it's 14/588.2.
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
At the top of the page.
The black numbers, it's 14/. Okay. 588.2. Correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
So if you look at the subject, it's invitation, Project Pandora discussion with CFO. July 8th, 8 o'clock. And venue to be confirmed.
You are too fast because you know
Apologies.
the document. Okay, invitation at the top.
Yes.
Project Pandora discussion with
With-
CFO, July 8, 8 o'clock in the morning. Location venue TPC. Okay, and this is what's start on 7 August 2015.
I
That's
think
when-
it's the 7th of July, 2015. It was July.
Or do you mean 8th of July?
July is the 7th? Yeah, sorry, the 8th of July, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, the 8th of July.
Okay,
And
yes, okay, right.
and then showtime so it's Wednesday, 8th of July, at 1 o'clock. So it was scheduled from 8 a.m. to 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's quite a long time.
Yes. So this venue to be confirmed, it was either at the Maboneng conference facility or the airport hotel conference facility or the boutique hotel in Ravonia's conference facility. I don't remember. And then if you go to the next page,
Well, before you go to the next page,
Okay.
let's finish with it. It was sent on the 3rd of July 2015, isn't it?
that's correct.
Who was it sent by?
It was sent by Mackenzie. The organizer was,
Chomo Botse
yes.
Waripe.
Yes, he always organized the meetings of Mackenzie.
Tumo Ibutsi.
Yes, and if you see in all the invitations, Mr. Singh is not there, but on the subject, you can see it's discussion
Yes.
with CFO.
Yes,
So there was a little bit of
Some
secrecy.
yes.
Now that in high insight,
Oh, you mean you didn't appreciate it then?
yes,
Okay.
that's correct, Mr. Chairperson. And then if we
Yes.
go, are you ready to proceed to the next one?
Yeah, you can go to the next one.
So it's page 588.3. So this one is the subject. Are you there?
Yeah, the subject is the same, isn't it?
Yes, invitation, Project Pandora, discussion with CFO. This is now the 24th of July, 1 o'clock p.m., venue to, and then it's location, venue to be confirmed. This time it's started at 1 p.m. and it ended at 6 p.m.
Any significance to the reference to showtime?
I think, no, this is just a printout of my invitation, of my emails.
Oh,
So,
okay. Okay. So was it issued by the same person as the previous one?
yes, he always organized the meetings.
Okay.
So
So
these-
this would have been a follow-up from the previous one?
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
Did the meeting, I see the show time is indicated as tentative on both emails. Did these meetings actually take place?
Yes, these meetings did take place.
Did take place?
Yes,
Do you know what TBC stands for?
to be confirmed,
To be confirmed?
Yes.
Or venue to be confirmed?
correct.
I see.
Remember, it was either Maboneng or the airport hotel venue, or it was the boutique hotel in Ravonia.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And when the meetings did take place, was Mr. Arnold Singh present?
Yes, Mr. Nursing was present. He was the key figure of the meetings. As I said previously, he essentially told us what kept him up at night.
Well, before you do that, let's separate between the two. Let's talk about what was discussed at the first one, and then you can move to the second one.
The first one
That's
was,
the one on the 8th.
yes, I
July.
think it was his first 100 days. And because I was new, this is just from memory, he was not impressed with Mackenzie and regiments. So I think he interrupted the presentation, I think within 10 minutes. And then you asked about his participation. He took a pen and he said, no, it's quite obvious that Mackenzie and regiments don't understand Eskom. It's quite obvious that they don't understand the key challenges he has to face. So he essentially, on a whiteboard, put, these are the things that are keeping me up at night. So I want you to focus on what solutions to these problems. So he completely scrapped the presentation. Yeah, it's like your primary school teacher saying, you can do better, see me. So we took notes, and I think he gave us 2 weeks or a month to essentially work on the points that he had provided us. We we asked for additional information, hence he gave us credit rating reports, he gave us minutes of the Finance and Investment Committee meetings and any other relevant documentation
Is that of Eskom?
of Eskom, that's correct.
So this time he's still at Transnet
He's still at Transnet, yes.
and he's able to provide you with information.
He's seconded.
He couldn't
Eskom.
have been at Transnet.
He's seconded
He
to
had been
Eskom.
seconded to
Yes,
Eskom,
yes.
and he probably was acting CFO at that time.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson,
Yeah.
because at Transnet, the acting CFO was Mr. Gary Peter. Yes.
Okay, Chair. I thought the secondment was in August 2015, but I will check.
But you must check, but my impression was that he was brought to Eskom about a month or two after Mr. Brian Molefe started there, but I could be wrong.
I will check that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check.
Yeah, so that he was acting CFO of
FO.
Eskom in June or July, in July 2015 is subject to being checked. But if he was not at Eskom in July, when he had these two meetings, he was still at Transnet, but already having these meetings discussing Eskom matters. That would be quite interesting.
I think we need to just get an official date when he was officially seconded.
Yeah, somebody should be able to check quickly. Maybe Mr. Silegas Jr. could try and check that. We can continue in the meantime.
So, and then there was another meeting, the 24th of July. There we
So to complete the picture in regard to the first meeting, 8 July 2015, you are saying that a presentation had been prepared by Mackenzie and Regiments, or
Yes.
Mackenzie only,
Mackenzie and regiments.
and Regiments. Or was it one presentation to be presented by one person, or Mackenzie would present their own and Regiments their own?
It would be Mackenzie would present their part, that portion of the presentation,
Yeah.
and regiments would present that
Another
portion.
portion.
Remember, that's supply development.
Yes, yeah.
So it would give the
Their
subcontractor skills also to present in front of the client
Yeah.
and to lead some
And you say he
transactions.
was not happy with their presentations.
He was not happy at all.
And he basically said, let's start
Stop,
afresh.
yes.
Stop. These are the issues that are keeping me awake at night. But if you are saying they were keeping him awake, that seems to be consistent with him being at Eskom.
Yes, he was seconded to Eskom, but I'm not sure if it was official. That's my uncertainty, because
Yeah, but you remember that he spoke on the basis that at that time, these were Eskom issues that were keeping him awake at night.
that's correct.
That's how he
Plus,
spoke.
that's correct, Mr. Chairperson. Plus, on the other side, I was also involved with Transnet, and we were meeting Mr. Gary Peter as the acting CFO.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So if that is factually true, then he probably was acting CFO at Eskom.
Yes, he was
Yeah.
acting.
Yeah, but they'll just, somebody will double check.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, then how did that meeting end, the first one?
The first
8th of
meeting, he gave us 2 weeks or a month to
To go and do your
go
homework?
and do our homework and
Yes.
come back to him.
Yes, and then there was then the next meeting of Project Pandora
Correct, on the 24th?
on the 24th of July.
Yes.
And I guess this was the occasion when then Regiments and Mackenzie were given a chance to make presentations and show that they understood
Yes.
what they were told they should deal with.
Yes, and I remember this meeting was at the airport,
Oh, it was at the
hotel. Now,
airport.
yes, now I recall that meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, talk about the content of that discussion so far as you can remember.
So-
Obviously, only the main features.
So the meeting went better than the first meeting because we had had time to do our homework, and he had given us the information.
So these students learn faster.
Yes. So we learned fast, and I think we had identified, some key points that keep him up at night, and we had prioritized them. And one of them was the funding plan.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just to make sure. Would it be correct to say the context of the discussion at the first meeting of Project Pandora was that he was saying to Regiments and Mackenzie, these are the serious challenges that I'm faced with at Eskom. You people must go away, do your homework, and come back and tell me how you can help solve these problems. Is that a fair comment?
That's exactly right, Mr. Chairperson. And he
Yes.
wanted those low-hanging fruits so that when he's finally appointed,
Yeah.
he shines in the first 100 days. He can say, this is what I've accomplished in such a short period of time.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. But are you saying that because he did say that himself at the meeting, or
Yes,
he said that at
absolutely,
the meeting?
absolutely, because he wanted that 100-day plan. He wanted to prioritize which
Yeah.
key areas that he wants to focus on, and those low-hanging fruits that he can essentially implement,
Yeah.
so that at least he has a good track record
Yes.
in his first 100 days.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Now you were on at the second meeting, then the Mackenzie and Regiments made their presentations.
Yes, we
The
made,
meeting went much better than the first one.
yes, it went much better.
Yeah, continue.
Yes, so we took him through the presentation, and we also took him through the funding plan. Eskom, I think they had a funding deficit of between 70 and 80 billion a year. And so I recall it was Eric Wood and Mr. Tedros Gabe Selassie and his team, which had Swana and Justin Kubal, and they presented the funding plan. Once again, Mr. Singh was not happy, and he interrupted the presentation by Regiments. At this time, I was still just an observer, and he said, we haven't shown him anything new, there's nothing innovative, there's no out-of-the-box thinking. His treasury can do it, why should he pay us to do what his treasury can do? So,
I thought he was a soft-spoken man.
pardon?
I thought he was a soft-spoken man.
Oh, no, he's not. Definitely not. So he interrupted that presentation, and once again, there were certain things. Because Eskom essentially is a state-owned company, it can only issue bonds in rands, in euros, in dollars. It can go to the development finance institutions. It can go to the banks. So it doesn't have. It can't issue equity on the stock exchange. So there's only a few instruments that it can use when it raises debt. So for him to say it's not innovative, the PFMA is quite, it dictates what you can and cannot do. So we had to stop. The next meeting was at Rivonia. I don't have the invitation to that.
So you, at the second meeting, did it end on the basis that Mackenzie and Regiments had not impressed him?
Yes, on the funding plan.
In terms of the final plan?
Yes.
He didn't think that you came up with anything that his Treasury Department couldn't come up with.
That's correct.
Yes.
So-
So it ended the basis that there would be another meeting later.
Yes, he also told us what key features he wanted to see on this funding plan. And I think an important point was Eskom has a 350 billion rand government guarantee. So he wanted to find out how much have we used in terms of that guarantee. And he wanted to see a five-year profile, which loans are going to be paid off that will make room so that we can raise more debt. Because I think Eskom it had issued almost 300 billion rand. So it had something like 60 billion rand left of the guarantee. So he wanted a profile, probably 5 years, 10 years, to see which loans will be repaid now to have room for the new loans. We had not put that in our funding plan. So we spent, I think, 2 weeks getting information from Mr. Singh, and there was a subsequent meeting at Rivonia in a boutique hotel, and we presented the amended funding plan, and he was happy with it. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mothepu, there seems to have been various plans for him. Is the funding plan also part of the first 100 days plan at Eskom?
Yes,
Or
it
are
was.
there various plans?
It was because Eskom has to submit a corporate plan to the shareholder.
Yes.
And so it's a corporate plan, which is a strategic document. But of course, with strategy, how are you going to fund it? So with it, there's a funding plan.
Yes, that's
Yes.
why I wanted to, so that you can explain the distinction to the chairperson. The corporate plan is what Eskom needed to submit. You say to who?
To the shareholder, the Department of Public Enterprise and National Treasury.
Okay. Part of the corporate plan is a funding plan.
That's correct.
You were tasked to work on the funding plan,
That's correct.
which will be part of the corporate plan.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Did you also have to work on the corporate plan?
I only worked on the funding plan. I think Ms. Goodson will testify if she assisted.
You
But
don't
no,
know.
she would not have, because she only started
In March.
work in November 2015. So I suspect it was Mr. Mohammed Bobat and Mr. John Rousseau,
Okay, so
who were in regiment's management consulting, who maybe would have worked with Mackenzie on the corporate plan.
You personally don't know.
I personally do not know.
Okay, Chairperson, in regard to the date of the secondment, in his submission, written submission to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, Mr. Singh writes, I assumed my role as CFO of Eskom on 1 August 2015 on a secondment from Transnet.
Oh, that's interesting. And I guess that date has to be correct. He should know when he started at Eskom, which therefore would mean that in July he was meeting you on Project Pandora while he was at Transnet and not when he was at Eskom.
It appears so, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay.
Yeah. Looking at your affidavit, we see, well, let me build into this. There's the first meeting, the second meeting, the third meeting. You are being asked to make a proposal plans to Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega. Were you able to get an idea at the meeting of the 8th of July 2015 of Project Pandora, whether Mr. Singh was attending such a meeting for the first time, or did you get any impression that this Project Pandora was something that he and the others may have been involved in for some time?
I got the impression that he had met with Mackenzie and Regiments previously, because if you recall, they presented to him and he wasn't happy with their presentation. So I got the impression that they had met previously. They discussed what he wanted to see at that meeting before. So it was not a kickoff meeting.
Yeah, where did you get the information that he had met with Mackenzie prior to the 8th of July 2015?
Because in the presentation, it was like Mackenzie already knew Eskom, and they had information about Eskom and Regiments as well. So it was not a kickoff meeting where they say, hello, this is Mr. Singh, and I want you guys to assist me with XYZ. The fact that when I arrived at that meeting, Mackenzie was already presenting to the CFO, I got the sense that there were previous engagements before then.
Or at any rate, the invitation to that meeting was a discussion with the CFO.
Correct.
But you say the context of the discussion made you believe that he was not meeting them for the first time about this project.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson. Plus, about 2 days before the actual meetings, Mackenzie would send the slides, and then we would also incorporate our slides, and then so that they are consolidated, and then they would print. So when I read Mackenzie's submission, it was very, very clear that they had inside information with regards to Eskom, and it was not just a desktop analysis that was very shallow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Plus, they were very familiar with each other.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, so it was quite evident that they
knew one another.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay.
What we haven't asked you, and it might be important to the chairperson, from Regiment's side, apart from yourself, who else was there?
Okay. It was Mr. Mohammed Bobat, Obat, before he was seconded to National Treasury. It was Mr. Tedros Khaib Salasi. It was myself. It was Eric Wood. It was an analyst called Justin Kobal, and a transactor called Nswane Mwangu. So that's on paragraph 23.
Yeah.
From Mackenzie's side was Mr. Vikas Sega, who was a partner. Lawrence, that's a German surname which I can't pronounce.
I think it's fine, Regiments.
No, this was Mackenzie, and then it was Dr. Alex Weiss. So they were both Germans, and Mr. Vikas Saga, who was, so they were both, all three of them were partners.
Yeah. So to be clear from your testimony, these meetings taking place in July. They are not taking place at Eskom offices.
No, not at all. They took place in venues that I have outlined.
Private venues.
Private venues.
Did you ever have to meet at Eskom at any point with Mr. Singh?
No. If I just fast forward my evidence, we only started meeting at Eskom after October, when he was officially appointed as the CFO by Minister Lynn Brown. That's when we started going to Eskom.
Yes. So it's again the same, is it again the same team or personnel from regiments?
It's exactly the same team from regiments, and it's exactly the same team from Mackenzie.
Meeting with Mr. Anot Singh at Eskom.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairperson. Before we go in there, can I take you back to paragraph 18? I just want to take the chair just to outline the initiatives that we had proposed, but I'll go into a little bit more detail later on.
Yes.
So it was
What page do you want us to go to?
573, paragraph 18.
Right.
So it's, if you go to 18.1, so insurance claims management for the Duva Unit 3 recovery project. 18.2, rebuild Duva Unit 3 recovery project to recover 600 megawatt capacity loss. Online vending, I think there was some online vending evidence yesterday. 18.4, optimization of fiber optic cable capacity. 18.5, insurance claims management in relation to the Hitachi settlement offer. 18.6, ESCAP capital structure optimization. 18.7, overall insurance claims management. 18.8, arrangements and negotiations of long-term facilities. 18.9, arrangements and negotiation of working capital facilities. 18.10, sale of Eskom finance company business and mortgage book. And if you recall, Mr. Chairperson, hybrid issuance 18.11 from last year, the hybrid capital issuance. Yes, there it is again.
Yes, yes, I remember that. Now, were these elements of Project Pandora?
These were elements of Project Pandora. And I think I made a mistake here because some of these initiatives were added later. So by Mr. Machala Koko and Mr. Nur Singh. So you may find that the original proposal had fewer initiatives, but I think I based on what I had, and if you recall, I don't have the original proposal, but my testimony going forward, I'll let you know which ones were added on by Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh. Thank you.
Yeah.
So some of these elements, or all of them, were issues that Regiments and McKinsey were discussing with Mr. Anot Singh at different stages, including July 2015 and later, maybe even after he had been permanently appointed as CFO of Eskom.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mothepu.
Thank you. So in October,
Yes.
the Minister of Public Development, Public Enterprise, Ms. Lynn Brown, formally appointed, I think on the same day, Mr. Brian Molefe as the CEO and Mr. Anur Singh as the CFO. So that is when now we were able to work at Eskom. He introduced us to a colleague of his, Miss Maya Bana, Mr. Machala Koko, so I'm on page 575, paragraph 26, under heading work performed by regiments and TCP at Eskom.
Yes, and as you go there, Ms. Mothepu, just clarify to the chairperson whether at this stage, because you've previously said you are submitting a proposal as Regiments Trillian, Regiments and McKinsey. It's a proposal submitted to Eskom. You mentioned the services were to be rendered under a master services agreement.
Yes.
And how the allocation of percentages was broken down into 70-30%, 70 in favor of McKinsey, 30% in favor of regiments. We need to be clarified whether, when you say you're starting to work at Eskom, was that agreement concluded?
You know, I've been a consultant in the public sector, municipalities, state-owned companies. There's always a difficulty where the public sector service will say, we need work urgently, but the procurement is taking long. So, as I alluded earlier, they had anticipated a confinement, and they were supposed to get, McKinsey was supposed to get 10%, 10.8% on the savings. So, for example, if they could not have any savings, if their initiatives on, for example, procurement or primary energy, which is coal and fuel, diesel, if within, I would say, a year, let's say Eskom spent 5 billion rand and McKinsey's initiatives saved Eskom, let's say now it's 4 billion, so they'll get 10% of the saving, which is 1 billion. So that is why I think Mr. Anuj Singh said, because of that model, it'll be a confinement, and he undertook to get this confinement to be approved by the board and also get National Treasury approval. But he wanted us to work concurrently while he was getting these approvals.
You should
Yes,
also...
so there was no contract in place.
Yes.
And we worked on risk with the anticipation that the board will approve the master service agreement and National Treasury will approve the confinement. Yes.
Yeah, not everybody knows what you mean by confinement. So you may want to explain briefly, well, just one sentence.
It can be.
Basically,
It
for
can
the
be
public,
one.
but I think the public has had quite a lot
Yes.
of it because there have been lots of evidence here about confinement.
So if you say
So-
you are the sole source of that
Yeah.
innovative solution, but
So without following a competitive tender
yes, you don't
process.
have to, but the requirement is that your offering should be innovative. Nobody else should have it. You should be the sole provider. But this was not the case because all the other consulting firms could do exactly the same thing.
So you start working then at Eskom once Mr. Anuj Singh is appointed permanently, but the MSA Master Services Agreement is still not concluded.
Yes, they were negotiating with Mr. Anuj Singh. So Eric Wood was negotiating on behalf of regiments. Mr. Vikas Saga was negotiating on behalf of Mackenzie, and Mr. Anuj Singh and Mr. Machala Koko were negotiating on behalf of Eskom.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to go back to the question I had raised with you earlier on about whether you got the impression that at the meeting of the 8th of July, 2015, Project Pandora, whether you got the impression that McKinsey and regiment's people and Anuj Singh knew one another quite well, but actually it had to be so because he was from Transnet. McKinsey and regiments had been involved in Transnet, if I recall correctly already.
Oh, that's correct.
And there was evidence of, was it Mr. Bester?
Hank Bester, yes.
Bester, about a meeting that he had with Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Anuj Singh.
Correct.
During 2014 in regard to certain Transnet contracts. So I'm sure they knew each other quite well.
Yes, you've just jogged my memory, Mr. Chairperson. When we were having coffee, he had told me that they are working...
That's Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood had told me that they are waiting, they have submitted a proposal to Eskom, they are waiting board approval, but he was 100% certain that the board will approve it. That's why he gave me that generous package, because he wanted me to be there, to lead that team.
Yes.
Yes.
That's quite important.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Continue, Mr. Slipper.
Yes, so as soon as Mr. Anuj Singh was appointed, so we started working at Eskom. We were given consultant access cards, so we were given a form to sign and complete, and so we were given a consultant access cards. I have a picture of mine, but I don't think...
I've seen it.
You've seen it, so I don't think it's that material that we have to go there.
Yeah.
And also, Mr. Singh gave us a designated boardroom for us to work at Eskom. So we worked together with Mackenzie and the regiment's team in this boardroom. Our main contact person was Miss Maya Bana. Yes, so she's the one who organized the boardroom and the logistics, the acquisition of the access cards. So in addition to introducing us to these people, he also introduced us to Mr. Prish Govender, who was the project director, Mr. Machela Koko, who was head of generation, Mr. Andre Pillay. He was not the treasurer at the time. Miss Caroline Henry was the treasurer, and Mr. Edwin Mabelane.
Well, let's go back to the time when you were given a designated boardroom at Eskom. Did you work from Eskom on a daily basis? Why did you have to be given a boardroom?
I wasn't working at Eskom on a daily basis, but I was there sometimes. Myself and my team were also working at Transnet on the 1064 management consulting area. I also led the 12 billion rand club loan. I was also working, my team and I were also working on SA Express, and we were also working at Denel. But Mackenzie, I think they were, being a large international organization, I think they had something like between 10 and 20 people who were always there. So we would come in and out depending on what we needed to do, but I had to spread my time and resources on the other clients.
So a particular boardroom was designated as the boardroom that regiments and Mackenzie would use.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
But you say the regiment's team, of which you were part, wasn't there on a daily basis, wasn't at Eskom on a daily basis, because you had to attend to other projects. But you say Mackenzie, by and large, were there on a daily basis?
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes. Did you ever get an understanding why, whether it's regiments or Mackenzie or both, why they needed to be given an Eskom boardroom for use, it seems, for a long time?
I mean, Anuj would come in and out of the boardroom, we would ask him questions.
Mr. Singh.
Sorry, apologies.
Mr.
Mr. Anuj Singh
Yes.
would, so he wanted close proximity to the team.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, so he would give us certain things to do.
Yeah,
Sometimes we'd call him and say, no, we need
so-
clarity. So he'll just go, I don't know if it was the same floor as his office
It may have been
or
for
a
his
different floor. I
convenience.
think it was, the executive wing, I think, is on the top floor. We were in the middle, so he'd just come down and explain. So he wanted the close
Yeah.
proximity.
Okay, no,
Yes.
that's fine. Mr. Slega?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mothepu, yeah, let's see you, because in your affidavit, you were on page 575, paragraph 26.
Yes.
You've mentioned the names of the people at Eskom who you interacted with, and you say each initiative steering team would meet regularly and with designated Eskom representatives at Megawatt Park. And then you deal with what you say are the additional initiatives that were added to the original proposal. In the next paragraph, you could just tell the chairperson about that, because you were saying you would come back to it.
Thank you. If we go to page 575, Mr. Chairperson, paragraph 27. So it was, we had, if you recall, we had the original proposal that was submitted in March, April of 2015. And Mr. Anuj Singh and Mr. Machala Gogo had a copy of this proposal. And they added 3 more initiatives, or I'll call them initiatives or transactions that were not on the original proposal. And these were online vending, and it was the Duva 3 insurance claim and rebuild, and the Hitachi insurance settlement. So these were I would say Mr. Anuj Singh and Mr. Machala Gogo said these are the top initiatives that are keeping us up at night, and we require your assistance with them.
Yes.
So, and the key figures that we dealt with was Mr. Singh and Mr. Gogo. If we go to my annexure, which is MM4 and MM5, let me just give you the page reference. It's page 588.1.
Is that
Yes.
the black number?
Are you there? Okay, so it's from Mosilo Mothepu, sent the 30th of November 2015. I'm not sure whose email address is at.
mkgme@eskom.co.za.
Yes, and it's copied Machala Gogo. And the subject, balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking financial initiative stream. So I say,
I'm sorry. The term Project Pandora, I assume that was just an informal term that was used among yourselves.
that's correct. So now there was no need for the secrecy because now he was now appointed CFO, and now we could officially name.
So what was the official name now? Was it this one here, balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking?
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes.
But I guess privately, you didn't cease to refer to Project Pandora.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
So.
Yes.
So this is a mail from myself to Mr. Gogo. Good day, Machala. I hope this email finds you well. It was a pleasure meeting you last week. I had a chat with Eric Wood regarding additional financial initiatives that need to be included as part of our balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking financial initiatives stream. These include sale and leaseback on the optic fiber network, prepaid electricity vending, that's online vending, EFC disposal, that's Eskom Finance Company disposal, Hitachi claims, replacement of boilers and Duva insurance claim. We are currently compiling a business case for each initiative and require some information from you and your team. I would like to set up time early next week with yourself and your team to source the additional information in order to complete the business case by the end of the week. Kind regards, Mosilo Mothepu, Principal.
Now, was Nkijimi at eskom.co.za Mr. Koko's email address?
I'm not sure whose email address that would be, because the fact that I sent it directly to him and I copied Mr. Machela, it doesn't have a name. But if I recall, I met Mr. Koko.
Sorry?
Sorry?
Why would you address the email to him when he was not the addressee, but he was simply being copied?
I think now my memory's jogged. Remember, I said it was a pleasure meeting you last week. So he introduced me to this gentleman. I forgot his name. And I spent about 30 minutes on these proposals. So, so what I needed Machela to be aware of is that I have spoken to your team, but I need information from you. He was a gentleman of Indian descent. I forgot his name. Yes, but it was Mr. Gogo who introduced me to him. Yes.
So, could this email address be that gentleman's email address?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Mr. Silega.
Thank you. Ms. Mothepu, I see that there's another email on page 588.5 of 5 December 2015.
So that email was the 30th of November.
Yes.
And then, okay, so between that date, indeed, my team and I were given information. We were introduced to some of the Eskom officials, and so we were able to now to put weight on the business case, because if you recall, the additional initiatives, we were not, we didn't have information on them. So we spent that week or two interviewing the Eskom officials, getting information, understanding the challenges, proposing some solutions so that we can include them in the final proposal. And this proposal, by the way, had to go to board for approval. So if we go to page 588.5, so now it's from myself, Mosilo Mothepu, sent the 5th of December 2015 at 9:10 to Mr. Gogo, and I copied Eric Wood. And the subject, Eskom initiatives, and there was the final updated initiatives. So it reads, "Hi Machela, attached, please find the financial stream initiatives for your review and comment. I'm available on my mobile phone should you wish to contact me, and it's supposed to say, and I can come into the office to discuss, should you wish. Kind regards, Mosilo Mothepu." And page 588.6 is the attachment. I'll just later on just give you a brief outline of what each transaction entails.
Yes.
So if we go now to...
You
Okay.
don't want to do that now? In terms of what the main features of the attachment?
Because where I cover it, I go on a brief outline and the people responsible from Eskom and from regiments and Mackenzie. So I would prefer we could do that.
That's fine.
Thank you. So if we go to page 588.26, so the previous communication was the 5th of December. Now it is the 7th of December. Mr. Koko and Mr. Mabelane had a chance to go through the updated proposal, and so I was sending it to him. So this is sent on the 7th of December 2015, subject as to Mr. Machala Koko, subject updated proposal, and there's the attachment. Good morning, Machala. Attached, please find the update proposal for your consideration. Kind regards, Mosilo Mothepu.
And the attachment is on the next page.
And the attachment on the next page.
Title Balance Sheet Optimization and Cash Unlocking Initiatives.
The attachment starts at 588.27 up to what page? It's not just one page, eh?
Oh, yes, Chair.
Yes.
Up to what page does it go?
Pardon, can you repeat?
The attachment, it starts at page 588.27. Up to what page does it go?
I think
I
it's,
take it's not a one page.
No, it's very long.
Yeah, I just want to know what constitutes part of the attachment.
yes. Chair, I think it's 588.49.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And on the next page,
And then on the next page,
there's another email.
we were very busy, but it's on the same day.
When you say on the next page, you mean 588.50?
Yes.
588.50.
250,
Okay.
Chairperson. Thank you.
So the previous email I sent at 9 minutes past 8. I had time to go to meet with Mr. Machala Koko. He had made updates and reviews, and so I sent him the updated proposal at the same day, the 7th of December, this time at 12:33. So it reads, Dear Machala, attached, please find the updated financial proposal document for this afternoon's meeting at 2 o'clock. Kind regards, Mosilo Mothepu.
We don't see emails from them to you.
I'm going to, there's some,
Replying to your email.
yes,
For the sake of
they never,
Sorry. For the sake of completeness, mention again up to what page that attachment goes, starting at page 588.51.
5, is it 100 or is that a different one? Let me see.
Does it go up to 588.209?
I think it goes up to 588.74.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yeah, it's important because otherwise sometimes can be difficult to see in the bundle
Yes.
whether a particular document is still part of an attachment or it's a standalone document.
So it's
Okay.
from 588.51 to 588.74. Ms. Mothepu, take us to the next email.
So I'm taking you to the next email, Mr. Chairperson, 588.75.
Thank you.
If you recall the previous email, I mentioned a meeting at 2 o'clock. So that meeting had happened. So I sent an email at the same day, now at 21 minutes past 8 in the evening. We had met Mr. Mabelane and Mr. Machala Koko. So it's to Mr. Mabelane and Machala Koko. I've copied Mr. Eric Wood, Mr. Vikas Saga. My team was Asanda Smith, Fahima Badat, Grant Joseph, and Mr. Mohammed Bobat, and the subject is Eskom cash unlocking initiatives. So it reads, Dear Machela and Edwin, attached, please find the revised cash unlocking initiatives for your review and comments. As per your request, we sat with your technical team who provided us guidance and additional information to the document. We have incorporated their inputs and comments to the body of the document. Kind regards, Mosilo Mothepu. And so that attachment is 55.76, and then it goes on to, it ends on
588.100.
100.
Now, the email, Ms. Mothepu, on page 588.50, 588.50, 7 December 2015 at 12:33 to Mr. Koko. It alluded to a meeting in the afternoon at 1400. Did that meeting take place?
Yes, that meeting takes place. If you go to page 588.75,
Yes.
it says, remember I said, hi, Machela and Edwin, as per your request, as in,
Yes.
during that meeting at 2 o'clock, we sat with your technical team and they provided guidance and information. If you see that after that 2 o'clock meeting, we met with the team, hence we worked through the night and up until almost 8:30 in the evening to incorporate the proposal.
So this is still at the drafting stage of the proposal. You haven't rendered services yet.
Not yet.
Did you get to render services?
Yes.
You did?
In January 2016, I'll get there.
In January 2016?
Yes. Plus, after this, my team started working on the online vending and the DUVA 3 and the funding plan. So I'll go into that detail.
Yes.
What is important, Mr. Chairperson, if we go to any of the attachments, let's go, I'll take you to page 588.51.
This is one of the proposals.
Yes, so
Or a version of.
if you look at so our contract was it was supposed to be on a success base. So if you go to page 588.53, it's the arrangement of, okay, let me wait for you to get there.
I am there.
You're there? So it's the arrangement of long-term facilities. So that's long-term loans. So if we could arrange Eskom, let's say 2 billion, if you go to the next page, so it's page 588.45, 1.3 project cost. So what regiments?
I think you said 4.5, you meant 5.4.
Sorry, 5.4.
Yeah.
And you go to
588.
1.3, the project cost. So that is how much is it going to cost Eskom. So let's say we raised 2 billion in long-term facilities. Once Eskom gets that money, they would have to pay, if you go, Eskom will be charged a capital raising fee of 1.5%, 150 basis points for the successful origination, negotiating, and raising of funding. So all of these initiatives were based on risk. And once they are completed, all of them have a different fee. So if we didn't raise, even if we worked there for a year and we didn't raise a cent, you would not incur Eskom will not pay us. So that was, in all of these initiatives, I won't take you through each one, but that was the premise of the contract.
The intended contract.
Yes, the intended contract.
That never.
That never happened. Okay.
But, Ms. Mothepu, I know you're going to take the chairperson through other things there that you feel strongly to draw to his attention. I want us not to lose the bigger picture. So that, let me do that exercise. So you are at the proposal stage. You say you started rendering the services in 2016. That will be the services contemplated in these proposals.
That's correct. And if I can correct myself, we started rendering services in 2015, probably November, December.
So that is even prior to the finalization of these proposals.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's no contract.
There's no contract. The MSA is still being negotiated. So there was no contract.
Yes.
It was in anticipation of the finalization of the contract and board approval and National Treasury approval.
So what services do you start rendering as regiments? Can you recall?
I can recall it was the online vending. And it was the DUVA 3 insurance claim. We went to the insurer, which was Marsh, and we negotiated the boiler in, I think it's in Mpumalanga, had exploded. And they were negotiating an insurance claim with Marsh. I think they were the independent insurance assessors.
So your services were to do what in respect of that?
I have to say something, it's in my observation, which I make at the end, but I think it's important now with high insight. Eskom was capable of all of these initiatives on their own. The fact that others were added. So when we started working with Eskom's team, the officials were the lower ranking technocrats who were actually working on these transactions already, had the capacity, the expertise to do it. I remember even on the DUVA 3 insurance, I know nothing about insurance. And I told Eric, I don't have any inkling about a boiler and insurance, but we were shoved down the throats of the Eskom officials. And of course, there was a lot of resistance. So, I mean, in my observation, I say that part of state capture essentially is just appointing consultants unnecessarily and siphoning off very large fees, while the internal team has the capacity and expertise to perform them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so.
Of course,
in
that's
that case,
important.
of course, where some individuals within an entity give work to outsiders to do for the entity, that can be done by people employed within the entity.
100%, Mr. Chairperson.
That's a case of you just want to give those people money.
Precisely.
Yeah, because there is no need.
There's absolutely no need.
Yeah.
Because Eskom had an insurance division, who it was headed by somebody who is an expert in insurance. My team and I knew nothing about insurance. The Treasury team can negotiate long-term and short-term loan facilities. They had relationships with the banks. They had relationships with the asset managers and the pension funds. All they had to do was, if they issue bonds, is obviously they would have to appoint a lead manager on which are the local and international banks registered in South Africa, and they would pay them a marginal fee. But all of these initiatives, Eskom already had teams working on them. We came in as Mackenzie, as Regiments, and eventually Trillian, in the middle of the implementation of these transactions. And I mean, a total of 1.6 billion rand was paid, which was completely unnecessary because Eskom had and still does have the capacity to do them.
But that begs the question, Ms. Mothepu. Did you know these things at the time? And what was your attitude in regard to it?
My attitude was, I think, I told Eric, we do not have any expertise in this, so I'm not comfortable to continue. And also getting a lot, Mr. Eric would.
In respect of insurance.
Yes,
only,
insurance.
Or in regard to other things as well.
Yes, and the insurance and.
Yeah,
Yes.
just understand the question, because we want to know, well, my question really related to everything, whether in respect of all these initiatives, are you saying Eskom had people who were already working on them and they could do that, or are you confining that comment only in respect of the insurance part?
All of them.
All of them, yes, and that's
All of
my
them.
question. And my question is, if you're saying now that, well, you could observe, but Eskom as people, they were already implementing these things, and it parted with over 1.6 billion rand, all for nothing. My question was, but didn't you, what was your attitude at the time? Were you not aware of these things at the time?
No, my attitude at the time was to essentially, my reservation, we are not needed, and we don't have the expertise. And
Well, that's the part I was asking.
yes,
whether,
and then, so,
hang on,
yes.
hang on. Whether, when you said you didn't have, your team didn't have the expertise, you meant in regard to insurance that you have talked about, or are you talking about everything that you were asked to do for Eskom?
The only
Or
expertise,
some elements?
the only expertise we had were two, which was the negotiation of the short-term loan facilities and the negotiation of the long-term loan facilities. We were experts at that. But the insurance, cyber optic, I don't know. There was a Hitachi settlement. There was an insurance of Duva 3 and the rebuild as well. So we were completely, our heads were under the water. And I expressed my reservation that, and that is why.
To whom did you express your reservations?
To Mr. Wood. That is why Mr. Edwin Mabelan and Mr. Machala Koko brought in the teams that were already working on these transactions. So to explain to the consultant, this is what we're doing. And we were asking very elementary questions because we were completely clueless about insurance and boilers, and it was quite embarrassing, I have to say.
But now, it's quite interesting. One would have thought that if you were supposed to have this expertise, maybe you were supposed to have better expertise than the internal team. One would have thought that you would secretly go and get experts to tell you exactly what's happening, where you could ask all the questions and then come back, feeling more knowledgeable. But it's interesting that Eskom actually brought its own people to explain to you.
To the consultant who are getting paid.
Now, do you remember the people that Mr. Machala Koko brought to explain these things to you? Because that's important, from Eskom.
If you recall, I said it was a gentleman of Indian descent.
Yeah.
So he brought his team, but I had forgotten his name.
Was it a Mr. Govender by any chance?
No, it wasn't Prish. It was not Prish,
okay.
Mr. Prish Govender, it
Okay.
was not.
Okay.
Yes.
And who else? Or you can't remember others?
I don't recall because he just brought his colleagues.
Yeah. So they explained these things to you.
Yes.
And were they made to be like your team and them to be like one team working together, or they were brought in to explain whatever needed to be explained and then go back and leave you to continue?
The earlier, we were supposed to work together with, with the internal team.
So that you would be seen to have done the job, but actually they are the ones who would have actually either done the job or guided you to do the job.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson. All of these initiatives had commenced.
Yeah.
Obviously, they were all at various stages of completion. Some had board approval, others were still had to be submitted to board. So we just came in somewhere in between.
So now when your team and the team that Mr. Machalakoko brought to you to explain certain things worked together, the products, was it then presented as your team's product?
No, the product was presented as Eskom's product.
Oh, but now, weren't you going to charge for it?
Remember, we would only be charged Eskom upon the successful.
Okay.
So we were not like auditors or lawyers where we charge per hour.
Oh, but still, you were going to charge for a product that basically Eskom did for themselves.
That's quite correct. I mean, we can even go back to the Transnet China Development Bank loan, where regiments was paid 189 million.
Yes.
And Transnet Treasury had the capacity and expertise to negotiate and originate. Even the former Transnet treasurer said, it's too expensive, we don't agree. And then regiment was brought in, she left. The former treasurer, Mr. Petula Musibudi, came and he appointed regiments, and his team had the capacity to negotiate that, but 190 million rand went towards the consultant. So it's a cut and paste everywhere.
Yeah. But when you realize this whole thing, you couldn't feel good about it, could you?
At the time, I think because I came in the beginning, I mean in the middle, plus I was a principal, even in as much as I think my stance takes a different view when I'm now CEO in March 2016. So I would have a reservation and communicate it to Mr. Wood. He would say, no, don't worry about it. Just work.
Yeah, okay, okay. All right.
So until when did you remain there, Ms. Mothepu?
If there's some events at Eskom or at regiments?
As an employee of regiments, which later becomes Trillian, you see all these things happening, these transactions or services rather that are being rendered by regiments, well, we haven't come to Trillian yet, that could competently be rendered by the inside employees who do not even share in the percentage when you do get the money. So how long did you stay there? When did you leave?
I left last day at Trillian was the 31st of May 2016. I'd been at the job as the Trillian CEO for 3 months, and I officially resigned 22nd of June.
Yeah, so you're nearly a year with this team, whether it's under the name of regiment or under the name of Trillian. You were there for about a year.
That's correct.
And what made you leave? We will come back to the details of what happens, but what made you leave?
I think...
Or were you...
First of all,
were you fired?
No, I was not fired. I wrote a letter to Eric sometime in my lawyer on the 31st of May, essentially saying, these are my views. There was a unilateral change in my employment. And then also, I'd raised flags that red flags with regards to the fact that we were working at Eskom without a contract, and the other clients, the other state-owned companies. Regiments was supposed to cede those contracts to Trillian, and that did not happen. And that did not happen. And I was kept in the dark. Mr. Teboho told me about it. Then I realized that as a director, I was liable. So I wrote a letter through my lawyers to Eric on the 31st of May, 2016, and then he asked me not to return to the office. And we tried a mediation. He refused. He refuted every allegation, and he said, "I'm complaining because I'm not performing. I'm overwhelmed by the job," and I resigned, and I took him to Trillian to the CCMA for constructive dismissal. So I did try and change the way we worked, but my concerns fell on deaf ears up until it was I needed to leave.
Yeah, I think it's better to go back to the story.
Yes,
because
no.
that's at the tail end.
Yes, no, indeed, Chair.
Yes, you asked.
I
Yeah.
did
I
mention-
know he asked you, but it breaks the sequence.
chain.
Yes, it does.
It breaks the sequence. Yeah.
No, that's
Whereas we
correct.
will reach it.
Yes, we will.
Yes. So these services then were being rendered by you say from November 2015 onwards. You are still drafting the proposal. The agreement has not been signed, the master service agreement. We are in 2016. Maybe you could take us through 2016 because there's an important event in March. You need to deal with that as well.
Thank you very much.
Which is, together with that is how Trillian became Trillian.
Okay.
Because we've been referring to regimental.
Yes, I think let me
But
start
remember,
there.
she did cover that last time. How Trillian came about,
Yes.
and how she moved from regiments
Yes.
to Trillian.
But-
She did cover that.
Yes, but I think there's an important development that is specific to Eskom. So if you recall, in my earlier testimony, I said that Mackenzie and regiments were supposed to move from Transnet to Eskom via confinement. Regiments was already Mackenzie's supply development partner. So in December 2015, Eric Wood, alongside Lita Nyonya and Niven Pillay, the other shareholders and directors of Regiment, said we are parting ways. Eric and a black businessman or BEE partner, he never said Mr. Salim Issa, well, they are going to purchase Regiment's advisory, which is financial advisory and management consulting. So in December, we were already aware that on the 1st of March 2016, there's going to be the split. Now, there was a complication. Eric now told Mr. Eric Wood told Mr. Anuj Singh that Mackenzie is replacing regiments with Trillian as the supply development partner. So what needed to happen was something Mackenzie calls a credit risk review, a due diligence on the new supply development partner. So from January 2016, Mackenzie had a whole list of questions about the new supply development partner. And I will eventually go into the outcome of the credit review committee. So in 2016, January, there was a steering committee that was established between Eskom executives, and namely Mr. Singh. I'm now on page 576, paragraph 29. And I think I've mentioned these individuals before, and how I was introduced to the various various executives. I'm going to,
Is it not paragraph 44 you're looking for on page 579?
yes, but I think it's a repetition. Oh, so we had the first steering committee. It was chaired by Mr. Anuj Singh. It took place, so in this chairing committee, we would, regiments and Mackenzie would essentially flesh out their initiatives. And each initiative was allocated an official from Eskom who would champion it, an official from Mackenzie, and an official from regiments. So in my employee at regiments and Trillian, there was 2 steering committee meetings. One was on the 9th of February 2016, and then the last one was on the 31st of March 2016. They were always at Megawatt Park. Okay, so I'm going to now go through, I think I'll skip paragraph 31 to 34. I'll come to that later on. But now I would like to focus on the transactions we worked on. So this is now page 577. Paragraph 35. So it's 1.6 billion guarantee in favor of Tegeta Exploration and Resources Limited from Absa Bank. Now, Eric and I used to work very closely together.
Hang on one second. The tensions report you skipped because it's convenient to deal with it later.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Selega, is that okay?
That's correct. That's fine, Chair.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. Yes, continue.
Yes. So
you are now talking under the 1.68 billion guarantee.
that's correct.
Okay.
So Eric and I worked together, and I think we were working on the club loan at Transnet. So the banks, especially Absa Bank, knew that Eric and I worked closely together. So,
Looks like I will never succeed to get you
oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Mr. Wood.
refer to them appropriately in a forum such as this.
Apologies.
Okay. All right.
Yes, so we had worked together closely on the club loan with Absa Bank. Absa Bank was one of the banks that lent Transnet, I think it was 3 billion rand on the club loan. So, and we liaised with Ms. Tulizulu, who was a transactor at Absa in the corporate banking side, focusing on state-owned companies. So early December, I cannot remember the exact date, I got a call from Ms. Tulizulu, and she asked, she was very confused because she said that Mr. Anuj Singh had called her to explain the process of securing a guarantee on behalf of Tegeta of 1.6 billion. And because Eric, she thinks that I should know what is happening. I told her, no, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, because Absa had questions with regards to the nature of the guarantee, because it's very strange for a state-owned company to provide a guarantee to a private company. So Absa, the product specialists were very confused. So I went into Eric's office, and I went into Mr. Wood's office, and I relayed the conversation I had with Ms. Tulizulu, and he said no, I can sit in on a conference call. So I called Ms. Zulu to schedule a conference call, and I think it happened within 10 minutes. So I just sat in that conference call. And so Eric had to essentially unpack how this guarantee was going to work. And they wanted ABSA essentially to provide that guarantee. And it was going to be on 3 months. And they had various questions, of course, because it's very strange, as I alluded earlier, how does a state-owned company provide a guarantee to a private company? And eventually Eric was able to explain, and they were satisfied with his explanation. Now, it's quite interesting. One of the questions that Ms. Zulu asked was, who are the shareholders of Tegeta? And Eric said, no, he'll revert back to Ms. Zulu. And so I asked Eric, out of curiosity, after the conference call, who are the shareholders of Tegeta? And he said, no, it's Mr. Duduzane Zuma. And he said I should not tell Ms. Zulu about that development. So ABSA got all the approvals, I think the following week, and Mr. Anur Singh and the then treasurer, Ms. Caroline Henry, signed the guarantee. And I think it lapsed in April 2016. Okay, so if I go to 37, so we were in January 2016, as annually, each state-owned company has to submit a corporate plan. And as alluded earlier, part of the corporate plan is a funding plan. This is essentially something that happens every year. The Treasury submits this funding plan to the shareholder and to National Treasury. So we were requested by Mr. Anur Singh to assist Mr. Andre Pillay in the funding plan. Something very strange happened because I got this instruction on Friday, late afternoon, and Mr. Singh wanted this funding plan by Monday. So it was quite, I didn't understand how come I have to do a funding plan over the weekend. So I called Mr. Andre Pillay, and he had no idea about Mr. Singh's instruction for us as the consultants to draft this funding plan, because it's annually it's performed by Treasury. So he had no idea that we were supposed to do the funding plan, because I was trying to get an extension. Eskom has, as I said, they finance between 70 and 80 billion rand a year. And a funding plan, I think, goes up to 5 years. So over the weekend, we had to do a plan, which was completely unreasonable. And what I later found that Mackenzie knew all along, but they didn't tell us. So when Anur says, guys, remember, I'm expecting a funding plan on Monday, then Eric frantically called me and said, you have to work over the weekend and do this funding plan. So my team and I worked over the weekend. The team from Regiment side consisted of Eric Wood, Fahima Badat, Stephen Altringham, Tyron Brandes, and Grant Joseph. Now we met the deadline. I tried getting hold of Mr. Singh, but unfortunately he wasn't picking up. So obviously, if you go to page 578, these were the points that we had to look at. So it's 37.1, ensuring that there would be sufficient cash available to meet all of Eskom's operational and capital requirements, credit rating considerations, funding sources, markets, investor appetite and concerns, and financial risk management. So we submitted, but obviously the quality of the funding plan was less to be desirable. So Anuj was not happy with the funding plan. So
Apart from Mr. Andre Pillay, or even including him, were you assisted by employees within Eskom to come up with that draft?
over the weekend, we worked alone, and we submitted without the Treasury's input, because if you recall, Mr. Andre Pillay had no idea about the instruction to draft a funding plan by Monday. But when Mr. Singh saw how it was terrible, it was a terrible job, so he roped in Mr. Andre Pillay and his team, and my team and the Treasury team worked together.
Oh, I see.
To eventually have... Again. Yes.
I see we've done just over 2 hours.
Yes,
Maybe we should have a short
indeed.
break. How long do you think you might still need to with Ms. Mothepu before she finishes?
Chair, I'm capable of shortening Ms. Mothepu to 30 minutes, but I know she wants to tell you much more than...
Well, the important thing is that we strike an appropriate balance between not spending more time than we should on one witness, but also ensuring that we do justice to the issues. So that's the guiding principle.
Yes.
And let's take a short adjournment of 10 minutes, and then we come back.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
or whoever, the name. The message simply says, we did not finish our discussions about this transaction. This is what is going to board on 18 August. Ms. Mothepu, referring to online vending that came up during the testimony. She was referring to this, Chairperson.
So,
Then you go back to her affidavit.
so I guess on Mr. Koko's version of who he says he thought he was addressing these emails to,
Yes.
we are supposed to take it that when he says this is what is going to board of 18 August, he was telling the chairperson of the board
Correct, Chair.
what was coming to the board on the 18th
On the
of
18th
August.
of August, 2015.
Yes, okay. All right, you were referring me somewhere else as well?
Yes, then we go back to Ms. Mothepu's affidavit,
Yes.
page 573.
What was the point about page 1032? That is the email address from
Yes.
Mr. Machela Koko to
Yeah.
info portal, top engineers.
Yes, is that apparent from these emails, Chairperson? There's documents, top engineers on the one hand, a PDF document, and on the other, online vending document, PDF document, which are exchanged with info portal, which are the part of the proposals made by regiments, which you see in Ms. Mothepu's affidavit.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just repeat that.
Yes. So the documents exchanged in the two emails.
Yeah, that is one at 1032,
Yes.
and the other one is at what again? What page?
1056.
Yes.
1056.
The attachments.
Those attachments.
Yeah.
They form part of the proposal that Ms. Mothepu has been talking about.
Yes.
That regiment is preparing for Eskom.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
And
yes.
so you see that on page 573,
Yes.
if we go back to bundle 14.
Yes. Okay. Then now we go back to her affidavit.
Correct, Chair.
At what page in her affidavit?
573.
573. Yes.
You start paragraph 16:16. So she says the McKinsey and regiments had submitted a joint proposal in the first quarter of 2015, where McKinsey and regiments were supposed to assist Eskom with management consulting services under the Master Service Agreement, which included cost savings on procurement, generation primary energy, and the establishment of Eskom's top engineering program. So the top engineers or top engineering program is one, which you see in the first email, the 1032 email. The vending online is in the next paragraph, paragraph 18, Chairperson, and 18.3 in particular, which is part of the initiatives in regard to the balance optimization and cash unlocking. So that vending, online vending, is what Ms. Mothepu on page 575, paragraph 27, says was one of the additional transaction or initiatives added to the original proposal. It was added subsequently by Mr. Machela Koko and Mr. Anod Singh. Added initiatives that were originally not in the proposal. And the first one is that online vending. So the emails show that these documents or initiatives in regard to some of these documents, or documents in regard to some of these initiatives, would have been exchanged with Info Portal. One in July 2015 and the other one in August 2015. So, Ms. Mothepu, you as regiments were then also asked to do proposals on these very subject matters.
That's correct. And if you recall, my last testimony, I said that Mr. Salim Issa and Mr. Kuben Mudli were regiment's business development partners. So they are the ones who essentially sourced these contracts with from the state-owned companies under the umbrella of the Department of Public Enterprise. And I'm sure you've seen testimony that the bulk of the fees that regiments earned from Transnet, from SA Express, from SAA, probably I would say between 50 and 60% of it was paid in commissions to Mr. Kuben Mudli and Mr. Salim Issa.
I wanted to say on a light note that Ms. Mothepu seems more reserved after the break than before. Maybe it's because I said she was leading herself. Yes, continue, Mr. Selega.
I had to flex my muscles, Chair. Ms. Mothepu, you were taking us through what you say are the services rendered by regiments to Eskom, and the first one was the funding
Can I ask
plan.
this question? Please don't forget your question,
Yes.
Mr. Selega. Can I ask this question because I don't want to forget it? You interacted with, among other people at Eskom, Mr. Koko and Mr. Anoj Singh in 2015 and 2016. In your interactions with them, are you aware of them using this email address info portal? And if you are aware, is there anything you can tell me which might throw light on what their understanding would have been as to who they were communicating with?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairperson, I cannot throw light because the first time I saw this info portal email was at the commission. So in my time at regiments, in my time at Trillian,
Yes.
I never used it, and even in my
Yes.
correspondence,
You never
nobody
knew
ever
about it.
copied that email.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Continue, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Was Mr. Salim Issa part of regiments?
No, he was not part of regiments, he was the business development partner. So he was the guy who sourced the contracts with the state-owned companies, and he would earn a commission. So he was not formally part of regiments, nor was Mr. Kuben Mudli. So he didn't have an...
So a business development partner sourcing work for regiments.
That's correct.
And this work we are now talking about, do you know whether or not it would have been sourced by him?
I suspect so.
Okay, you don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Well, you got in the middle of it.
That's correct. But if you look at the Transnet model, I earlier mentioned that Regiment was paid 190 million rand for negotiating the China Development $2.5 billion loan. About 60% of that money went to Mr. Issa. So if you duplicate that model, it was going to, plus now at Trillian, he was no longer a supply development partner. He was now a 60% shareholder. So when Trillian was paid, they'll just declare dividends, and the money will flow to him as a majority shareholder.
Yes. Ms. Mothepu, you, in addition to the funding plan you've already mentioned as one of the services you rendered, even though you were put under pressure and your draft was trashed, you mentioned 6 more initiatives that you worked on page 578 to 579. You could, in a nutshell, just tell the chairperson what are those projects or initiatives, whatever you call them, and who at Eskom you worked with, if at all you worked with, in terms of giving you instructions and working together in the rendition of the services.
Thank you. Before I proceed, may I please have another bottle of water? Okay, let's go to page...
I think probably give her 2.
Yes, please.
Because I've observed that she drinks water quite frequently. Yes.
Yes, my mouth gets dry when I'm nervous.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
so we're on page 578. We're on paragraph 38. Analysis of China Development Bank's 500 million loan facility. So Anuj sent us a proposal. Mr. Singh sent regiments through Eric Wood, Mr. Eric Wood, a proposal of $500 million that the China Development Bank had made to Eskom. So, and obviously it was, there was an interest rate attached to it. So he asked my team to review if it was competitive. As I said, the Treasury at Eskom could easily do this work.
Well, I was about to ask the question because I see that at paragraph 38 you say your team assisted Anuj Singh and Andre Pillay, and I wondered whether you assisted them or Andre Pillay assisted you.
At least at this particular point, remember I said there were 2 areas that we were experts at, so this is funding. But I can say that his treasury team at Eskom could have easily done the analysis because they knew what Eskom's average cost of funding was, and then compare it to what the Chinese Development Bank had proposed. So this was not anything complex or difficult.
And of course, when something like this is done, namely bringing in outside service providers to do something that can be done by people who are employed full-time, who are paid to do that kind of job. One is just an unnecessary duplication, but actually the entity effectively pays for work that pays outsiders for work that it has already paid the people who are employed on a full-time basis to do the job.
Precisely, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, continue.
So
there's one observation from what she said about business development partner, that info portal was called businessman. So there seems to be this, now the connection, why businessman is businessman, because he was developing a business development partner.
Yes, but isn't the position that businessman was the name and info portal was the email address?
Correct.
That was used by businessmen?
Correct.
Yeah, it's just that sometimes there would be no reference to businessmen in emails sometimes, but the email address would be there.
Yes.
But businessmen didn't use any other email address, is that correct?
Not as far as we have.
As we know so far.
Yes.
So, yeah, okay, okay.
So it's not far from him, his designation as a business development partner. It may well explain why he's called businessman.
In addition, if I can just assist the chairperson, I was contacted by Faduti investigators while they were doing their investigation on Eskom and Transnet. And they also asked me this question with regards to, do I know who the owner of the account was? And they showed me an email, I think it was from Minister Lynn Brown's PA, and she started saying, "Dear Salim." So I saw that, but obviously I gave them the same response that I gave you, that I never used the email.
Yes, yes, I think we've seen that.
We have, Chair.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
referred to it here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, Chair, if I lead the witness, Ms.
Yes,
Matsietsi,
please.
so you,
But that email address from Minister Brown's PA addressed to Salim and using the info portal email address, wasn't that quite recent when there was evidence about it here? Or was I just reading that email outside of the hearing?
yeah, I know we have relied on it insofar as it is in the Fundutsi report.
Yeah,
And it is to that extent that we have put that to the witnesses.
yeah.
The email itself, Chairperson, I don't think is of, when you say recent, Chair, would you have 2020 in mind?
No,
not-
actually, it could be the 2021 or 2020, December, November. But it may be that it's not something that came up at the hearing. Maybe
Yeah.
I came across it outside of the hearing. Won't somebody just try and trace that email, please, again?
Yes.
To see where it is. So once again, it's an email from Ms. Davis, Kim Davis, who was the executive PA to Minister Brown,
Yes.
and it goes to the info portal address, and it says, "Dear Salim."
Yes, Chair.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's fresh in my mind.
I know that the Fundutsi report is of July 2019. There are two reports, but we will check. with
Yeah.
the Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Yes, let's continue.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that you saw that as well.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Chairperson. So, as I said, we assisted Mr. Anuj Singh with a comparison, and we gave him advice. 39, an analysis of Goldman Sachs 30 billion loan facility. So Goldman Sachs, I'm not sure if regiments had introduced Goldman Sachs to Mr. Singh and Eskom, or if Goldman Sachs had already had a relationship with Eskom and Mr. Singh, and regiments was brought in. So that I'm not clear about. But once Mr. Singh was appointed the CFO, we had to work alongside Goldman Sachs. They had proposed a 30 billion rand loan facility, and we essentially had to analyze their proposal, the quantum, the interest rate, is it comparable again? And From Regiment's side, it was Mr. Eric Wood, it was Mrs. Fahima Badat, and on Eskom's side was Mr. Singh and Mr. Andre Pillay.
So who is providing a loan? Goldman Sachs to Eskom?
Pardon?
Who's providing a loan?
It's Goldman Sachs
To
to
Eskom.
Eskom. So it was a 30 billion rand loan facility.
Yes. Then the next is online vending,
The next is online vending.
and I'm going to lead on that, which is, you say on the part of Eskom, Mr. Anod Singh was there, Mr. Pranish Gavenda, Mr. Edwin Mabelani, and Mr. Machela Koko. Your team assisted Eskom on this online vending. What does that entail? Online vending, can you recall?
About 20% of Eskom's customers are on prepaid electricity. So Eskom had a lot of suppliers like Pick and Pay, ShopRite, Checkers, some of the petrol stations. So it had a lot of supply agreements with these vendors. It wanted to reduce the administration of dealing with so many vendors and have a master vendor. And this master vendor would essentially be contracted to Eskom, and then this master vendor would now subcontract the other vendors. And this was part of the cash unlocking initiatives, because they said that master vendor had to have the capacity, I think either via a bank guarantee, to buy the entire year worth of prepaid at once, and then it distributes it to the other vendors. So that is what online vending was.
Did you achieve all this? Did you successfully assist Eskom achieve what you were tasked to do here?
I think they eventually, I think Blue Label was eventually awarded the contract as a master vendor, but it was, I think, a year or two after I had left Trillian.
Chair, Blue Label, you would recall that name.
What's the name?
It's related to
Mr. Mark Paminsky, who was a board member at
Mr.
Eskom.
Paminsky.
Mark Paminsky.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember.
was employed at Blue Label.
He recused himself in board meetings when it came to certain matters, because he had some relationship with either Trillian or Regiments or Salim Essa or the Guptas.
It was to get at the time the prepayment decision.
Yeah.
Mr. Mark Paminsky was supposed to be the CEO of Trillian Property.
Do not.
And he had a-
Do not mention.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Paminsky.
apologies, I didn't mention him. Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to tell the chairperson
Yes.
how Blue Label has
Yes.
been mentioned here. Then you have three more projects you worked on page 579. Eskom Finance Company, in respect of which you say from Eskom side, the team was Mr. Machela Koko, Mr. Prish Gavenda, Mr. Anod Singh. You rendered services there. You mentioned also from your side who was present. Next paragraph is Duva 3 Power Station Insurance. Again from Eskom side, Eskom Executive, the last sentence in that paragraph, responsible for this transaction comprised of were Mr. Anod Singh, Jackie Kalani, and Mr. Machela Koko. Is Jackie the Miss or Mr.?
It's Miss, and she was head of Eskom Insurance.
Yeah. Then the last one, which is the seventh in the list, is insurance claims management in relation to Hitachi settlement offer. Eric Wood and Fahim Badat advised Eskom on the Hitachi settlement offer. So you did not take part in that one?
Not at all, no.
Yeah. Now, some of this, you haven't located some of these projects and services rendered by Richmond in respect of the time or date when they were rendered. Can you indicate to the chairperson, when does this get to be done? Is it from November, as you said,
The
2015? To which date?
The majority of them started October, well, I'll say November 2015, and they continued on to as regiments. And then on the 1st of March, then they continued on to Trillian. But what was finalized, I think, was the Duva 3 claim. That did not continue after the 1st of March. We had completed the Goldman Sachs 30 billion at regiment and the $500 million China development facility. The others continued on to Trillian after the 1st of March 2016.
Yes. Okay, I understand later in your affidavit you deal with the denials by Eskom officials that they had either, you could tell the chairperson about those denials.
Do you want us to go into detail now or later on?
Not into details, but because
Okay.
we have covered this part,
All right.
I think it's relevant just to say to the chairperson, this is how Eskom officials and which ones have denied that you rendered services.
Mr. Chairperson, if you recall my testimony last December, I said my statement was leaked to the Sunday Times. And what I told then Public Protector Trillian was that Eskom paid Trillian without a contract. And I listed these transactions that we assisted them on. After that Sunday Times revelation, a lot of the media started calling Eskom spokesperson, asking them to comment on the revelations that I had made. So the Eskom stance was, Eskom did not have a contract with Trillian or regiments, and we did not, and neither regiments nor Trillian assisted them on the Duva 3 claim, the Hitachi, the China Development Bank loan, and I think Goldman Sachs. So we were denied, like I guess Peter denied Jesus 3 times. So we were completely denied, yes. And what subsequently happened was...
Then what was the explanation of why payment had been made?
Unfortunately, when the Sunday Times leaked my story, they didn't have my supporting documentation. So that's why Eskom was able to just do a blanket denial. It was only after Mr. Sekhwale, who was the chairperson of Trillian, appointed senior counsel Jeff Badlander, that I had sight of these emails, and he eventually did vindicate my allegations, thank God, that there was no truth to what Mr. Singh had said to his spokesperson, that that indeed there was no contract, which is factually correct. Plus, we did assist them in those transactions. And he said they have not paid Trillian a cent, which is true. They had paid Trillian 595 million rand, and which he denied. What subsequently happened was that a member of the DA, Ms. Natasha Mazoni, laid a complaint to the public protector that Ms. Brown had misled Parliament because after this confusion, the DA MP needed clarity because she had asked Ms. Lynn Brown, can you please give us a comment or an explanation with regards to the contract between Trillian and Eskom and how much money has been paid? So Ms. Brown went to Eskom, obviously Mr. Anur Singh, and his response was there was no contract and there was no payment. So eventually the public protector found that Ms. Lynn Brown had inadvertently misled Parliament.
Yes, no.
Okay.
I recall Mr. Anur Singh being asked about that at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. So those are the projects, you rendered services. Some of them seem to have been shady services. Others you think you were experts on. Payments were, I don't know whether payments, you could tell the chairperson, because what we see from the evidence is that payments, most of the payments were made from August 2016. I know that you, by that time, had left. You resigned 31st May.
My last day at the office was 31st May, but I resigned on the 22nd of June 2016.
June 2016,
Yes.
okay. So still, those payments post-date you,
The only payment that was made was a 30.6 million rand payment for the corporate plan, the funding plan. There was I'm not sure if there was a contract, but Mackenzie was paid 70 million to assist Eskom to draft a funding plan, and regiments got 30 million. So that's 70-30 split, once again.
Yeah, but
Ms. Goodson will, I think also in her testimony, she will provide the commission with evidence as to if work was indeed done by Trillian on that corporate plan or not.
yeah. Does that relate to the first of the 7 items you've listed, which is the Eskom funding plan?
That's correct.
That payment of 30.6
Yes.
million?
Yes.
And you had drafted the funding plan over the weekend. It was found to be not up to
Wanting.
scratch. And you got 30.6 million.
Yes.
Well, not you personally, I'm saying regiments. Who got
Trillian.
paid? Yeah, who got paid, by the way?
The work was done at regiments, but Trillian got paid. That is why the former partners, Mr. Litanyonye and Mr. Nevin Pillay, sued Mr. Eric Wood for essentially regiments did the work and then Trillian got paid. Mr. Chairperson, if I can be indulged, before I go into, can we go back to the section I missed? I think it's quite important.
Denton's report.
The Denton's report.
Yes, okay.
So I think from me,
It's
so
at
this
what
is
page
page 576,
Yes.
31, Denton's report. Yes, so in October 2015, Mr. Wood gave me a call and he wanted me to meet Mr. Singh at his offices. He didn't tell me what the purpose of the meeting was. So it was quite late in the afternoon. So we had a meeting with Mr. Anuj Singh, Mr. Eric Wood, and myself. And Mr. Singh gave me a copy of the Denton's report. And he asked me if I can make an executive summary on Denton's findings on the Treasury Department. Once again, I was given 24 hours to do this. Yes, so I went back to my office and
Sorry, you were asked to do what with regards to?
to essentially look at the Denton's report,
Yeah.
but only focus on his findings in relation to the Treasury Department, because there was a section on auditing, there was a section on procurement, there was a section on primary energy, new build. So he wanted just me to focus on the Treasury area. So I went home and I read the Denton's report and started to make notes. So if we go to page 588.180.
Just repeat the page.
588.180. So this was my executive summary of the events that Dentham, so I'm assuming that Dentham interviewed the Treasury officials, and so I made an executive summary for Mr. Singh as requested. And so I'll just highlight some of the areas that I looked at. The fact that Treasury had alerted, I think, National Treasury that they were going to run out of funds. And that did not happen. So that's why it's called even cry wolf. And essentially, the report says that had Treasury had sufficient forecasting capability, they should have known that because of the delays in Mothepu and Kusile, the envisioned cash would not come through. So those were one of the factors that they lacked forecasting capabilities. Another one was after the downgrade, Eskom issued a dollar-denominated bond, and the interest rate was very high. Of course, it had to be because it was reflective of a downgraded credit rating, and there was nothing Treasury could have done about it. And so I think in your own time you can just read the other things I've made. But what is particularly concerning is that after I submitted this, now I'm on paragraph 34 on page 577, that I submitted this this report to Mr. Singh, and then Mr. Eric Wood eventually told me that Mr. Singh he used this report, amongst other things, to negotiate an exit package for the treasurer, Ms. Caroline Henry, and her sin was she didn't want to work with regiments. So, as we have seen, that part of state capture is essentially you ask an official with integrity to do something that is not within the prescripts or policy, and if they refuse, then you offer them an exit package.
Yeah, well, sometimes you don't have to ask them, let them refuse. If you know that they are people who will not cooperate with your agenda, you try and have them pushed out without asking them to do anything because you know they won't agree.
That's correct. So Ms. Henry's sin was that she did not want to work with regiments.
So
in addition...
What was Ms. Caroline Henry's position?
She was group treasurer at Eskom.
Group treasurer would be immediately below the CFO?
Yes, she reported directly to the CFO, Mr. Anurj Singh.
Oh, okay.
So in addition to that, Eric also, and Mr. Wood also said, Mr. Singh is putting undue pressure on Mr. Andre Pillay so that he will rely on regiments more. And I'm sorry, Ms. Mothepu, please don't forget what you wanted to say. I don't want us to leave this without me understanding this correctly. Now, what you say in paragraph 32 of your affidavit about what Mr. Wood told you with regard to... Mr. Chairperson, can you please speak into the microphone?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So usually my voice is very loud and quite audible, so I'm not used to not hearing my voice.
No, I have, I may be young, but I think I have the hearing of a 65-year-old.
Okay. Paragraph 32. You say Mr. Wood told you that Ms. Caroline Henry had resisted working with the regiment's stroke TCP team. And the first thing Mr. Anurj Singh did when he was officially appointed at Eskom was to find ways to get rid of her. My question is whether you were being told this after the event, in other words, after Ms. Henry had been got rid of, or were you being told this before the event?
It was after the event.
It was after the event?
Yes, so Mr. Singh had negotiated an exit package, which Ms. Henry
Yes.
and Mr. Singh was now acting treasurer and
So
CFO.
he was acting treasurer and CFO at the same time.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
And you were saying that Mr. Wood told you that Mr. Singh had used the Denton's, what was said in the Denton's report, to get rid of Ms. Henry.
As ammunition, I think he had other,
There may have been other things,
Yes.
but this was one of them.
this was one of them, correct,
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson?
Okay, all right, you can continue.
Yes, so I was saying that Mr. Wood continued to say the reason why Mr. Anuj Singh puts excess pressure on Mr. Andre Pillay was to ensure that he relies on external consultants to assist him. So he wanted to see how Mr. Andre Pillay was amicable to work with regiments then Trillian. And if he passed the test, I remember that, then he would be appointed treasurer. But this is by no way of implicating Mr. Andre Pillay. He was not involved in any of the contracting agreements. He was just following his superior's instructions to involve us in the transactions.
Sorry, Ms. Mothepu, the executive summary that you've referred the chairperson to on page 588, 180, it has some information that seems to have a bearing on the suspension of the executives. So, I see the first reference in under March 2015.
Can you please repeat your comment or question?
Well, I would like to explain your executive summary insofar as it relates to entries under March 2015.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So March 2015.
Yes.
Is Mr. Chairman, are you there?
Page 588, point what?
180.
180.
180, yes.
Okay. So March 2015, suspension, and later the removal of...
Let me get this right. This is this executive summary from the Denton's report?
Yes, the one that I put together. Remember there was a Denton's report?
Your executive summary
Yes, so
of the relevant portion of the Denton's report?
yes, that related to Treasury.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
all right.
So in March 2015, suspension and later the removal of the CEO, pardon me, and 3 senior executives. So if we move to the right, Standard & Poor downgraded Eskom's credit rating, senior management suspensions. Eskom board decision regarding the suspension of the company's CEO and 3 senior executives led S&P, that's Standard & Poor, to have less confidence in the company's corporate governance arrangements as well as in its standalone credit profile. Subsequently, Eskom's international rating was downgraded to BB+ from BBB-. The national scale ratings, so it's ZA uppercase A / ZA uppercase -2 from ZA AA negative / ZA -1. The downgrade reflected reassessment of Eskom's management and corporate and governance too weak from fair.
I see, go to the, go to the very last.
So liquidity, Standard & Poor's less than adequate assessment of Eskom's liquidity reflected the pressure that Eskom faced at the time. Negative working capital, higher capital expenditures, and relatively high dependence on uncommitted sources of funding to support its debt maturity profile.
So this executive summary is an executive summary found.
Just 1 second, Mr. Selector.
Yes, Chair.
Don't forget your next question.
Yes, Chair.
I think we need to talk about what's going to happen. Because you said Ms. Goodson is already here,
She is here, Chair.
and there was to be another witness for the evening originally, or not?
Not today,
Not today?
not today, Chair.
Okay. How long would you expect Ms. Goodson to be?
She needs about 3 to 4 hours, Chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I'm wondering whether we shouldn't rearrange if, because I see we are at nearly 5:45 now
Yes.
with Ms. Mothepu. What's your estimate of how much time you still need with her?
With Ms.
With
Mothepu.
Mhm.
Ms. Mothepu is unpredictable, Chair.
And that's because you're not leading her properly. If you lead her properly, she will be controllable. So,
We should finish within 30 minutes, huh? Yes.
yeah, well, I was hoping 15 minutes.
Oh,
But, so it may well be, it seems to me that maybe we should consider making fresh arrangements with regard to Ms. Goodson. And if we are going to do that, we may as well do that now so that she can be excused.
yes.
Next week, I don't think that there are any evening sessions that I have approved. And if she would be available, we could look at her coming in next week, one of the evenings, starting from 4 o'clock. Do you want to check how she feels about that, or is she legally represented?
She is represented by the same attorney,
Oh, okay.
Mr. Daniel
Oh,
Witz.
okay.
So fortunately.
How does that sound? Yeah, they should just sanitize, or otherwise, yeah.
I'll keep it on, I'll keep it
Yeah, okay.
on. Chair, I confirm that I represent Ms. Goodson as well. We are flexible with time and we'll fit in with the commission and the chair's time next week regarding an evening session. So you let us know when she needs to be here and she'll be here.
Oh, excellent. No, thank you very much. Why don't we try and fix that now? Let's say she can come and give evidence on Tuesday, 4 o'clock, if that's fine with everybody. Is that fine? That's fine.
They're nodding, Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's say that she will come on Tuesday next week, 4 o'clock. There might be, depending on a lot of things, we might end up starting with her at 5, but at least if she's here at 4, if we are able to start at 4, we can start at 4. So otherwise then, if she wishes to be excused now, she's excused.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, let's continue then with Ms. Mothepu.
Yes. Ms. Mothepu?
This is not a license that we can take
Correct,
more
Chair.
than we should. Okay, all right.
Ms. Mothepu, you're ready. Yeah, I was asking you, the executive summary, which is here contained in this document we are looking at. It's not an executive summary you created.
It is the executive summary that I created.
Okay, you created this.
Yes, so I got the Denton's report.
Yes,
I read through the treasury areas
yes,
and I put together that executive summary.
I see.
So my sources of information was the Denton's report.
I see.
In addition was the Standard & Poor and Moody's credit rating as well.
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you trying to convey with the information you are presenting in this executive summary? What are you trying to convey?
I was just asked to do it, and
Yes.
essentially he wanted to see what were the challenges at Treasury, what findings did Denton's find, so that he can essentially close any of those gaps and challenges.
So for instance, this is my question. When you're dealing with the suspension of the executives, later removed 3 of the senior executives, the downgrade of Eskom, and I think you repeat again the suspension of the 3 executives. What is the message we're conveying here? Are you identifying this as problem areas in Eskom, or just facts that happened historically, or what?
It was to provide background and context, because one of the alarms that Denton report had said was Eskom's higher cost of funding, and of course you can't divorce that from the fact that the reason why they raised a bond at higher interest rate was because of the credit rating downgrades. So I needed to go back. Why were they downgraded? It was because of the suspension of the managers.
Yeah. If you go to the next page, please, 588.181. There are conclusions there and possible remedial action. That's the heading of those entries. Are those your conclusions?
So thank you for saying that. I gave this executive summary to Mr. Wood, and he's the one who drew up the conclusions and possible remedial action. So that's Mr. Wood's, these bullet points are Mr. Wood's,
Okay.
Conclusions.
So is the position that your summary, executive summary, starts and ends at page 588.180?
That's correct,
And
Mr.
then
Chairperson.
What appears at page 588.181, that is conclusions and possible remedial action, that was what Mr. Wood wrote.
That's correct. Would you like me to
I'll read them.
read them? Or
Yeah.
would you read them,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah, read them.
Evidence Leader?
I'll read them for her, Chair. The first bullet point says the above chain of events. The above chain of events, and what does that refer to? Is that the executive summaries, the facts
Yes,
that's outlined there?
this chain of events.
That chain of events.
Yes.
The above chain of events places question marks about the ability of Eskom's treasury sound judgment. So that includes the suspension of the executives. Because it's part of the chain of events, the downgrade as a result.
But remember, not necessarily
Not necessarily.
yeah, because Treasury had nothing to do with the decision to suspend, but they were the recipient of a higher cost of funding.
I see.
Yes.
And then the next bullet point, it says, as a direct consequence of full judgment of Eskom treasurer, the series of irreversible consequences places Eskom in unattainable position going forward. Oh, so I remember your explanation. So your explanation was, this document was used in order to get rid of Ms. Caroline Henry.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
This unattainable position, I guess, should have been untenable.
It was drafted by Mr. Eric Wood, so, okay, I will say yes on his behalf.
It can't be unattainable.
Yes.
He must have intended, whatever he had in mind, it should have been untenable, not unattainable. Okay?
Yes, Chair.
So just before you proceed, just for the record,
Yes.
is the position that after Mr. Wood had written his conclusions and possible remedial action, he made that part of the document that contained your executive summary?
That's correct. This,
So it was one document?
it was one document in a PowerPoint presentation form, so this was the last slide.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay. Mr. Selega?
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm not going to read further in this document. It ends on page 186. That is 588.
I'm sorry, your voice has gone down.
There, Chair.
Oh.
I was saying I'm not going to read any further. The document ends on page 588.186.
The other,
But I think you can conclude, you can just do those conclusions and remediation. Is it not the conclusions and possible remedial action, do they go beyond 588.181?
if I can just add clarity,
Yes, please.
this one that starts on page 588.182, that was a draft. So what we are seeing on page 588.180 to 181 was the final document that
Yes.
Mr. Singh, that Mr. Wood sent to
Yeah.
Mr. Wood. So the other ones were a draft.
Yes. I think you have read the first two bullet points, Mr. Selega.
Yes,
I think you must read the last three, because that concludes the conclusions and remedial section
Yes, Chair.
of the remedial action section of the document.
Yeah. The third bullet point reads, in addition, consistent issues are raised by investors, National Treasury, Department of Public Enterprise regarding a lack of timely information and lack of with the required and necessary level of depth, DEPTH. Next bullet point.
1 second. In addition, consistent issues are raised by investors, National Treasury, Department of Public Enterprises regarding a lack of timely information and lack
I think
with the required and necessary level of depth. Do you understand the whole of that sentence?
From what my interpretation is that there's concern with regards to first of all, information is not timeous from either National Treasury investors or the Department of Public Enterprise. It lacks the required level of depth. So maybe it's not enough, it doesn't go into sufficient detail to satisfy the investors and the shareholder.
But at least if you are going to criticize somebody else, better get your own act together.
I hope you call Mr. Wood.
Well, if he can be found.
I know where he lives.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Don't say
I
that.
think the investigators,
No, I wasn't going to say.
the investigators note that.
Yes.
We noted.
I mean, consistent issues, I actually think he must have meant same issues were being raised consistently, not consistent issues.
Yeah, and I think that sentence, Chair, we're grappling with, it has these two words, with thee, which should not maybe be the ability to recover from, yeah.
Yeah, but if you are going to criticize somebody else to say they are not good in their job, at least what you write should
Indeed.
should reflect that you're better than them. Okay, all right.
The next bullet point, this is critical stakeholder management. Yeah, is therefore sadly lacking.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
This is critical stakeholder management is therefore sadly lacking and places further strain on Eskom's ability to recover from extremely difficult position to which it has found itself in. Yeah.
That's found
At least if you criticize somebody, make sure that you get your act together. I mean, you write on a proper, your criticism.
If I can just assist. Remember, we were given 24 hours. So I'm not sure, Mr. Singh was in such a hurry to get this.
But he
So
was the one.
I suspect that because of that pressure,
But he was the one.
that's the problem, that because of that pressure, he made
Well,
terrible mistakes, as we can see.
Well, we didn't pick up a number of errors on your section or on your executive summary, but you wrote much more
Yes.
than he wrote. And he wrote, 5 lines? And, yeah, okay, Mr.
The last one, Chair. Treasury has made suboptimal decisions that have adversely affected Eskom, and further inquiry and investigation is required for remedial action.
Yeah,
So it doesn't offer, as it says, possible remedial action
yeah.
at the heading.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Mothepu, then you were about to take us to, you have been now with regiments. We are in March, or is it February, March?
It's the 31st of March.
Yeah. The chairperson recalled that you have already taken us through how Trillian came into existence. And I think you did say who were the shareholders in Trillian. So that's Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Eric Wood.
Yes, through his trust, his family trust.
And when you say his family trust, are you referring to Mr. Eric Wood or Mr. Salim Essa?
Mr. Eric Wood.
Mr. Eric Wood. And the percentage of shareholding between the two?
Mr. Issa was 60%. If I stand to be corrected, I think Mr. Wood's family trust was 30%. It was called Zara 1 and Zara 2 Trust. And Mr. Daniel Roy had a smaller percent. I think it was 3%.
I see.
And I'm not sure who the balance of the shareholders were. It was envisioned that it will go to staff.
Okay. So you were then, as you explained in your affidavit, were transferred, I recall now, in your first appearance, you mentioned how there were meetings. Mr. Eric Wood told you about a new venture, a new company to be formed, and you were to be moved from regiments to that company with Mr. Mohammed Balbert.
That's correct.
Yeah, although that changed in regard to
That's
Mohammed
correct,
Balbert,
Mr.
yes.
Chairperson.
So I'm just going through so that we sketch the context. Then you are moved in terms of, you say, the proper section of the Labour Relations Act. You are transferred and taken over by Trillian, and you were appointed. You move over when?
On the 1st of March 2016.
1 March 2016. So Trillian is formed, and Trillian now replaces regiments at Eskom.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairperson. If I can add to that, Mr. Wood had kept Mr. Anuj Singh abreast with the developments with regards to replacing regiments with Trillian.
Yes. Now, deal with that replacement. What is it? A replacement objective of regiments by Trillian. That is as a development partner of McKinsey. Does it happen or not?
It eventually does not happen. If you remember my earlier testimony, Trillian had to be subjected to a global risk review, which regiments had been subjected to. This global risk review sits in the US, in the United States, where McKinsey is headquartered. So they had requested us to draw up a company profile and our CVs. And I think sometime in January, February, the Global Risk Review had some reservations with regards to the lack of footprint that Trillian had. Even if you did an internet search, it wasn't there. And Mr. Anuj Singh asked if we could be given a little bit more time so that we can quickly put together a company profile. And I think they had appointed a company to have a company website. So it was quite interesting how it was Mr. Singh who was basically pleading on Trillian's behalf that McKinsey just give them an extension. So eventually, on the 31st of March 2016, at one of the steering committees chaired by Mr. Singh, Mr. Andre Pillay was there, Mr. Koko was there. It was official that McKinsey indicated to Mr. Singh that the credit risk review had declined to have Trillian as a supply development partner of McKinsey, obviously because of the lack of footprint. But the red flag was the 60% shareholder, Mr. Salim Issa. He was labeled a politically exposed person, and they did not want to take that risk. So the formal communication was given to all parties that there will be no contractual relationship between McKinsey and its envisioned supply development partner, Trillian.
So the officials at Eskom, senior officials, Mr. Anod Singh, Mr. Machela Koko, you mentioned Edwin Mabelane, Mr. Prish Carpenter, they all knew that McKinsey has declined Trillian to be its supplier development partner.
That's correct. And if I have to go back to that day, Mr. Singh was very unhappy with McKinsey. We were even asked to leave the boardroom and have the Eskom parties deliberate on what are the next steps. So we were in the outside for, I think, an hour or so, and then we were called back. We continued to present, and And then I went back to the office and told Eric that the revelations, he was not at the meeting. And then he told me Mr. Singh had communicated Mackenzie's decisions the night prior to the 31st, so he felt no need to attend the steering committee. So I said to Mr. Wood, it means now we have to stop working at Eskom because there is no contract. And he had said to me, no, he will speak to Mr. Singh to find some other way to contract Trillian. And they eventually wanted to look at another partnership with Oliver Weinman, who's another international consultancy firm. So from my high insight, they wanted to have a reputable international consultancy company at the forefront and having a contract with Eskom, and then there'll be a subcontract with Trillian. So it was envisioned that if Mackenzie doesn't want to partner or they've declined Trillian, then I think other consultancy companies were also, they reached out to them, but I can only find documentation on Oliver Wyman's meeting. It was Mr. Salim Issa and Eric. They forwarded us the points that were discussed. And one of the action points was Mr. Salim Issa would reach out to Mr. Anuj Singh on exploring interest on Shell gas strategy. I'm not sure what that was, but I think those negotiations with Oliver Weinman, they fell through.
Thank you. Do you know whether there is, or did you know
I'm sorry,
then?
before that, I wanted to ask, do we have your statement to the public protector?
I sent it
Do we have
to
it?
the team.
Or then
I'm not sure if it was included.
I think it's your chair.
Let's continue. You can check and then let me know if it's in the bundle, whereabout it is. If it's not, make arrangements to have it included.
Yes, Chair.
I would like to have a look at it.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
So as I understand your evidence is that once McKinsey made the decision that we will not accept Trillian as a supply development partner, Eskom went out to try to bring a different entity by the name of Oliver Wyman.
Oh, Trillian did.
Or Trillian itself
Yes,
did?
Yes.
Oh,
Trillian endeavored to look for other reputable international consultancy firms.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that there is a connection at the time? Did you know that there is a connection between Oliver Wyman and Marsh? Remember you mentioned Marsh as the insurance, what did you say they were?
On the Duva 3,
Yes.
Marsh was the insurer, either the insurer or the insurance advisors, I'm not sure.
To Eskom.
To Eskom, correct.
Did you know that
I still don't know today.
the one is a subsidiary of the other?
Okay.
Marsh is a holding company of Oliver Wyman or the other way around.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I'm hearing it for the first time today.
Oh. So, 31 March 2016, you hear the news, no partnership between the two. You ultimately resign in June. But from 31 March to the time you resigned, the Trillian continued to render services to Eskom.
Yes, Trillian continued to render services to Eskom, but upon my resignation, no invoice had been submitted, with the exception of the 30 million rand That was for the corporate plan, but that was outside the master service level agreement.
I see.
Yes.
So that's the corporate, the funding plan. In respect of the other services that were rendered, even after this announcement by, the announcement by McKinsey, or decision by McKinsey, Trillian did not have an agreement with Eskom to render services
That's correct.
to the time that you left, resigned from Trillian. Now, Ms. Mothepu, I think that brings me to the end of my questions to you. I know that you may have other things to say to the chairperson, and I'm going, oh, sorry, chairperson, the public protectors, Ms. Mothepu's statement to the public protector is in Eskom bundle 14, the same bundle, exhibit U32. Which one is 32? Okay, the same. It's on page.
U32 is Ms. Mothepu's
That's my statement
yeah, in the
to
commission.
here, but I can forward it to you again.
Page 6.
No, U32 is her affidavit to
Page
the
6.
commission, not to the public protector.
No, page 690. 670. Sorry, I'm looking at it upside down. Sir.
Page 690. Is that what you are saying?
670. Page 670. 670. Up until page 679.
Oh, yes,
Is that the one, Ms. Mothepu?
that's the one.
Is that the one that looks like a letter?
No, this is not the right, no, this is not the one.
Which one is this?
Okay.
This one relates to my testimony in December.
Let's continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes.
You can do this after and send me information once you are sure.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
this
exactly
one is
where it
my
is to be found.
testimony in December. I will forward it to you again and you can add it on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that brought me to the end of my questions to you. I know that you had asked to say certain things to the chairperson.
Okay, I won't take more than 5 minutes.
Yes.
So subsequently, I left Trillian in June 2016, and I testified at the Badland inquiry. It was the first time that I saw that Trillian had paid, at the time, I think it was 266 million rand. And after that, I was requested by Eskom through their legal attorneys, Bowman Gillifin, to provide us an affidavit because they wanted to have a civil claim to claim back a total of 595 million rand. So I needed to sign a confirmatory affidavit of that Mr. Khadebe's affidavit because he was not there at the time. So I had to read his affidavit and sign a confirmatory affidavit. And then I had to submit my own affidavit.
Is that Mr. Pagamani Khatebe?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was CEO of Eskom?
That's correct. And he was absent when these transactions were happening. So that it wasn't hearsay, I needed to sign a confirmatory affidavit on his behalf. But I think what's most disturbing, Mr. Chairperson, was that, remember if I told you that the transactions were on risk and Trillian would only get paid upon completion?
If the transaction was successful.
Yes, and there was cash in Eskom's bank account. So I received a spreadsheet from from Bowman's, which the team that I had left at Trillian. So now they allocated, just for my sake, I think it was sent by Ms. Fahima Bodat to Mr. Prish Kumar. So they had allocated that I had spent 180 days at Eskom. I was not at Trillian. 180 days is 6 months.
Yes, yes.
I was at Trillian for 3 months.
Yes.
Plus, remember, we did not charge Eskom per day or per hour.
Yes,
So
yes.
it was completely a misrepresentation. It was
Yes.
fabricated. That
Yes.
entire spreadsheet was, I think I told, and they had also inflated the time that my team members had spent on at Eskom. So never did they give me a call and ask me to reconcile. But even if they had asked me to reconcile my time at Eskom, the basis, first of all, there was no contract with Trillian. Number two, the premise of that contract was risk. It was not per hour, per day. So, and what's interesting is that eventually the High Court found that there was a corrupt relationship between Eskom executives and Trillian, and that Eskom executives did everything in their power to benefit Trillian at the expense of Eskom. So the judgment was, and there's a copy of the judgment in my file, but because of lack of time, I won't go into it. So Trillian was ordered to pay 595 million plus interest from the day of payment to the day of judgment.
I will allow you to deal with what you consider to be the main features of the judgment. So, but continue. I just wanted to tell you that I will allow you to do that.
Okay.
The judgment, Chair, is on page 590. Well, it starts on page 589. That's the title page.
80.
Eskom Bundle 14, 14, page 589.
Isn't it 586? I have 586.
I have a judgment at, which starts at page 589 in the matter between Eskom Holdings, Soc Limited, applicant and McKinsey and Company, first respondent, Trillian Management, second respondent, and then continues.
Okay. All right.
That should be the judgment.
Okay, I think if we go to my statement, because I just took
You
this.
can't find it there?
No, I can find it.
Oh.
But in my statement, I copied the important parts.
Okay, let's
So
go to
for
your
the
statement.
for the sake of time,
Yeah,
let's go back to 587,
yeah.
paragraph 99. And if you can indulge me, I will just read the judgment. The High Court ruled that there was no contract, so there was nothing to say about the contract. But the payments were unlawful, irregular, and Trillian Capital Partners had to pay back to Eskom the entire 595 million plus interest. In the scathing judgment, 3 judges, Faru J, Bakwa J, and Tsoka J, ruled that the cancer of corruption can be eradicated, and those who benefit from ill-gotten gains will be deprived of such gains. They continued, in the present matter, where the probabilities are apparent that senior officials of Eskom could leave no stone unturned to the benefit of Trillian Capital Partners, where confidential information belonging to Eskom was leaked to Trillian Capital Partners, where senior personnel of Eskom who were expected to display the conduct of the utmost good faith and to act in the best interest of Eskom, where there appears to be a corrupt relationship between Eskom senior personnel and the directors of Trillian Capital Partners. Justice and equity demand nothing less than the monies paid to TCP unjustifiably to be returned to Eskom.
Yes, thank you.
I think I will end on that note.
I thought I interrupted you about the judgment while you had something.
Yes, I'm saying that,
You preferred it to end on this note.
well, plus, no, I can actually say that I was also requested to be Mr. Machala-Gogo's first witness in his disciplinary. When he was in Parliament in, I think, 2018, he said he played no role in the contracting of Trillian. He doesn't know. But I was contacted once again by Bowman's Gillifin. They had imaged Mr. Gogo's emails, and they found our correspondence, which obviously contradicts his version that he gave to Parliament under oath. So one of his charges was that he misled Parliament. And he said he played no role. But the truth was, as you've seen from my testimony today, him and Mr. Singh were central figures in the negotiation of Mackenzie and Trillian. In addition, they added more initiatives. Yes, but unfortunately, Mr. Gogo, I remember I was having coffee waiting to be called, and the attorneys called and said at the council chambers that Mr. Gogo had resigned, I think 15 minutes before we were supposed to start, and it was with immediate effect. But Eskom wanted to continue with the disciplinary, so I had to wait for an hour or so, but the legal opinion was, if it's immediate effect, that employer-employee relationship no longer ceases, and Eskom doesn't have a right to discipline him. Yes.
Yeah. Of course, an employer who wants to know what happened, there is no reason why they can't continue with the inquiry, even if it's no longer called a disciplinary inquiry, and find from the witnesses what had happened, so that it knows the truth. But I see that you do say, you have just repeated that, you say in paragraph 90 of your affidavit that you were able or are able to provide 5 emails. Have you provided those emails to the commission?
Those are the emails that I was reading earlier on.
Or the ones that we
Yes,
went to?
that's correct.
1082 and 1056
Yes.
were 2 of them.
So yes, the forensic people that Bowman Gillifin appointed, they mirrored Mr. Gogo's emails.
Yes.
So they presented me with those emails.
Yes, okay.
Yes, so,
Okay.
yes, so
Okay.
the ones that I read were essentially what, the 5 emails that they indicated
But
here.
here you say 5. We saw 2. Were there 3 that we didn't go to?
No, I think in one day I sent 3. There was the 5th of December. No, there was 30th of November, and then there was the 5th of December, and then there was the 7th of December.
I just want to make sure that if you say there are 5, we do have all 5.
I suspect we even have more than 5.
Chair, I will confirm that.
Yeah.
There's an email on the 30th, that's the 1st of November 2015. That's one, I think they are 5.
Okay. You can check later on and confirm.
Yeah, I think they are 5. There's then other emails, 4 of them sent on the 7th of December.
Yes. Okay, all right.
There was another one on the 5th of December.
The 5th.
It was 30th, 5th, and 7th.
Yes, but I'll check.
Yes, okay.
Because they are
But
here.
I take it that when you were going to give evidence in Mr. Gogo's disciplinary hearing, a statement had been taken from you by somebody which was going to be used to guide your evidence.
That's correct. I think I may have...
Is it with the legal team?
I will resend, but I did. I sent them my final statement.
That was
That was
submitted to the
yes.
disciplinary hearing?
the senior counsel was senior counsel advocate, the Tembek,
Ngubaichobi.
yes.
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 But have you, are you
Given
saying?
us-
I
you
will
have
double check
submitted
if I
to them?
sent it, but I still have it with me, so I will
Okay.
send the
Yeah.
public protector's statement and my
Yeah.
statement that I was due to make.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
No, that's fine. And has at least this part of, or the portions of Ms. Mothepu's affidavit that relate to Mr. Koko, have they been sent to him by way of 3 notices?
Yes, they have, Chairperson.
They have?
They
Okay,
have.
all right.
Yes.
Okay, so if and when you get the others, the statements that she's talking about, if those have not been sent to him,
We'll also send-
they should also be sent insofar as they relate to him.
Yes, yes, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you said you had completed what you wanted to say.
Yes, on the Eskom part, yes. I have
Yes, you have,
something else
Yeah.
on the
Yes.
Transnet.
yeah,
I have a file here. In October 2018, I was requested by Transnet to assist them with an affidavit on the club loan. And I saw testimony from Mr. Petulagamo Subudi that Trillian Asset Management paid a role there and there were BEE. My file is here with my version. I'll give it to Advocate Seleka and he can give it to the evidence leader.
yeah, for
I think
for Transnet.
Myberg, Advocate
Yeah.
Myberg.
Yes,
Yes.
but you keeping a copy of your
No,
own.
this is my copy, so I'd
Okay.
ask the
Make sure that a copy is made, you retain
yes.
your originals, so that in case something happens to it, we don't. But thank you very much for wanting to assist the Commission in regard to that as well. That's quite important. So you'll make arrangements. I just don't want her to lose. Yeah.
I
You'll
understand.
Make arrangements so they can
Yes.
make copies and then hand over to Mr. Myberg.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Okay. We are done. Eh?
We are done then for today, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Ms. Goodson has been excused until Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we have scheduled Mr. Brian Molefe,
Yeah.
as well as Ms. Viroshni Naidu
Yes, for the evening
for the
session.
evening session.
I think we must try and move Ms. Naidu to next week, if that is possible, as well. Explore that and see if, for example, we could look at Wednesday,
Okay.
but there is flexibility, evening session.
Yes.
Explore that, only if maybe there would be challenges to having her testify next week, then we can see whether tomorrow evening we can do that. But my inclination is we might take quite long with Mr. Brian Molefe. So explore whether she would be, Ms. Naidu would be available on one of the evenings next week.
Yes, sir.
And if she would be available Wednesday or Thursday,
Yes.
let's explore that.
I will do so with
Yeah.
her legal team.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mothepu. You are now excused. Thank you once again for coming to assist the Commission. We are now going to adjourn for the day, and tomorrow we'll continue at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.